All right. You're my, you, me, no one else. I wanna roll. Oh, yeah, yeah. And it'd be the private room. Oh, yeah, yeah. You, me. All right. How do they not? The time I get mad. All right, I gotta try it out myself. When I had them ads, you gotta try yourself because they keep playing the game wrong. I had to do that a few times. I just did it and deleted the app. I think it might go too fast. Oop, dog. Instant. Instant. That's crazy. You, me, oh, yeah, yeah. You're my private room. I wanna rule. I think I'll pause that right there. Hold that right there. Yeah. No, I ain't trying to do that. I ain't trying to do that. How do I go to the? Oh, there you go. Mm-hmm. Get some going. We can't just be talking about it. I want you excited. We can't just be cautious about it. I wanna get wild. Take me for a ride, boy. Show me what I'm saying. I know it's been a while, boy. I wanna get wild. What the heck? They know the girl made a list of this, man. It's
What's
all
going on?
girls. Yo, what's the deal, man?
Yeah, cool and cool. Now, I wanted you to elaborate on your prompt so I can understand it better about the first prompt. What are people obsessed with being feared today?
Which one? Let me see where this. Oh, the
The
first
first.
one. Oh, okay. Yeah, why? Why are they obsessed with being feared? Because everybody, I guess, wanna put themselves out as being the toughest and stuff. So I'll be listening to wordings, and I've been, based off even like with the topic itself. Why is reckless out the mouth of flex today? So people like to, I guess,
Oh, okay, I
be
see.
feared. I guess that's what I get out of it.
One word: vulnerability.
Mm,
That's
mm,
it. Everybody has a default setting.
mm,
If I feel safe because I feel safe because I want to protect myself. My protection is my safety. So
yeah.
anything to make me feel unprotected, now I have to lash out because now you're hitting that boundary.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Defense mechanism.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel it. I feel it.
To sum it up in a
Mm,
nutshell, and a lot of people, you know how even men do it. You know how men say, "I know how to give gifts, but I don't know how to receive gifts. I know how to love, but I don't know how to be loved."
mm, interesting.
It feels uncomfortable. You hear it a lot of times, men and women.
What's up,
So,
Shorty Rock?
huh?
No, I was talking to comments.
What you think
But
about
yeah,
it?
I feel it.
What you think about that?
Oh, you said, oh, my bad. I think I was hearing that. You said, what do I think about it? I think it's multiple things. I think to a certain extent it was a defense mechanism at one point, but now it's like let me stand out from everybody else now or whatever. Or it's like when people trying to keep up with thing, cause like them the people be just like they be addicted to drama. It get to that point now. It went from that to now like, hey, you know what? So especially when they hear one person's story, they oh dang, you did that to that man. So it's like the one up game. Oh man, I took one person and ripped they throat to that. You know what I'm saying? So you always gotta be. I want you to be more scared, scared than I am, or something like that. So and now it turned competitive and all that. So I don't know. I think it's many things to that situation of why people want to be feared. But I do believe it started off from that. It was a defense mechanism. But I basically want this topic. I just want to see like why is people still there? Why is they still prolonging this or whatever? And it's like because like say if somebody was to reverse it on them, and use the same thing. Uh, how they had that one person that come in the room and say, man, anybody I check anybody if they say something like that. They always want to
Yeah. So look at it like this. Can you see a seed in the ground?
see. Nope.
No. But once you put water on it and it grow into that flower, you can see the flower. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's kind of like what you describing the seed. That you describing the seed at first, and it grew into a flower. It blossomed. Everything that you
Mm-hmm.
water or that you nurture is going to blossom into something else that came from the root of what it came from.
Mm-hmm.
So people have to grow into whatever they're trying to project. What's going on, Shorty?
How y'all gentlemen doing today?
I'm blessed. Blessed.
That's wonderful to hear. We got two Kevins and Intrinsic. How are y'all?
Yeah. Got two of
So
me in there. Let me see.
which prompt are y'all touching, or are you touching all four or five?
Um, I guess we can just if y'all want to go through them, we can do them all though. I guess we went to the first prompt, but also the topic itself is a question too, so it kind of ties into the first prompt though. So just your experience of why people may do this or to this day.
All right. So why is I'm reckless at the mouth a flex today? Why are people so obsessed with being feared today? All flexes really love the hate they get more than complain about it. Agree? Who are you trying to impress and why? And do you believe lack of confidence is one of the biggest problems today? And the root of flexing, why or why not? Okay, so when it comes to flexing, um, I don't really flex like that. Like, I don't flex that my mouth is reckless. I flex that I have a filthy mouth, maybe. I flex that, um, I don't know, I don't flex that I'm overconfident. So I don't think I agree with all the flexes that everybody else has. Um, so that's where I'm automatically thrown off by some of these.
Mm.
So let me
Uh,
ask you a question, Shorty,
mhm.
while you right there. Do you see the contrast between flex and boast?
I understand boasting. Flexing is a little bit different to me. Flexing is more like for your muscles. Like I associate that with like showing off muscles.
Okay. And boasting?
Boasting is just a form of arrogance, like a show off.
Right. So
Right,
when
right.
you
So,
flex,
to flex is to actually display it, but to boast is just to talk about it.
right. That's what I was getting at, yes.
So I guess that would be the difference. Flexing is to show it, and boast is just to talk. But I don't know. I guess I was raised with the phrase, "Don't let your mouth write a check your ass can't cash," because somebody's gonna be the bank and bounce you.
Mm. Interesting.
I got a family of people that like to put hands out.
Yeah,
um,
the world do that too. And you got to
and
be a
as
fan.
for why people are obsessed with being feared, I don't. I
Yeah.
think it's more of respect. If you look at the way some people are going about it, fear mongering is like paramount. Yes. Um, you can just look at the orange human being that's trying to be president. He does it every day. As soon as he opens his mouth, it's fear mongering. So that's really annoying. Other
Mm.
than that, I don't know. I guess the victim mentality makes it for fear. Everybody like terrified to say what they want to say, or um, the eggshell theory, where it's like, oh my God, he said this or she said that, and oh my God, they're just always crying about something. Like, suck it the fuck up. Like, when did your feelings get so sensitive? I'm sorry, I'm a child of the 80s. Things were nice to us. We were handed our asses. Switches were invented. I don't know what you guys are talking about. There was no prize for second place. You were just a loser if you didn't make first. I'm sorry.
Mm.
Um, who am I trying to impress? Nobody. I'm trying to impress myself.
Mm.
So I
How do
really
you do
don't.
that?
Live each day to its fullest and try to outdo myself from the day before.
Okay.
Other than that, there's no one I can impress besides me. My
Mm.
standards are too high.
Interesting. When was the time that you had to realize you had to impress yourself?
Hmm. When I realized that I wouldn't get a bozo button for trying to impress someone else.
Mm.
So the only person I could impress was me.
Interesting.
Other than that, I don't know.
Mm.
But I think most people are terrified to admit their own flaws and faults in life. Like, if they don't have the confidence. and they use their mouth as a crutch or an aid to overcompensate for the areas that they're lacking.
Mm.
Because I'm just saying, I think anybody and everybody's been in an argument with that one person who has to shout the loudest, and it's like, but you're still wrong. But you're still shouting over everybody else. It doesn't make you right because you can shout the loudest and be heard over everybody else. You're still wrong. So that's all I'm saying. Just because you can shout the loudest doesn't make you the rightest. Sometimes it takes the quiet person to listen. Phone ringing.
There's also the who are you trying to impress? When you impress yourself, it's more so inspirational. When you're looking for other people to impress, it's more so validation.
Right. Exactly.
You know, and even when I be speaking, right, it's like timing is everything. And people be like, oh, I need to find somebody to make me happy. No, you only can make yourself happy. A person can only join you or complement your happiness. And
Yeah.
like prime example, it's so simple. Like if I want to go to the park, right, with a shorty, and let's say we didn't have all day Saturday, but I'm so busy running through with this fear mongered in my mind. Oh, she probably don't want to go. Oh, she don't like to eat. All this stuff. Then I wait. Then when an argument pop off at 10 o'clock at night, I'm like, well, I wanted to go to the park today. Or she might say that. Vice versa. It could be male or female. It's like, well, why you didn't speak on what you wanted to do for your life and present it to your partner when the time could present itself, but then wait till the time is.
I'm
Wait
just
for the
saying,
time is unpermitted to want to.
if you wanted to go to the park, honey, all you had to do was say so.
But some people
I
don't feel
said,
like they can. Some people play in
I'm
they
just saying, if
their
you wanted to go to
feelings.
the park, but I'm just saying, if you want to go to the park, we can.
Yeah. But how many people actually vocalize what they want for themselves? They victimize inside their head, and then they blame the person for them not being happy. You get where I'm going with it?
Yes. I see. I'm saying my thing is like I've always like my last partner. My problem with him was he had a failure to listen. Failure to fully listen. And I could tell him something, and it'd be like, "Hey, if you go to the store, can you make sure you get XYZ?" And then he'd come back from the store without XYZ. Well, you didn't tell me. Actually, I did, and also I text you. Well, you should have told me. I'm gonna throw my head through a wall.
How long you knew that about him?
Huh?
How long you knew that about him?
I didn't know that. He just decided to wake up one day and just started becoming a space cadet on me, and it was just
So he tricked you?
it just blew my mind, just blew my damn mind, and it's just like,
Wow. Did you sleep with him and all that other stuff too? Like how many years have y'all been with each other?
honey, this was long enough to make children.
Wow. Wow. So something you was blinded by then, because I don't believe in people just pop out of nowhere with certain things. I think you might have looked over something.
Well, he lost his job, picked up a drinking habit, and sanity kind of left the door, left after that. So, yeah.
Well, sometimes also people grow into things like through experiences or through just different things they going through. Like she said, you may not have been drinking when we first met, but because you had something happen, now you drinking. Or you get with somebody, y'all not arguing at first, but then y'all start arguing 2 years into a relationship, and it takes a toll on it to where it starts to change the person. You see, people can grow into things too as well.
Yes.
Hi,
Interesting.
everyone.
What up, Naya?
How are you?
I'm good. I'm not
Oh,
going to do it today. You ain't got to worry.
please don't. Today my birthday. I can't.
Happy birthday.
Thank
I
you.
should really sing it now. I let it slide because it's your birthday.
Yeah,
See, don't
birthday.
change your word now.
Happy
Thank you.
birthday. Happy birthday.
I do want to answer this. Oh, my bad. Okay.
Stop glitching. Oh, wow. I don't know.
And where we was at, like, that's the whole people. Sometimes it's like a child, right? When they want to ride the bike, but once they fall off the training wheels, it's like, oh, I don't know if I want to get back on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that hurt. And then you got some of the kids that be like, oh, I want to get back on. I'm gonna try again, or the parent pumped them up, right? So that's why I was saying that people sometimes had an inspiration in the beginning to want to do things, but through experience takes a toll on the human mind. And we see that with adults. You know what I'm saying? Adults, we very free willy at kids, but as adult, we go through so much stuff. Now we're like, oh, I don't know if I want to do this. And we get so in this mindset.
Well, if you ask my daddy, my dad told me, he said, I was that child that snatched my training wheels off my bike immediately. And I was quick to snatch anybody else's bike and rip the training wheels off of them and take off down the street quick with somebody's bike. And I was the youngest and smallest person of all of them. So I had zero fear about riding a bike.
Yeah. I want to say even like with situations like that, I believe it's some core things that may. Cause I don't believe in like an ultimate change when things. I mean, I get it. Like some things may happen in your life, but I don't think it just be so bad enough to where you would start affecting your partner. But it just depend on like what was. Did people really notice? Did they really get to understand each other, or did they just like skip some processes and stuff? Because it's like you could tell sometimes, like if a person maybe I actually think belief system it plays a big part too. It can do that too. It also I mean I think it's a lot of things though that because it's something serious like 'cause these some things should be planned out for like just in cases as in like of you can be able to tell how people handle different things. I would say then. Uh, I know some things are major, but I'm saying like through like arguments and looking at how they interact with people, how if they get influenced by certain things, what might be they go to if they a give up type person. It's a lot of things that you can see like as you with somebody or as you even vetting them. Um, So I don't know. I just look at it that because if that's the case, right? The reason why I don't want to say that people just pop out of nowhere is because that'd be basically giving people this mindset of be living. Speaking of fear, right? They be living in like some type of doubt, like and wondering like, dang, this person can change at me at any moment or something like that. But I think especially you got two people that may know a little bit more about themselves, know how to handle their emotions, know how to, maybe, because some things may take time to get over, but know like what's really more important. Is it the relationship or the way they feel? And I think a lot of people get in relationships based off of how they feel than the actual purpose. And that's why a lot of things be failing because it's like it's always about me. And if you can validate what I do and all this other stuff or whatever, and it ain't about let me see what's best for the family. Because I think when it comes to relationship, even with marriages and stuff, a lot of people go with the intentions of I'm doing this because this I feel is going to help me progress or something or help me be happy, all the other stuff, whatever. But it's not like cause with stuff like that, especially relationships, and then you get kids and stuff in the process. From that point, you got to come with the mentality of this is what I'm willing to sacrifice it's a reason why I be saying till unalive do us part, you know, through better and worse and all that stuff. It's a reason, like these things that I don't think people take very seriously. That's why when you get with somebody, these things should be talked about. These things should be paid attention to. But I think a lot of times that we just not patient enough to really fill somebody in. We so a lot of the time we be rushed to get to the bed, which is one of the biggest things that are blind us. We rush to hurry and get there. And, you know, you look good, you sound good, and we're two grown folks, so let's do this thing or whatever. And then the grown folks end up, like I said, end up getting with somebody that they really didn't know for real. And then that's when that thing come down the line, like, man, this person just switched up on me and stuff. You know, but a lot of the times I think we do get signs. And then another thing is like, you could say, what did you learn? You know, what did you learn out that thing? If you still could say that people can just switch and all this other stuff, I mean, it's something that you didn't learn, like, or some signs you may not have paid attention to. Because, like, literally, you know, I think it is. I'm not explaining it though, but I think that's something deep. That's a deep thing though, and it do take a lot, especially when it comes to relationships. Everybody willing to give up if they feel a certain way. It ain't just long term anymore. People don't fight no more for it. People don't sit there and try to, you know, don't think about the kids. They don't none of that stuff for real. Because everybody's selfish. People go in situations with selfish intentions and say that it's selfless, but no, it's a lot when it comes to that.
I'm saying I've seen it where one person fights and the other one doesn't. Where it's like one person is literally fighting for the relationship and trying to hold on to something, and the other person is just like, well, you need to fight harder. And it's like, the fuck? Yeah, I'm good. I
So
quit.
they didn't come in there with the same mentality. That's what happened. Both of them had different intentions when they got with each other. One of them really seriously wanted to be with each other. The other one just said, hey, this you make me happy, so I'm going to accept you. And then that's why I said some of that stuff eventually it's going to, I guess, unfold, even if it don't be at the moment. Because some people just got long-term honeymoon phases and then never got nothing serious that happened in their life. You know, and then, you know, they can't stand each other and all the other stuff, and all the other stuff start opening up, you know, after somebody done became a...
Well, I'm saying that's what the pandemic taught a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because I'm just saying, everybody's like, oh, well, the divorce rate went up. No, the divorce rate went up after the pandemic because people were caged in together and did not realize they do not like being confined with their partner. It was okay as two ships passing. But the moment you spent more than 2 hours confined with that person, it was like, oh shit, we got problems and repercussions up in this piece.
Right. All those things should be figured out before even putting a ring on it, low key. You know.
So that's why the divorce rate like tripled in under 2 years, because people were confined. You throw a pandemic on somebody and tell them you can't go outside no more. Yeah, people gonna start getting a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
But I want to say this on the pandemic part, or just in general. I think sometimes also when people get in marriages or relationships, I think that people leave out the aspect of family, and it's kind of hard as well to bring in the family when it comes down to marriages, because some of us don't really have a whole family. So it's like a thing of, we got to keep in mind, people just cut off their own family members for inviting a stranger to say, let me commit to you. So I don't think it's just a marriage thing. I think this is just a human nature thing at this point. This is becoming the natural habitat of people. Because I was just, listening to y'all talk, I was thinking about, okay, well,
it's conditioned. I don't like using the word natural, man. I swear I don't. But I think it's conditioning, though. It's most definitely conditioning.
So when does something become natural?
Natural is something that you can't fix it, you can't rearrange it, you can't even condition it because it's nature. Natural is something like you don't, like if it's natural for a plant to be something, it's going to do what it's do regardless what you talk to it, like whatever, it's going to naturally grow if you water it and all the other stuff. So that's what I mean about it. It's like people be saying feminine, masculine, natural, and all this. It's a condition. It's something that you got to teach, and it's a choice too. If it was natural, people would have just been right straight into it. Like it's natural for cycles and natural for hormones to move and all that stuff. That's what's natural. Them are things you can't control. You know.
I follow you.
Yeah, I think it's both.
Go ahead. What you were saying?
I said I think it's both. I think that we do have natural traits because, like you were saying about the flower thing, yeah, it's going to grow and all these things like that. But from conditioning, from weathering, if the sun is out, it's going to grow. If it rains a lot, it's going to wilt. You know, so I think the conditioning affects the natural abilities. You know what I'm saying? Because if things weren't natural inherently, then we wouldn't be able to manifest or produce anything. We would just be controlled by outside conditioning.
Right.
Yeah, I just with the I follow everything that y'all say on that part. But I think it's very interesting because I never sat back and really thought about how could that timing affect marriages and relationships and stuff like that. But when you are in the house with people, many people left their families. That's not a marriage. That's their blood. Which we also got that saying, sometimes water is thicker than blood. But I mean, at this point, no one have any loyalty to anyone. At this point in time, you listen to how people talk to one another, or
Actually, I think people do have loyalty. You know, they even talking about that song, loyalty, loyalty, loyalty. I mean, everybody, like, I want loyalty over love. Like, it's like a job. You're loyal to your job because you want that money, but you don't love your job. You can be loyal to a man because you think he's a provider and you want that check, you want him to have these provisions, but you might not even like him as a person. So I think that people are being more loyal to their fantasies and what they feel about things versus actually having an actual plan about what they know about it, or that, like you said, the idea about family. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so loyalty is a big thing these days because they're, like you said, Kev, they in relationships that they don't even like the person, for real, for real.
Yep. Yep. I actually feel like especially these day and age, loyalty is a problem like that. Like I just had a topic about pro black and pro that. Like I ain't pro none of it, low key, me myself, because it's like people be so dang on loyal or to ride the other term, ride or unalive, stuff like that. If and loyalty's supposed to have honesty in it, and that's one thing they took out of it. Just like with it's another word that people be using, and they don't have it in there like you supposed to. So it's like and they don't even know what they're loyal to. I'm loyal. Well, I'm loyal to a skin color. That's what I am. Okay, cool. So you just gonna let people? So you so loyal that you letting them do whatever they want to do. You're not gonna check them and all that stuff or whatever. And it's like when people be like, "Oh, you family. I'm gonna be biased towards you." They can be doing wrong. That's why I say if I was to had to be loyal or pro anything, right? AKA the same thing to me, right? If I was to be pro anything, I would be either pro God or pro righteousness. I don't even want to say pro human because I don't pick humans first either. You know what I'm saying? I can't trust myself, even myself sometimes, because there's gonna be times I'm gonna fail or whatever. So I just times I gotta have to um put myself to the side so I can try to do what I believe is right. Because gotta be honest, ain't gonna always be at the top all the time though. But yeah. I think that is today's problem. And I would say that is everybody. There's a lot of people that's loyal. They so dang on loyal. And then it started hurting them later down the line and hit you with the, man, I did this for you and I did that. And was you really, you was only loyal because of what they was doing for you. And so they didn't or disagreed with you. Now you ain't loyal. That's fate.
Right, because it's like what you said. Actually, I think that loyalty has the attribute of honesty, but it lacks the attribute of truth. You see what I'm saying? Because honesty is meaning that you can be honest honesty can mean anything. You could be an honest liar. You could be honest about anything
True.
that you want to give. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
is it true? Does it have true essence to it? More likely not. You know what I'm saying?
At least they true, even though you said they a liar. At least they admit. That's like we need more accountability. Just at least admit it, And well, that don't mean, but don't lie about being a liar. Because I could say most of us is honest. Like sometimes we lie. We gonna do things. We might lie unintentionally, just to save somebody's feeling. Because it's gonna be times like because everybody can't. We already know everybody can't handle the truth. So we just, if we was to speak our mind on everything, shoot, boy. But yeah, I think that is the today though, because like people they don't want to lose their friends. That's how bad it is that they don't, that because they want to be so loyal. You know, they don't want to tell them. You know, even family. You know, you haven't got a tool with your family and stuff. That shows. You know, that you just sticking around because they just family only. You're not trying to really save them or help them. You seen they going down the wrong part or sleeping with all these people and stuff. You ain't being honest with them. You're not telling them that it's wrong and all that. But they rather be loyal with family first, you know. But if my family over, you know, but your family can if other people over. That's how it be nowadays. So crazy, man.
Yeah, and to the I think that he believe in that confidence. Yeah, and to the Can you
I'm
hear me
still
now? Okay.
There you go. You good.
I'm still at work, so
That's cool.
I have to mute when I jump in and out of cars.
I was saying, I think that people have a high sense of confidence. You know what I'm saying? I think that people are lacking security about their confidence or security within what they're doing. Because look at all these lives. People be dead wrong, be dead confident in what they saying. You know,
Interesting.
your confidence only allows you the ability to be think that you're right within. You feel what I'm saying? And you may be dead wrong.
Well, I'm saying they don't look up stats, and then they don't read into the stats. Like they look at it for face value. They don't read the whole article. They don't read into it. Like I know, I got into it with one guy, and it was funny because he was like, "Oh, women are in control of their bodies," and I was like, "Sir, women are in control of," I said, "the day that women become in control of their bodies, I'm gonna need you to be in control of your third leg. I'm gonna need you to not wake up with that morning wood. So when you can learn to control that, we'll control what we do. Till then, I'm gonna need you to take a seat and shut the F up, because we can't control that. Our body does whatever it wants. No, you can control it. You can control it. Under where? Where, sir? Where? Because did you know that when we get pregnant, our irises can change shape? Did you know that when we get pregnant, all of our organs can reposition themselves to make room for a baby? We're the only mammals that can actually pull that trick off. Our lungs reposition themselves, our bladder, our stomach, all of our organs reposition themselves to allow this baby to consume our body. So you control what? Shut up. But yeah, that's what he tried to tell me. We can control that.
Wait, what happened? He do? Say that again. Cause I had
He tried to tell me that we can control our eggs inside of our body, and we can control if we want to drop an orgasm. We have the ability to know. We have the ability to know if we're going to get pregnant or not. No, we don't. Shut up. Like I said, if we can control that, like I said, if we can control that, I'm gonna need you to control that morning wood you get every morning. Tell him to stop waking up and touching my butt.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I think something to a certain extent, but yeah, I think in a way with especially if it, like the org, because I heard somebody mention that before about that too. How they always say it's a man's fault why they can't get wet, but then it's a man's fault why he can't get her. So it's like, dang, when is it her fault that she can't get wet? And so I just never understood. Yeah, I'm like that is. So I do believe that it do have something to do with the way our mentality and what we how we eat, and you know our health, basically our health status or whatever. So I think that's the form of control he meaning on that.
No. So can our mental mess up our entire body. Yes, our mental can throw our entire body off. If
Right.
we are upset the wrong way, we can start our period way too early. We can make it turn on just
Yeah.
because of our adrenaline and our God bless America. Hold on
Mm.
a second, phone's ringing.
Oh man. Hey y'all, keep hitting them likes for the little people that's in here. Share it to some more people. Trying to get to about at least about 5K real quick. Do a couple hashtag FYPs, all that stuff, man. Let me see something. Get some more people up in here, man. I just started too early on people. It's alright though, man. We on this. I've been in other lives. I just ain't find no interesting live to really have a conversation in. For real. I do want to touch on that though, because I do seem like that is a way, that's a form of control though in that way. I don't know about the eggs part. Nobody gonna do what it's gonna do
Okay,
though.
I'm back.
Yeah,
They keep bothering me.
yeah. I
My
think
my,
like
my
I was about to
coworker
mention with the
took
control thing.
lunch.
I think to there when it comes to the O or whatever, that I think in a way, if you put it that way, there will be some way you can control that because it's all about just like you said, how your mind is running. And if you got a lot of stuff on
Well,
your mind and all that stuff,
it's a mental block that can mess us up.
but
Yes.
that'd be you, right?
So
That'd be you and your way of thinking. So that is a form of control. We can't say that stuff pop in our mind for no
did you leave
reason.
the keys in the car? Oh. No, you're not supposed to take the keys. You guys got to use those keys to get in those cars. But like he was saying like to control our body like in order to get pregnant, we actively release our eggs like you guys. Oh, I know, I'm gonna bust right now, like that type of control. No, that's what he thought we had control over, like the actual releasing part. And it's like, no, we don't. We just go for the ride, honey. We just along for the ride. Half the time we don't even know when it happens. We get possessed by like a demon. That's why we be running from them, because we don't know what's going on. Because they be kind of terrifying. Why is it making me feel like this?
Yeah. Okay.
So what was your opinions on the topic?
I do want to touch on the one he was saying about the confidence. I do believe in uh confidence and because I was gonna make a thing about that too. There's a difference between false confidence and confidence. If the confidence is based off of other people outside of you, I don't think that's real. Or if it took you to do something, you know, about trying to impress somebody or whatever, I don't look at that as confidence. Just trying to, you putting on a facade to act like you stand on what you stand on. I think when it comes to confidence, you don't have to. You're not gonna be questioning it. Either you stand on something or you don't. And that's what I meaning about confidence. Some people, might be boisterous and just like somebody was saying earlier, because you loud, that don't mean that you're right. You might be standing on saying something, whatever, but the fact that you're voicing it, I think everybody to a certain extent, everything we speak on, especially out loud, we still have some type of a little bit of doubt in it, because you wouldn't speak on something. You want to hear to see if somebody's going to go against what you say, and then you like, all right, let me see if maybe I haven't gotten that wrong or something like that, or maybe I didn't. But that's just like if you have like kind of open mind. Some people, they may be voicing things or whatever it is. But even the people that do that, it's still a pinch of uh I still want to see what everybody else's take on it, which means it's gonna be a tiny bit. Even the arrogant people, they got some form of doubt, no matter how cocky or whatever they say. The fact when they have to voice it and let everybody see it and stuff, they still have that, maybe you got to put that through a test. So I don't know how to explain that though, but basically, like they still have that. It's a little bit of doubt in that as to why they need somebody else's validation of what they claim they are. That's how I look at that.
I'm saying I can follow that. I can follow that.
Yeah. And I believe, like, even the more confident you are, the more you are willing to also be wrong.
I call it. I'm saying I call that the theory of three, where they don't believe anything until someone else tells them. Where it's like, oh, I could tell you that, hey, don't do this because it's not right. You won't listen to me, but you'll listen to that next person and be like, oh, yeah, such and such told me this, and then I just look at you like you got 6 heads because you know what? I told you first. Whatever. I don't even have to fight with you about it. I told you so. I don't care. I'm just going to continue to look at you like you got 3 heads. And you're just going to be like, what? And I'm like, nothing.
They go a deep one that everybody know, right? Because I guess it kind of ties into what my man was saying there. He was like, everybody do have so that's what I was saying. It's a difference like false confidence and actual confidence. Confidence is something that's within self and is validated by self. That's how I look at that. So it's like, just like, okay, let's get on the famous one. Like how women wear makeup, right? Their confidence they have a certain confidence when they put it on. But if you ever notice, like how when a lot of them talk, they say so much bad about themselves. I look like a rag. I look like this. I look hideous and all that other stuff. But then if it take makeup for you to feel better, that's false confidence. I mean, that's just real talk on that end though. Because it's like you are looking you only your stuff, your confidence is based off of if you have these tools on the side of you to fix yourself up and then be like, okay, I'm confident. That's not real confidence,
Yes. Yeah. I'm saying I definitely could see that because it's like, why don't you have the same confidence without that on?
Yes.
Because I don't know, I guess I have I guess in my case I have that confidence without makeup, like, because I don't wear makeup that often. So to me, even when I would date, it's like people would be like, oh well, you should get more glammed up, and it's like, no. Right. Like if you can't like me when I'm dressed down, maybe you wouldn't know what the hell to do with me if I was dressed up.
Right, exactly.
Like you would lose your shit. I promise you would lose your shit.
Yeah, and then you want somebody to like you for you. You wouldn't want them just to like you because every time you throw some makeup on, now they like you and all that stuff. That's not cool. Just like for the men, they shouldn't have a girl that only like you because you're wearing a chain and a hat and all the other stuff. If you can be able to do that, be regular and they accept you, that's the real people that want you for you, not for what you wear or just even simply look like.
Listen, my favorite outfit is a t-shirt. That is my favorite outfit. Just an oversized t-shirt, and I'm a happy little person.
Yeah, but people call stuff like that, you like a bum. No, you don't feel like a bum when you put regular clothes on. Ain't like you got holes or nothing in your shirt. You just got a regular plain t-shirt. Because you're not trying to impress everybody. You just, this is me, I'm comfortable, and that's what I want to wear.
Listen, me and my oversized t-shirt have a lot of little secrets that we keep. And you know what? It's what's not underneath the t-shirt it's what's not under the t-shirt that you got to worry about. Because me and my little tricks got something from a man to worry about. Because he's the one getting the present every 30 seconds. Because that's what the presents are for. So I'm just saying. That's why I like my oversized t-shirts. Because I choose to be cheeky about everything. That's all I'm saying. So when I'm home, yeah, that's my most comfortable outfit, is an oversized t-shirt. And I don't want to put nothing else on, and I'm upset if you make me put clothes on. Why do I have to put clothes on? Who's coming over? Why do I have to be dressed? Ugh. Yes, I'm a little aggravated by that type of shit.
Yeah.
I thought I could just sit in my skivvies all day and just be cute.
It's funny because people gonna realize we really impersonate a lot of miserable people. You know, when people gotta only make a judgment, just like when people are like, "Why you single?" or something like that. You gotta be going through that. No, you single while you with somebody. That's the problem. I mean, you miserable while you with somebody. It's not because they miserable and you single. No, some people actually know themselves or whatever. But I think like some people just can't. And I get it. It's like a lot of brainwashing. It's the things we've been taught and all that stuff. You must be a horrible this or whatever. And I think a lot of times just people just be projecting of what they would be like if they didn't have it. You know, that's for the
Listen,
most part.
that's what I'm saying. Like with all this stuff going around, with everybody, with these conversations and what's on the internet and everything else, and it's like, so when you pose the question, what do you want in a relationship? Well, I want this and I want that and I want X, Y, Z. Okay, what is your definition of love? Well, my love language is, that's not what I asked you.
Right.
What is your definition of love? How do you define love? Well, my love language, I swear I'm gonna throw a rock
That's
at
what
your
you
forehead.
not the love languages, boy. Them the ones that go
That's
through the
not what I
most.
asked. That's not what I asked you. I know what I'm asking. I didn't ask you your love language. I asked, how do you define love? How do you define love in a relationship?
Mhm.
What do you see as examples of love? What do you require from your partner? Things like that. And it's like, I want her to cook, clean, and what else? What else? Oh, she needs to be able to
It's
listen.
respect.
And it's
Okay,
like,
what
what
respect look like?
else? And it's like, what else? Like, what other things do you require from a partner? What would you require now? And then it's like, so what can I require of you?
Hmm.
Can I talk to you about my problems? Oh no, I don't want to know about your problems. Then what the fuck we got to talk about? So you can tell me your problems and I'm supposed to help you fix your problems, but anything that came before you don't want to know about. So what happens if one of my exes happen to walk past me and you notice the way that he looks at me and it gives you the idea that this man knows me? Do you still want to not know about him? Huh? Or are you going to call me out my name because you realize this man knows me? And everything that's on his face says that he wants me back. Which are you going to get mad about? The fact that I didn't tell you because you didn't want to know, or because you were too stupid to ask the right questions? I don't know. I don't understand what we're doing here. But either way, I'm the one at fault. Oh, because you were lying and you decided to keep it from me. No, I did not keep anything from you. It was a failure to listen, a failure to ask the right questions, and again, a failure to listen to me when I chose to speak to you. Because you didn't understand my questions. And I got tired of talking to you, and I stopped talking. That's how that works. But it's okay, I'll be wrong. I'll always be wrong. I have a vagina, I'm always wrong.
Not that.
Mm-hmm. That's what it's ultimately boiled down to. If you have a vagina, you're always wrong. If your daddy raised you because you have some common sense, you're wrong. If your daddy raised you to respect yourself, you're wrong because you don't need a man. He raised you to not need one, but want one. That's not the right thing to do. Like I said, it's insanity. It's insanity of how we're supposed to be or anything else. And like I told another guy, I said, if you raise your daughters to not need a man, you're gonna be called a pick me. And then your daughters are going to have to be on these panels the same way I am and be called names because her daddy raised her right. And that's messed up.
Well, you said you get. Hold on, wait. I think it sounds backwards. You said if you raised to not need a man, you get called a pygmy.
If as a father, if you raise your daughters to be independent, to not need, to know the difference between needing, wanting, and requiring a man, to knowing that even if you don't have a man, there's things you can do by yourself, but you still want a man in your life. If you raise your daughters like that and have respect for themselves, the rest of these men on these TikTok apps will call you a pygmy.
Oh, no, I hear it all the way backwards. This is the ones that actually need a man. They get called a pygmy. Or if they agree with a man, if they say they understand man, them the ones that get called pygmies. I've never heard of the opposite way.
Well, no, because you're the
Those
father.
independent ones, they usually call themselves schismy, but I ain't never heard it that way though. That sounds
but you're the father. So if you're a father, go into a panel and say, yes, I raised my daughters to be like this, and watch what happens. Just saying. It's just
they're not gonna say a pygmy. They're gonna just say you're not marriage material.
No. I'm sorry. They're gonna call you a simp. You're the simp because you raised your daughters.
Okay, that's the word. And I can see if you said that, that'd be more of a pander. Yeah, I get you.
That's the stupid word. That's the stupid word they call it.
Yeah, I was about to say it's the opposite way. So I can see that one. Yeah. Okay, I got you then.
I don't like that word either. That word's stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's like the counter because it's one of them is if they understand. I noticed one of them is if they understand man, understand man and hold themselves accountable. That's when they get called pygmies. The opposite if they fighting for independence and all that other stuff, and a man is trying to keep a woman single and saying and be independent and do what you want to do and all that stuff, those are called panders or something. So yeah.
Yeah, listen, I'm still like dumbfounded and confused by the word simp because I thought it came from the word simple.
Yeah.
Because you guys have a simple, logical answer. So why are you guys being called a deflated name, which is bullshit?
So the real definition of a pygmy, the real pygmy is horrible, but it's basically just like what panders do. That's what that is. The real pygmy is like they'll do anything to win the person over type situation. But today, if you go on the internet,
you can clarify because you said the real pygmy is because my interpretation of pygmy or what I heard a pygmy is basically when you make yourself a part of a problem that didn't involve you because if somebody talking about something and then you feel like offended towards it, then you basically being that person, right?
No, I never heard that one though. You got me on that. No, I think I was saying the definition from what I read, it's no different. It's the same thing as a pander. That's what that is. When people just trying to win somebody over, that's all that is. But like I said on TikTok, they just say as soon as what they use pygmies nowadays, it's the women that don't care about men or the divestors or the ones that just it's all about themselves. They use that against a woman that may agree with a man and just try to say, "Oh, you just trying to get picked or something like that." A lot of them already married already, so obviously they must be doing something right. But it's not, real like pygmy and pander. Those about the worst, things because they enable people and they tell people, "Hey, this is right," even though they know that if that person keep following and doing this certain lifestyle. And if the goal is marriage, they're never going to end up being that way. They're going to be still stuck. So a lot of them, they listen to it because they listen to them type of people because it encouraged their lifestyle. So, but that's why they still stay single. That's why they can't find nothing or whatever. But as long as they feel good, they can care about if it's the truth or not. So a lot of people only want to go based off of how it make them feel, and that's why they be stuck alone for the rest of their life. Nobody can handle them.
I feel that's interesting because when I always heard pygmy, like I don't know if there's a different word for it, but basically like the first part of what you said, like to make that person feel good because like if some like let's say like women who
always think that they don't need a man who to help them at least do such and such because sometimes physically or mentally a woman can't complete it by herself. And then someone be like, well, I think that's offensive. Dang, true woman can do such and such. And men this and like, well, I wasn't talking about this group of women. I just said some women. And then since that person felt offended, that means she was a pig. She wanted to be, you know what I'm saying, like included and stuff like that's what I've heard from or learned. But that's
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's what like a pick me is. But I'm talking about the way people use it today. They call women that understand men or something like that. That's considered a pick me because they feel like they're doing the same thing. So one of them is the person that's aware of, the one that actually interested in knowing what a man does. The other one is like, no, I just want to know what I do. And if they don't care for what man's nature is or what man, how they is or whatever, or how they think, but men, we can say, treat a woman like this and they usually like that or whatever, but it's just like, it's the opposite end. It's somebody that's really not trying to be interested in it. As soon as a woman say that she understand a man, that's when they be like, no, you're a pygmy, which is just being extremist. Because a pygmy always it's been a bad thing, just like a pander. When you sitting there coddling something that don't need to be coddled because you don't want to hurt their feelings because you want to win them over, and that's the goal of a real pygmy, or what the pygmy's supposed to be. And panders, they just want to win them over and have their favor. Like, even if you look at the definition, just to be favored by a group of people. So you'll say and do anything to get that, So say all the white sweet stuff, So they'll tell them what they want instead of what they need. That's the difference, That's what that is. So we heard that one song called "Tell Them What They Want to Hear," and that's why a lot of them is in the predicament that they in now, because they only listen to what they wanted to hear. Oh, you said I'm cute, you said I'm that. That's why my love language is words of affirmation and all that other stuff, whatever. And that's why they get tricked by words of affirmation. That's why delivery matter. That's why all that stuff. And they get tricked.
yeah, I feel you. Hey, yeah, Al went over the questions already, yeah, or no?
We got to a couple of us did. But yeah, let's get started then. Let's get the party started then.
Well, I'm gonna go with the first one. I read, why is I'm reckless at the mouth of flex today? I feel like people feel like that's a flex because it's like that's all a lot of people ever do, especially on the internet. Like people always want to talk mess because you know what I'm saying it's popular and people always don't want to mind theirs. Like when let's say like Charlie D'Amelio and all them other people on TikTok have some stuff going on. A lot of people don't care, but people will start some beef like that just so people can get interested, so they can get their views and stuff. But aside from it being an internet thing, because also like nowadays people feel like they can talk to anybody any type of way. So it's like not saying that's a flex, but it's like in a way like a defense mechanism, a good like way to let people know, hey, you can't just treat me like like I'm some type of side piece in your project or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I deserve respect. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's why it's kind of a flex today.
Oh, okay, I like that. I think we did. That was one of the root things we said earlier. Defense mechanism. What you got for me, Neo?
What's up? What's up,
How
Dev?
you
What's going
feeling,
on,
man?
y'all? Yeah, I heard you guys talk about the other thing before, so but just to stick going on the topic. So let's see where you at on the first one, right?
The red one, yeah.
All right. So why is reckless at the mouth and flex? Why is being reckless at the mouth is a flex today? Is
Yeah.
basically what I'm reading, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, because that's always been like that. I don't think that's a new concept. I think the
Okay.
people that could do it to the mouth did it. I was there for some of the guys that could do it. There was guys you could talk to them whenever you want, and there's nothing they could do about it. We used to call them son. We used to son them. Tell you to go to the store, go do this, go do that, and some of them would do it because it was about who was the most macho, who had the most
Oh, okay.
juice, who could. That was a flex. That was your thing. Like you were the alphas of the group, the word that people don't like to use, but that was it. There was the guys who were just, they hung around and they did stuff for people. And I think what the internet has given everybody is the cover of being able to not being able to face somebody face to face anymore. Like you will believe it in your mind because those guys actually believe maybe in the back of their mind they could, but they knew that if they did, the consequences were too heavy. So they would never try it. They would think it in the back of their mind as hard as they could, but it wasn't going to happen. But now the internet has given us that cover. It's like a shield. Like you can now express yourself in a way and be the way you want to be and not feel any repercussions. Now, I'm not saying there's none. If you meet the wrong one, there's a possibility. So always be careful. But hey, we're all grown-ups. At the end of the day, it is what it is.
That's true, man. I get it. It was all like if I stand out, I can win this over. And I do believe that's why I threw that other part in there. It's about how people trying to impress other people and trying to, gain whatever whatever their agenda is, because some people just all in life just trying to, maybe a dude want to just sleep with a bunch of girls so he got to look like the tough guy because he heard this is what the new game is, oh man, this guy don't take nothing, I love it, stuff like that. So some people do it for that. Some people do it like, hey, I might, I don't want nobody running me over. I grew up in a tough environment and stuff, and I don't want you thinking, just like you said, sonning me. I don't want you thinking that you, so let me go ahead and warn the room that, I used to be back in the day. Good thing God saved me now and all this other stuff. They want to say stuff like that, but they just giving it as a warning so they can have a reason to, if they do it, they can feel like something or whatever. So then I think it gets so far, and that's the whole point of this topic, is that it gets so far that people end up in the grave over this stuff because they don't know what, they can't be humble anymore, which is the word that get everybody. They can't be, they proving themselves to the wrong people. Some of these people be having families, man. They be having all type of stuff, and they just be talking, crazy like nobody. And that's what I'm saying. I grew up in an area that people will test you. They'll test you. I don't know, y'all heard this thing where they say test your jaw or whatever. They gonna test you. And it's like, you can't just be saying and doing that stuff in front of everybody because dangerous. Because some people just really don't have nothing to live for, and that's all they do. And my thing is, some of these people be having families and kids, and you still talking like you don't have families and kids. You can't do that to everybody else because they willing to take you from your family and kids. And that's my whole point on this situation. Is like, dang, when we gonna realize that some of this stuff that we keep bragging about or saying, this stuff it'll get checked. You know what I'm saying? And then who's gonna check me? And then you gonna be saying it, or your last time saying it gonna be in the grave. You know what I'm saying? So it's like some people gotta know when to humble themselves. You know what I'm saying? It's only just to protect them because you don't want to be
My
humble.
brother, we just stay away from you. You're probably freaking dangerous. How about that? And sometimes that's what it is.
Yeah, it can work like that too. It can work like that too. But I'm saying if people really ain't about it, or if they not in a situation to even do that, especially if you have, and I'm gonna keep sticking with it, if you got kids and all that stuff, just don't stay around it, or don't be that. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got time to be. What you got to fight for? Oh, you got kids you need to raise. What the heck is you on here trying to pull up on somebody for? You know what I'm saying? What's up, Meek? I see you down there.
Yeah, I agree. Is it cool if I try to get to the second question? Because it's kind of interesting.
Let's get it. We on it with the being obsessed with being feared.
No, though. Yeah, obsessed with being feared.
Let's get it.
So why are people so obsessed with being feared today? That's crazy because I feel like as of right now, it's just like the whole world, and from my standpoint, right? I feel like not people don't really aren't trying to be feared like at all, because I feel like, there's Drake on the internet and then Kendrick and then all these other people, saying doing what to do. I think it's just for entertainment purposes, and not nobody really is trying to get fear over anybody. You know what I'm saying? But from a political standpoint, I feel like Donald Trump talking about Russia and then trying to make sure that they stay in their place, they don't come over, or what's going on in the Mid East right now with Pakistan and whatnot, and Israel, like that. Like I feel like they're obsessed with fear because people, like you said, they don't respect, you know what I'm saying, other people's standpoints, and then they don't think they're not gonna get. They feel like they've been getting checked for so long that it's only right that they try to get people to fear them so they can understand that, hey, I can't be checked no more. Nobody can punk me around anymore because that's what used to happen, but I'm not gonna let it happen no more. So I gotta obtain fear, like that from a political standpoint. But overall, I feel like being feared is so old age thing. Some like old gangster stuff, like in times where people like gangs and street stuff like that. That's the only time I feel people want to have fear.
Okay.
Okay.
Question on the fear question. You don't think it has anything to do with, like, the way some certain orange human being likes to talk, that the fear mongering is paramount? The Me Too movement, you don't think that had anything to do with the fear mongering?
Oh, you was asking me?
Yes, sir.
Uh, with you said the what movement?
I'm saying, think about the Me Too movement and everything. The look at all the stuff that's happened since the pandemic.
Oh, right. Since the
So, and then
pandemic.
look at that orange human being that's on TV all the time. If you walk away from the TV when that man is on TV and just listen and look at how you feel emotion wise, he is setting the world into fear and panic, because it's like, oh my God, people. How do you tell somebody that in another state that they're eating animals?
Because they're eating the dogs. They're eating.
No,
But anyway,
no, they're not. They're not.
but fear, I don't know where you.
But that's all I'm saying is, by saying things like that, you introduce fear. It's no different than telling a child, hey, don't eat the corn because it's going to make you throw up. That's automatically putting that thought in that child's head. If you keep saying that, that child's going to go through life thinking, if I eat corn, it's going to make me throw up. That is called fear. It's also called Munchausen by proxy.
Yeah, but that is not where fear started. You just talking about something that's more recent though. But we talking about overall, like it's been fear tactics that have been happening since we've been born.
Okay,
before time. So just like churches, just like it's a lot of people that use fear tactics to win people over and stuff.
So this is all I'm saying. So if we can't just look at the Middle East, but I'm just saying fear mongering has been around for a very long time. So we can't turn a blind eye to it and say it doesn't exist.
Oh no, I wasn't saying
that listening to the science. What's going on? I don't get it. Who said that?
No, I wasn't saying that it didn't exist. I'm saying that, in my mind, I feel like not that there shouldn't be any fear in the world, but it's like, who would really want to be obsessed with really taking fear and saying, hey, if you guys don't do this, then this is going to happen. And I'm going to make sure it happens, or it's definitely going to happen whether I want it to or not. Or if you don't do this, then I'm going to make this happen. Like I feel like that's kind of very
people who are
over.
obsessed with power. People who are obsessed with power.
Yes. Yeah. No,
I'm just saying. Look at this day and age. Who is doing that? People who are obsessed with power and control.
From a political standpoint.
A lot of people that don't got power are still obsessed with it.
Money. I'm saying, look at who's that other guy that's all up in the news? His antics. Listen, I'm not trying to point fingers at some of these famous people, but your names are in the paper for a reason, baby. You just happen to be an easy target to put into a conversation. I'm just saying.
The problem is once the light is focused on you, the light is focused on you. So be careful. That's why I always say people strive to become celebrities, but remember, once the light's on you, they're going to tear you apart, because they're going to look at you and dissect you so hard, boy. Things you didn't know about yourself, they'll tell you. Because people now will see you. That's what I've come to learn with it. They'll see you. The moment they see you, because they have nothing else to think about, because you're the celebrity, you're the focal point, they're gonna judge you accordingly.
Well, it's no different than people who put their business on TikTok. Like if you open yourself up to do a TikTok, a live, anything on this, even if you're having a conversation with somebody, you open yourself up to be a topic, a conversation point, and then you can't sit here and act like or play the victim or like run from the you can't be scared or feared because you opened yourself up. Hey, I want the clout. I want the notoriety. Here we go flexing again. I want all of this. I want I want everybody to make me famous. But the problem is you're becoming famous because you put your business out there and people are talking about you. And now you want to go out and shame everybody for talking about you. Well, I don't understand. You started it by putting your shit out there, right?
It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm just saying, when we open ourselves up to tell our truth, we have to. Why did I leave something? Okay. Yeah, I got everything out. Thank you. But like, if you open yourself up to it, like we all know this. Like we know when we tell something personal about our lives in all these conversations, we put ourselves at risk to be vulnerable. That can be flexed as fear. A fear of opening up, a fear of being vulnerable, a fear of exposing ourselves too much. But why should I? Me personally, I don't understand why should I be in fear of any of that, because you know what? I face my skeletons. I've had my accountability with my past and everything about it. So I know the names I can be called. I know what my reality looks like. I'm okay with it. Call me whatever names you want. I don't give a damn anymore. I made my peace with it. Now, all I'm trying to do is make sure that somebody else younger than me doesn't go through the same shit I went through. So if that means I have to tell my story all raw and get ripped apart all over again, that's fine. I can get ripped up all over again, but the difference is it's not going to hurt me as much because I've gotten over it. I've healed from it. But not everybody can do that same thing. So that's where fear can come in as well.
Yeah, I agree. Basically, what I've seen like in a lot of TV shows and whatnot is basically saying like without fear, how can you become like overcome yourself or be better than yourself, or like know like how human you are, because fear is like what determines us all. That's what triggers that fight or fight response.
Yeah, listen here. Catch me, listen, this is October, right? So yeah, my fight or flight response is always on right now. I don't like Halloween. I hate this month. I can tell you right now, I hate this month. I work at an airport, and the fog that comes around here is so creepy. It actually walks across the street during the daytime.
Oh, that's crazy.
And then I have my coworkers talking about the headless horseman's gonna come get me. They be making the sounds of horses, and they be making the sounds of horses gallop in the car. I don't be in the mood for none of them at all. They be playing hide and seek jokes on me all the time. It's gonna be all fun and games until one of them gets two-pieced in the face messing with me. I'm just saying, I don't like Halloween.
Nah, I feel you. Everybody's so different about different seasons.
Yeah.
Damn, I think Kev and what's his name, Neil, left their phone real quick.
I'm
Or
here.
either they was just sitting there having a conversation talking about us together.
Facts. You called me, so no. No,
Oh, no,
I
I'm
was looking
here.
at this. I was looking at the video.
Skinwalkers in the middle of the night.
Why we gotta be dealing with skinwalkers? See, why y'all play too much?
Man, I be on TikTok way too much for y'all to be talking about skinwalkers and all that. Don't get me started.
Listen, I don't like Halloween. I don't. Can we just hurry up and get to Christmas?
Yeah. Thanksgiving. Don't forget Thanksgiving.
I don't mind Thanksgiving. I just cook, but I'm just saying, can we get past Halloween? Because
Nah, I
everybody
feel
got their stupid jokes, and I swear, if I see a freaking clown, I'm popping somebody. Somebody's getting hit this year.
nah. Is it cool if I go to the next question?
Let's
Of
get it.
course, honey.
Kev, is it cool if I go to the next question?
Let's get it.
All right. All flexes really love the hate they get more than complain about it. Agree. I gotta read that a second time so I can like comprehend it. All flexers really love the hate they get more than complain about it. I would say so because like when people finally get what they want and then they have to like rub it in to, well, not necessarily rub it in, but like kind of like show people that, hey, I got something that you don't, and then they feed off of it because I feel like they use it as how other successful people use it, but they just don't, you know what I'm saying, be as humble. Like that one Jay-Z song that talking about how they're holding money to the ear for the Instagram and they don't call that, that's not what they call money in a different place. So it's like they use that tactic to use hate to fuel them to even get more of what they want so they can flex even more. So I feel like they definitely love the hate, without a doubt.
What you got on that, shorty?
How do I know I'm doing something right? I got haters at my back.
I swear you do not answer the question how it's put out. You don't ever. The heck go.
I'm just saying, how do I know I'm doing something right? I got haters at my back. I won't know if I'm doing something good if I ain't got no haters, so I don't
Yeah,
know.
we know that. Everybody got some form of haters and stuff, so I can feel that. I'm just on this one. We just talking about flexers that get the hate. We obviously don't like the haters because that's not our intentions.
I told you, I still don't understand what a flexor is.
It's like it's no different from like you said boosting, right? As somebody that's boosting or somebody that's arrogant, somebody that gotta be the center of the show so everybody can give them a pat on their back. I guess that's what they expect in life or whatever. So they be coming out sticking like this, for instance, right? Walking around with money sticking out your pocket, and all you had to do was spend a quarter on some freaking annihilators. Or freaking the girls that be sitting here the way they dress got to have their cheeks out and all that other stuff like that. That's still some form of flexing because I got to show my body off. I got to do that, so that's flexing.
No, I don't see. I'm not like that. I'm
This not
like.
about you. Have you seen people that's like that though? Have you? I mean, I'm pretty sure you live.
I'm saying my sister is like that. My sister is
There you go.
so
Now let's talk about it. Now.
conceited. My sister is so conceited. Like, but we can humble her really easy. We just tell her she looks like Rick James. I'm sorry. Um,
Well, sort of messed up.
no, it's not because she does. There was a picture of her where she looked like Rick James, and we kept
Yeah.
yelling, "I'm rich, bitch."
Nah,
But
nah, but basically what we was trying to say is like, do you feel like she loves the hate more than she complains about it?
I don't know. I listen. She listen. If you ask her, she be like, "How you doing? I'm blessed. I'm blessed. I'm blessed." And that's just a cue that we know to just walk away. Like, ugh, whatever. Like we just, I call it quits on as soon as she starts with, "How you doing? I'm blessed. I'm blessed. I'm good. I don't even care."
I'm blessed. I say it all the time.
No. It's how she says it, where it's like the confidence and the flex is reeking off of it, and it's just like, yeah, I'm good. I don't even want to be bothered with your bullshit today.
Yeah, I get you though. So, yeah. So basically, all we saying is that do you think she like when she get that type of attention?
Oh
When
yeah. She
But then
she
you
likes
also got
that.
but they also be like, man, I'm tired of these haters. I can't believe they be doing that. They be always
Oh, well, I'm
complaining at
saying
the same
if you
time.
go for if you look at her from a
Why is
relationship
person worried
standard,
about my business and stuff like that? Like, oh, you was
yes,
looking at that.
yes. If you look at her from a relationship standard, yes, because the friends of hers that have met me, they have literally done like a double take, and it's like, how are you two related? And it's like, we're siblings. And it's like, you two weren't raised in the same house. Yes, we were. You can't be. We are. Well, I've never heard of you, but I've heard of your brothers. Wonderful. So it's like they don't know who I am, but especially when we get near each other, it's like, you two can't be possibly sisters. Like, it's impossible. You don't act anything like each other. You're night and day of each other. And it's like, we are sisters. We're only 3 years apart. She's just an ass. So,
Neo, you still there, Neo?
I'm still listening to y'all. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So what you think about the third question?
Listen, all flexes really love to hate. Yeah, you. At the end of the day, right? Some people do love it. They love the hate is the same as love. I always say there's a thin line between that love and hate. It just takes one mistake to turn somebody over. So at the end of the day, it all depends on how you feel about it. Now, I've never been of the person to flex and show people what I got, like guys who walk around showing the fancy cars and this and that. If I got it, I got it. But unfortunately, I can't control how you feel about it. That's the way you feel at the end of the day. It's just like if I see you with it, what am I going to do? I can't look at you and start hating you because you got this or you got that. I just go, I can admire it or just not pay attention to it. That's the way I kind of view it. But at the end of the day, everybody's a little different. And some people think because if you around them and you show any kind of thing, I used to play when I played football back in the day. As a team, we used to kind of he was the guy who played the best. But the only reason why we couldn't stand him is because he individualized himself instead of putting into the team effort. He always wanted to shine to the point of making people see him, where he would say, "Look, yo, you see what I just did? What I did? Yeah, we seen it, bro. You didn't have to tell us. We got it. Like we do stuff too, but you don't see us calling it out. Nor do we need a pat on the back. But each person
Neo, your
looking
antenna's
for
showing.
validation. Yeah, I'm in the store. Oh, I'm in the store, so I'm gonna lose signal a bunch of times. So you guys can keep
Okay.
going.
No, I want to hear what you're saying, but you're chopping up.
No, I don't know where I left off because remember the phone was in my pocket.
Well,
So,
get me out
so
of
I
your
was just saying the football dudes. Yeah, the football dudes. Like the way we played when we played with each other, it's like one guy wanted to point out that he made the play. Dude, we seen he made the play, so it's cool. None of us are calling out when we make a play. So it all depends on the person and the way they see it, from which vantage point they're seeing it. Some people seek validation; they need it to build some kind of confidence they didn't have. Some people don't. It just comes.
Mhm.
So it does depends on which way you're coming from it. So unfortunately, there's no right or wrong answer. It just is what it is. It just depends on the person.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, we're gonna get on after we do these last two. I got more topics in because I want to do some my old topics that feel like everybody ain't do. So the next one will be and I guess for me to answer it, I do believe all flexors. Yeah, they. Of course, I'm gonna agree with what I put down. That's funny, but the reason why I said that is that because like a lot they like to play it like they didn't know. Oh man, what the heck? Why this person run up on me? And why this person touch me, even though I know I just sat there and lift my shirt up so I can, and it's like none of this stuff is new. We done seen this happen to many people. It's people that just really don't think, that have a mind, all that stuff. They gonna rob you. You can get mad at the robber all day, but you should be more mad at yourself because you want to walk around with money sticking out your pocket. You knew somebody's gonna test it, and that's what I be meaning by people will test this thing that you think you stand on and all that stuff. So all that flexing and stuff, that stuff will get you in trouble. You can be mad at them all they want, but sure, they got what they got. They took their money from you because you want to walk around with a whole stack sticking out your pocket. But to a certain extent, to a certain point, you will have to be responsible and be, take accountable for the decisions you made on your end, because by now, none of this stuff is new. You thought that you was gonna do something different and special and all that stuff. That's the problem. Well, nah, if I wear my pants like this, then nobody's gonna try to do that. Or if I the one that want to, so stuff like that.
Okay,
we
so
can't act
now,
shocked anymore. So that's why I say
like,
that.
Kev, you're using it in a different way for me.
Okay, what you get? What you talking about? Go ahead.
No. So the way you just used it was in a different tone from me, because I wasn't thinking about like that. Like if someone flexed in front of me like that, like to try me.
Yeah.
I didn't think about it in that form. If someone tried me.
It's my tribe. Yeah.
Do you think there's such a thing as involuntary flexing?
If there's involuntary what?
The involuntary version of the flexing. Like my example was like somebody who voluntarily liked to flex, but some people maybe there's an involuntary flex, an unknown
I'm
flex.
saying
that the
I've
person
seen it.
doesn't
I've
even
seen
know.
it in game. Like I've seen it in football games where people do it without thinking. But I've seen it in the way Kev just gave it, where people are doing it like intentionally to see if someone will try them. Yes, I've seen that form too. And
Right.
I've seen people actually walk up and just do the most randomest stuff, and then are stunned when people actually respond with hands. Like I had a guy, it was our first time ever meeting this guy, and me and a coworker, we're walking together. Her name is Jessica. They're walking towards us, and so it's two gentlemen walking towards us, and we're walking towards them. And the one guy we had never met, his name was Kelly, and for some dumb reason he just reaches up and shakes her, grabs her by her shoulders and shakes her. I'm looking at her like, why did he just go shaking baby syndrome on you? Like, what the hell just happened? And then for some dumb reason, the devil must have tapped him on his shoulder and told him to come shake me too. And only problem was I reacted by throwing my arm in his face. So the backside of my forearm where my elbow connects at, that caught him in his face. And so I'm more stunned by, why were you trying to touch me? She's stunned because, like, how did your little 5'2" behind jump that high up to hit him in the face? And I'm still stuck on, why was he touching me? I don't understand. Why was he touching me? Like, it was a knee-jerk reaction for me to respond that way of you touching me, to defend myself. It wasn't an intentional flex. It was just a reaction of you putting your hands on me, trying to shake me. So I wasn't trying to like purposely like I wasn't intentionally like trying to harm him, but as soon as his hands hit me, my body just reacted to him, and I just swung. So, and I proceeded to exit my way out because he was just stuck on stupid. Like, did she just hit me? And that was when I just made, okay, he's stuck. I'm going to go this way because I'm just going to haul ass. I'm not asking any more questions. I'm running. But yes, so I've seen it like that too. But having people do the weirdest stuff around you, and like, it's not an intentional flex. It's just you react to the weirdest stuff, and it's like, how do you expect me not to react? I don't understand.
Oh no, this is where I'm coming from with that. It's not even just that part. I'm talking about the flex part, right? As in showing out. Okay, the person riding with rims, right? They know that it gets a lot of attention. Now I got spinners, I
Yes.
got all this other stuff. And when somebody come up and steal them things up off you, they act like they shot. They act all
Yes.
careless with it, put it everywhere, leave it, probably even leave the door unlocked. And when somebody steal it, that what the heck? Why did that happen? No, you being careless because you know a lot of people want that. You
Yes.
came out here because you know that everybody's attracted to it and it look like money, but you got broke people that's out here that's gonna be fainting for it. You can't be shocked that somebody stole your stuff, and
Yeah.
then you was careless.
Or if I had a wad of money in my purse and I left my doors unlocked and left my purse sitting on the seat. I can't be surprised if somebody busts my windows open to snatch that shit.
Exactly. But that's just you being careless. I wouldn't say that's flexing. That's just you being careless and doing it. But I'm just saying when you intentionally, just your goal was to just show out or show off, right?
Yeah. Show
So
off like, oh, okay, so if I was to like get all dolled up and then just walk into the wrong area and be like, oh yes, I'm so bougie, da da da, like that. Like I know I'm not supposed to be in a certain place and I'm walking in there, like, and then basically showing off what I got. That's stupid flexing.
exactly, yeah,
That's
exactly.
that's dumbass flexing. I would never. That I can tell you right now, I would not do. I'm not walking into somewhere I know I ain't got no business being. I'm not doing that. Like I've had it where I don't know if Neil was in the room when I told this story, but I've had it where like I was coming home from work one time and a guy pulled up to me and was like, "How much?" And I was like, "For what?"
Oh,
He
get
was
out.
like, "Yeah." I mean, I worked at a pharmacy, so I had to be like, I don't have to be like super cute, but I had to be professional. So, address heels, yes. My lab coat would be on top. But like he pulled up and was like, "How much?" And I'm like, "For what?" And he was like, "For you." And I'm like, "Not for sale." And he proceeded to follow me. So I walked his ass right into the damn ghetto, the nastiest street in the damn city, with the sticker boys on the corner. And I proceeded to ask them, I said, "Excuse me, gentlemen." And they looking at me like, "Did you just call us gentlemen?" "Yes, I did." There's a car probably about 100 feet behind me. He's been following me and he asked me how much. "Would y'all mind helping me? Please and thank you." So when it comes to that argument, would you rather have a bear or men? I'd rather have men because I can talk to a man and ask them for help.
Yeah, the only ones that want the bears because they got their little heart broken because a man didn't turn to a robot for them. That's the only one.
No, the only reason I would want the bear is because I'm going to cook that bastard. That's the only reason why I want the bear, because I'm going to cook him.
Wait, you said you choosing the bear?
I said if I chose the bear, it's because I'm going to
Oh,
cook his
I
dumb
get
ass.
you.
That's the only reason why I would choose the bear, because I'm going to cook his dumb ass. Other than that, I'm choosing the man because I can talk to the man. The man can actually keep me company. He also has something between his legs that I like, and it serves a purpose. So I will pick the man all day. Two, he can help save my little happy ass when I start some bullshit, which I'm known for doing.
Start some BS. What? That's a flex right there. What the heck?
Yeah.
Starting BS. So you gonna set your man up to get hurt?
No, I'm just saying I'm a bit of a problem child. My mouth
That's
is
not
loose.
a. There you go. Now you a prime example of what I'm talking about right here. That's not
So
the
that's a
flex.
flex.
Yes, that is, and that's exactly what my topic is about. The fact that you just that's funny that you did that. Yes, there you go, right there.
Okay,
Things
so
like that.
there. I get one flex.
Yeah.
I'm a problem child. I have way too much fucking energy. I have way too much energy. I'm very creative. So yes. If that's a flex, then that's a
I would
flex.
say it's dangerous at the same time too. But that's the whole point of this topic is like for things that's like that. If we know that, like, what are you doing with your problem, or you just gonna keep saying I'm a problem child? That's what I'm getting to about it. Because like eventually that's gonna end up hurting the next person because you are okay with saying being a problem child, but then do you also want to throw other people in the midst of it and harm them because you're a problem child you don't want to deal with while you're a problem?
Oh, no, no, no. See, understand when I say a problem child is it's because I'm creative. I'm creative and I entertain myself. Like I do puzzles, I read books, I play video games. I will find my way to entertain myself and not be bored. I don't need someone to actually like, oh, we got to go out to the movies. We got to do this. No, I'll entertain myself. I can find a million things in my house to entertain myself with and be perfectly happy. I don't have to go out and do anything. So I can sit at home and be completely happy. That's what I mean by I'm a problem child because I don't need to go out. I don't need to buy anything and it's annoying to other people because it's like, let's go do something. For what? I'm happy at home. I don't need to waste any money. I don't need to go out.
Okay.
So that's why I'm a problem child because I just don't feel like doing. It's like why? Why do we need to go out to do what? We can watch movies at home, and at the same time I can pause it when I want to get up and go to the kitchen to get something to eat, and I can't do that at the movies. And if I get tired, I can go to sleep. I can't do that at the movies, and I don't feel like wasting money at the movies if I can't go to sleep. Well, let's go to a restaurant. For what? I can cook everything. Why do we have to waste money on some bullshit? Well, let's go out and have a drink. For what? So I can risk getting a DUI? Hell no. We can be drunk at home. It's safer. Nobody can videotape us. We can get white girl wasted and nobody can tell on us. And then we can do bad things to each other. I don't need to go out. And two, I have to put clothes on if I go out. I just want to run around in my skivvies. Just saying. That's a problem for most people.
Wow.
That's a problem. So that's what makes me a problem child.
If things like that is a problem, then I wouldn't. They the problem. That's the opposite. Anybody got a problem with that, that would make them the problem child. I don't see what was so harmful about that. I think the part that threw me off was when you said that I need a man that can what'd you say? You said something about basically stand up for me because I can be a problem sometimes. And you said something like that. And that's the part that I was paying attention to.
Oh no. Listen, even if my mouth gets reckless, like I've only cussed out. Listen, I do have a problem with cussing people out. I ain't gonna front. But then again, I have menopause, so I'm menopausal.
So we unlocking some stuff as we let you. Okay, we unlocking some stuff, man. This is why you didn't know what a flexor was. Okay.
There's a lot of menopausal people on this app.
Once a woman hits over 40, baby, you automatically just expect menopause. I'm just happen to be the rare case of having menopause way too early. That's the only difference. My case makes me just way too early.
Was it brought on by something?
Cancer.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. It didn't kick my ass. But I'm just saying, like, I got it way too early. A 40-year-old disease at 21, yeah. So I've been going through it for a very long time. So it's funny because the women that are just now starting to go through it, I'm like, listen, you don't even know anything about having a furnace inside your spine. And they're like, oh my God, it's horrible. I'm like, wait till it gets worse. And they're like, it gets worse? I'm like, you have no idea. It gets worse.
Nothing to make you feel better, but I've known so many people in the family that's gone through it that's of age. So I'm experiencing watching it happen. So I can say yeah.
Listen, be happy you can run away from it. Be happy you can run away when it
Oh,
happens to the
oh, I
woman.
didn't run away.
No,
I
no,
was
I'm
I was in
saying
it.
if you have the option to run away, be happy you can. Because if you are stuck in the throw of it, you are probably praying for God to save you from us. Because it's
Oh no, that's
something.
what I'm saying. You didn't let me finish. I said I was in it. You didn't hear that part. I was there. I watched it in 4K.
It came in 4K.
Yeah. You didn't hear that part. You kept saying, no, 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 be careful. They did happen. I just told you I was in it. I watched it. Oh yeah, it's a sight. It's some weird stuff. There's some people crying, then they're laughing, then they're hot, then they're cold. I get it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and to wake up in the middle of the night and into a whole puddle. Wait for the random heat flashes where it's like I'm a hornball. Those are dangerous. Those are the dangerous parts. That's when you're just like, what did I get myself into? What is wrong with this woman? Sweet Jesus. Get off me, woman.
Did they give you the stuff though? Did you get the stuff to kind of help you through it? I know they gave him like some hormone therapies or whatever it is.
I actually couldn't take it because my on my dad's side, my grandmother had fibroids, so it was a warning not for none of the females on that side because we might run the risk of catching that.
Damn, girl. So you had to do it cold, like with nothing?
Mm-hmm. And
Oh,
because I was the first one to pop up with ovarian cancer at 21, that brought all the females on my dad's side into the hospital. Every one of them was getting scanned. Every one of them.
Hey, listen. God bless you, commend you. That's a hard trip.
So yeah.
That's a hard trip with medication. Without, that must be huge.
Yeah, like I said, it's not for the faint of heart at all. And now I'm about to clock all. And now I'm about to clock the hell. See if I can clock out. Thank you. Clock out. Let's go.
Kev looks like he's playing video games or something. Did Kev go through a family member that went through it?
I'm resetting his internet.
Did you ever experience anybody, Kev, that went through the big change?
Nah, I don't even know what it is. I be hearing about a lot of people talk about it. I just don't know what it is. I think that's something that might be what they say ignorant to.
Menopause is that biological clock for women when our bodies start shutting down. When we are at that point when we're supposed to be basically no longer fertile, our periods are stopping. It's the big hormone change for women. So it's the lovely time when our period stops, but at the same time, all of our hormones start fluctuating all over again. And we go through like the biggest imbalance of our lives. And when I always say big, you go from crying to like raging out, and your patience goes from being beautiful to inverted numbers of negatives. 0 to 100 in a matter of seconds. So you could go from a 0 to 1,000 in a second. The sweats. You remember when you were a kid and you had to sit on that furniture that was covered in plastic? And somebody would sit too close to you and you'd be like, oh my God, it's so hot, get away from me. You're sitting too close. That's how she feels all the time, like randomly, just anything could just make her feel like that, and you could watch it happen.
It's called the change. So you're going from estrogen to all testosterone. That's why you need that hormone therapy to help you kind of balance yourself out. So, but you said you couldn't even take it.
No.
So that must have threw. Oof, that's a lot. So you got that testosterone running through your veins.
No. I don't even have that. I don't even think I have the right amount of that either.
You should.
No, it's just a complete imbalance. Mine's is just completely off. Bye, guys. Me beeping at my coworkers, telling them I'm going home. They mad because I get to go home. I've been here all day.
What's the weird thing? Men don't have to go through that. So I guess that's why you guys get mad at us.
No. Well, you guys have midlife crisis and stuff like that. You guys aren't completely off the reprieve list of what stuff you guys go through.
Thank you.
And I'm saying,
acknowledging that.
I know. I'm saying, like, my dad. Okay, so I know this is way TMI. So my dad has gone through prostate cancer. And
sorry to hear that.
yeah, it's okay. Thank you. He survived and everything, but he had to do a couple of different types of procedures. And one of them was he had to freeze. They asked him if he wanted to freeze the sample of so they can get the biopsy. And he opted for the freezing. Bear with me, I'm going through the tunnel. Mic check. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Mic check.
Loud and clear.
You hear me? Okay, I just came through the tunnel. So either way, when he optioned out to freeze the sample, something went wrong. He had to be put into a bariatric chamber. He had to go through all these different types of tests and everything else. And long story short, at one point he ended up calling me to tell me that urine was coming out the wrong place. So apparently after that procedure of freezing, which we didn't know, a male's body can actually, that tube can close up. And we were like, what? Are you serious? So y'all have apparently some use it or lose it type theory with your third leg, that if you don't use it, you will lose that thing. It will close the hell up and nothing will come out of it, and it will come out of a different or part of your body. I was like, oh damn, I ain't never heard no shit like that in my life. I said, men got it wrong. I said, that's some real messed up shit. I said, do y'all tell the rest of them in this shit? I said, are y'all telling the rest of them in this? Because y'all need to warn them. I'd be nervous if I had a third leg. I said, I'd be nervous as hell to get my prostate touched after this. I said, I would never let nobody near my shit.
So many men have had this done, so I don't know. It may not be that common, but what do I know?
Like I said, I don't know. But after what my daddy went through, I was like, listen, I'm glad I am not a man, because I'll be damned. But he's got a colostomy bag and a urine bag attached to him for the rest of his life now.
Oh, so he had something else.
Bitch, you almost fucking hit me. No, that. So, yeah.
Broke up when you
So if you guys ever have to get your prostate checked, don't go for freezing. Just do surgery. I'm just telling you. Don't freeze. Do not freeze. If my dad could be on this live right now, he would tell you the same thing. He would tell you from a man's point of view, do not fucking freeze. Do not. And he's like almost 60 years old, and he would tell you from the rooftops, do not do that shit.
How did he find out that he had prostate?
Going to the doctor, his T numbers were off. His T cell numbers were off, and they said that that's how you find out that you have a possibility of having prostate cancer.
I know the one dude at my job, he ain't find out till like 70. When he turned 70, well, close to 70.
Yeah, so they say that if you have one family member that has it, you should make sure that everybody in the family, like, once you know one person in the family has it, you should make sure that it's automatically passed down the generations. Somebody did have this illness in the family, like, okay, heart attacks, it ran in the family, breast cancer ran in. You're supposed to pass it down, keep passing that information forward, so it keeps traveling. That way, everybody knows somebody in the family had it, and you constantly keep scanning the family for it, because things can skip generations and they can progressively get worse with each generation. Like, both my parents are allergic to penicillin. Out of all the kids, I'm the only one who's allergic to penicillin, and I'm the worst compared to everybody else. Without having a reaction to it. So you have to pay attention to what happens from generation to generation. You have to know who's allergic to what, who has what ailments. You never know. You might see it. Somebody puts glass on and they get bumps on the side of their head because their glasses have nickel on it, or their belt buckle, where their belt buckle touches their waist. You'll see the bumps on their skin, and it's like, why do you have bumps right there? It's because their belt buckle's made of nickel and they're allergic to it. Things like that. You don't realize it because you don't pay attention to things like that. But if you pass the information on from generation to generation about who's allergic to what ailments have been in the family, you'll know what to look for on each person or to pay attention to. But then again, that goes back to fear. Some people don't like passing that information out because of fear. Knowledge is power. Y'all still there? Or did I bore you to death?
I'm here. I'm here. I switched the topic because I feel like I can get right back to that topic, though, but we're going to do this one.
Huh?
So I switched the topic. We go back to the other one. My role pick up a little bit more.
What's the topic? I'm playing in the big wheel. I can't look down.
Delivery and tone matters to the people that don't want to change.
Yes. Because they're going to tone police me.
Get back on my regular page now. Let's get on the home page. All right, where did I put this? Charged up. Yeah, so for what I noticed though, how you feel about this point, Neo? What's the topic? I actually want a couple topics I want to do today because I got another one I want to redo. You say you like this prompt. Was you here yesterday?
Oh
This is
yeah.
what I did yesterday. I got the other prompt though. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do the one I have for today a little bit later though. I'm just gonna keep switching through them just to keep the room active. But yeah. This is new to you. Oh wow! I could have sworn you was here yet. Was you here yesterday? I swear you was here yesterday. I literally did this yesterday. That's the problem, literally from yesterday. Interesting. But yeah, how you feel about that, Neil? You said, how you feel about it?
All right, come on. Let's try, people. Finish it, so it's on my way.
Did y'all share yet? Share to some of y'all friends?
Yeah.
I will share as soon as I get stationary. I should be stationary in about 15 more minutes.
So are we talking about delivery and tone matter to people?
Basically, to sum it up, but the type of people I notice it matters to is the ones that really don't want to change.
Yeah, I could say that. It's all about where you are, like situationally. I always say it's situational. Like if you use a certain tone, let's say, for example, at work, it can be taken the wrong way, even though you don't mean it that way. It's just the way it comes off. You might be frustrated, something else where you think it's a normal way to just react, but you kind of have to be aware of the audience and kind of go, okay, all right, I got to switch it up a little bit. Just like if you go into the hood, like you go around hood dudes, like you got to change your whole swag a little bit to kind of be around them because once they smell,
isn't that considered fronting?
you have to, because people get uncomfortable when it's not something familiar.
See, I listen, all these new damn definitions of words and shit,
What they call
I
it?
think people are just, I'm just saying, I think people are chameleons. You blend in where you need to blend in. It's survival of the fittest.
Yeah, that's a survival tactic, though. I forgot the word. It's called code switching, I think. But
listen, like I said, people want to change definitions. It's called chameleon. You blend in.
chameleon is an animal. We talking about the definition, and chameleon is an animal. But I think they are the same thing, though.
Like I said, it used to be called fronting. Now it's code switching. This is all I'm saying. They want to change it.
I was just fronting. Sorry, nah.
But I'm just saying that's what it used to be. That's what it used to be termed as. It was fronting. Now it's flexing. Now it's before that it was showboating and standing on your soapbox.
No, that's different. Flexing and showboating and arrogance, those are the same things. But chameleon, that's just basically what they call fence riding. They call it but it depends, right? Because some people I don't think, but I would say code switching would be more like the positive thing, because that's a survival tactic where you can't be the same person if I'm in an interview. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to be the same person I am on here in front of my parents, stuff like that. You don't treat your parents like you treat your kids. You literally code, like you switch the way that you act per person in that instant, because everybody, you have to communicate differently with them. I'm not about to be all, what is that? Be all, I guess, street. If I'm not in the street, I'm not about to be street talking when I'm in a dang on interview. But some people do that. They don't switch. That's why, that's why they can't keep a job, because they get judged off be around.
Yeah, but I'm saying
be professional, stuff like that.
That was just told to act accordingly, like to have proper
That's what that
decorum. To have proper decorum. That was just old phrases that we used back then. Don't be facetious. Now it's different terminology about words. Shit, look at how people use the word wretched. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a tool now. Oh, it's a ratchet.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a tool. I never got that.
It is a tool.
Look how they use cap. Somebody cap.
No, that's on my head. I just took it off.
Or that's on a bottle.
No, I did that to my my teenage cousin. She was like, "Oh my God, you're so ratchet." I said, "No, I just put my tools away. Why are you calling me a tool?" And she was like, "What?"
Stay hoes out here. That's a tool.
And I was like, and I said, "That's a tool, honey. I put my tools away." And she goes, "No, it's not. That's not." I said, "You enunciate the word as wretched." And she goes, "What did you just say to me?"
Mm-hmm.
You enunciate the word as wretched. That's the way it's fucking spelled, and that's how you say it. And she goes, "What was that other word you just said to me?" Enunciate? You know what it means to like pronounce, right? And she goes, "There you go with your damn big brain. I'm gonna need you to take 20 feet away from me before I slap the black off of your ass."
Not that.
She's already light bright. I ain't got that far to go.
Mm-mm.
I'm sorry, I got bad jokes. You know that was funny.
I did. I laughed. I laughed. You had me crying. My tears was on the same. I was like, hey, Gen X.
Hi,
What's
Gen
up?
Z.
I know. I'm eating.
Yeah, I can see you doing your thing. Caught you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Caught you eating. I'm the only one supposed to be eating on the lot. So he's all. Hold up.
My little string cheese, my mozzarella.
Oh.
It's one of my vices.
Probably eating it the Gen X way too.
I am pulling it apart. I'm savoring it.
She's playing with her food.
Wrapping it around her tongue and
What's up, Jenny?
It's ooey gooey.
I'm gonna see if I still got it. Tying knots like it. Yeah.
That's what got them to. This one was a keeper. Oh man! Like they leave the cheese stick alone, man.
Hey, what delivery tone matter to people that I know there's a word there, I can't make it.
Don't.
Oh, okay. Delivery tone matter to people that don't want to change. I don't agree. So is that all I gotta do is to say I don't agree? Or
If you want to explain why you don't, that'd be cool.
so have you guys all went through the whole thing, or are you just doing the first one right now?
This is an old one from yesterday, so you can go through the whole thing if you wanted to.
Jen,
I'm just doing this for now until the room pick up, and I'll go back to my regular topic again.
Okay,
Jen, we
delivery
only did
tone
the
matter
top
to
one.
people that
Take
don't
care.
want to change.
Nay.
Hi, Nate. Jen, we only did the top one. I just keep messing with him and going off subject all the time.
Who is that?
Yeah, I disagree on that. I'm one of those people. You can throw tomatoes at me, but I think delivery and tone do matter. Because not everyone in ear range are the same in how they receive messages, and so I have to be aware of that for people. And I think I learned that. From being in a managerial position with different personalities and different ages, and where they're at in their communication style. And I learned that, so I wanted to get points across when I had to be different with certain people. Because I guess you saw me last week. My tone was completely different with one situation. But for me, being nice to somebody, like, right? Like I try, to be kind and nice and to everybody, but then there are a few people that will come across your path, and you know that they're up to no good. You know that because you've watched them, and so you have to have a certain tone with those people to let them know you're not going to walk over me. I've seen you do it, and I know, and I've got your number. So I'm gonna meet you at the level that you understand. I don't have to be indignant, and I don't have to curse at you, but I will meet you how I know that you are. But it's still gonna be kind. I'm not gonna. I think Shorty said ratchet. I'm not gonna do that, but I will be assertive. If right and wrong can change per person, people should be allowed to say and do whatever they want with no consequences, right? No, that kind of ties with what I said. And I think it's just a person's how they are. If they're not equipped mentally, I'm not going to deal with somebody that doesn't know how to act. You don't have no home training, and you just start spewing for no reason, and you say, "Oh, that's just who I am," and you got to deal with it. No, I don't. I'm gonna dismiss myself because it's just kind of pointless. Because some people have undiagnosed issues they don't want to come to terms with, and I don't have to come to terms with it if they don't acknowledge it and want to come to terms with it. I'll bow out, basically. It's change for another
Hold on,
person.
before we go there, I want to say, because I do want to get on that. So I do want to get more people that may, because you said you disagree with the red prompt, right? All right, so because I'm gonna explain a little bit more. Oh, smack this fly out the way. I wanted to.
No spills. You don't have Bounty, the quicker picker upper.
What
did you knock over?
No,
He
I
was about
had
to knock
elbow
over
my
something
mic.
on the carpet.
I had a microphone.
We thought you spilled something. We about to say you ain't got no bounties. You
No, I ain't dropped nothing. Nah, nope. Oh, that's what y'all was talking about.
You
I
better
wonder where it came
advertise
from.
for the TikTok shop. Advertise some of that Bounty.
Right. Get this. So anybody else, if they this, because I'm gonna explain why I believe the people that delivery matter to is the ones that don't. So basically, that's what that is. Delivery and tone only matters to the people that don't want to change, and I'm gonna explain the reason why I say that. So the key word is don't want to change. So, but anybody else? Anybody disagree that people can want to change and delivery still matter?
I don't know if I could agree or disagree with this. Delivery and tone matter to the people that don't want to change. That don't want to change. If I don't want to change, well, I want to change. I don't like you talking to me like that, so I don't want you talking to me that way. So if I want to change and I don't want you talking to me like that, so you need to fix your mouth. So I guess is that agree or disagree? You're making my head hurt.
Disagree then. It sounds like you disagree.
I'm changing and I don't want you using bad words to talk to me. So I can't tell if that's agree or disagree. That's how I feel.
I think you disagree. You saying that the delivery matter though, because you say you don't like the way they saying it to you, but you claim, I'm gonna say the word claim, but you claim that you want to change, but you don't like how the person is saying it to you. So,
no,
yeah,
I'm saying, I don't want you calling me out my name. Yes, I don't.
Delivery don't always mean words to somebody. You can call somebody their name and have a nice delivery. Everybody means delivery with wording.
No, because see, my thing is people use this B word and this N word like it's toilet paper.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with delivery. That's just words.
I'm saying but to me, I'm not that, and I don't think it's commonly used. Yeah. I think it's disrespectful, point blank, period. So yeah. I don't care for that.
Some people don't like being direct, which is a form of delivery. People don't like that. Some people rather you be around the bush and stuff, and they don't like that.
I find that disrespectful. No, but see, I respect honesty. I respect 100% honesty.
Yeah.
So if you lie to me, I find that disrespectful. So if you can come at me honestly,
No, some people like sweet
and
lies.
no, 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 I respect honesty. I don't listen. I don't need you to be like, listen here, your fucking hair is ugly and you look like shit.
That's not
Listen,
delivery though.
that's just being evil about it. Like, I don't need you to cookie code it and be like, hey, babe, you ain't gotta be all like passive about it and be like, listen, the dress is nice, but it don't look good on you. That's fine. Okay, it doesn't hurt my feelings. Okay, it's not the dress for me today. I'll go change my clothes. But for you to say, oh, you look like a fat sloppy da 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 da. Okay, why are you being so aggressive? Why you gotta be mean about it?
Yeah, that's
Like,
just wording.
so if that's
But
what we mean like that, then
the
you
delivery
gotta,
tone. No, it's so many different tones and different forms of delivery. I think everybody always go to the worst, and some people act like that. People say it that way, but they say that's the delivery. But there's so many different forms. Some people might not like. Some people call certain deliveries condescending, and it might not be. And they just took it as that way. But I get you. So we gon' who else? So I see basically two say that delivery matters when you really want to change. That's basically what the counter of this would be. So the counter is delivery matters when they want to change. So who else? AJ, your hands is up. Do you believe that delivery and tone only matters to? Well, I can say only. I shouldn't have put it. I'm basically, I do mean only, but delivery matters to people that don't want to change.
I think if we're talking in extremes, again, it's to me, it's almost too extreme. It's both, right? You can be disrespectful and completely miss the thing that you were trying to help somebody change with your delivery, if you don't know how to speak to people, right? It's not always about babying somebody and then finding the exact right words to say something. You have to be able to speak directly and speak clearly, and you know what I mean. But then at the same time, right, there are people who have the most perfect delivery and the most perfect whatever, and people still miss it. So to me,
Right.
it's never an extreme, right? On this, there is no agree to disagree. I'm neutral on it. It depends on the situation. It depends on the context. If we're talking about the world of TikTok, y'all function in extremes. Let's be real. Either it's too disrespectful, how dare you call me out, you're the worst person ever, and you have to lie to everybody's face, or you're a martyr, right? Or you have to sit there and placate to everybody. That's TikTok. We talking real world stuff. You got to know how to talk to people. This thing is called soft skills. If you don't have soft skills, then sometimes that's going to happen. And when you're trying to help people, it's not always going to be, oh, well, I just have to say it however, I see fit for that other person. Because at that point, are you really trying to help that person change? Or are you trying to be in control of somebody else's change? So it really does depend. It's not an agree or disagree for me. It's both. I agree and disagree. I'm neutral on it. Depends on the situation. That's just where I'm at.
All right. Anybody else? And I explained why I said what I said. So overall, remember, I never said that delivery don't matter, but we gotta read. I'm gonna break it down what I mean on this stuff. Cause I do kind of stand on this one though. I ain't gonna lie, I do stand on it just off my experience though. Go ahead, Nate. I think you wanted to go. Or did you? You heard this yesterday, didn't you? Yeah, I want you cheating. Never mind. Yeah, she took on mute anyway, so let me get this. So,
Hey,
what I
Gemini.
mean, well,
I was just saying hi to Gemini.
oh, yeah. My brother Gemini in the building. But yeah, after we get all big done with this, we're gonna go back to the other prompt. We go back to the prompt I had for today when I get some more heads up in here. But all right. So what I mean by this, right? I do believe that if a person don't. So my thing is, if you want it bad enough, well, that's with anything. It really don't matter. You're just gonna get it. So like I used this same analogy yesterday. That I don't think I'm gonna highly disagree that a homeless guy is gonna worry about if the pizza comes to him. A piece of pizza or piece of food was boiled up and given to him, and he gonna be picky with it. Like, nah, I don't want it. If he's hungry for that thing, he's gonna take it because he wanted bad enough, right? I think the key word I should have put in there was bad enough. But Still, I just wanted to make it like they want to change. I said want to change. A lot of the times, the people we're trying to talk to, they don't want to change. They never ask. Some of the stuff we didn't. Some of the people never asked for. A lot of people like being them for the most part, and that's the thing. A lot of them, a lot of people is more of, so nowadays it's more of an excuse because they can be like, well, this is the way that you said it to me, and that's why I can't take it. And if you change the delivery, right, it's still gonna be the same thing. So that's why I know that a lot of people just they gonna try to make up something. So overall, right, what I realize, no matter if you fiending for something bad enough, it really just don't matter how they say it or not, as long as you get the message. If some people, delivery only got to do with how you feel about it. You know, if your feelings override the actual message, or if you want to really be helped, you don't want it bad enough, and that's what it is. You know, some people they good on like, okay, let me live the way I am. You know what I'm saying? But otherwise, when it comes to I really deeply need to change or something like that, and you're going to go to help, you're going to look for help anyway, like from any type of way. But the thing is, now we so spoiled with certain things, and even like I said, we spoiled with love, right? I need you to love me this way or something like that. But if this is the only way people know how to love, you're going to be you just want love. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to be selective and choosy with the situation. So the thing is, people really don't want it bad. They don't want help bad enough. That's a reason why they say they want to say, nah, you know, it matter. I don't like the way you're saying it to me and like nothing like that. At the end of the day, if they told you this is how you get out this, or this is how you make that money, or this is how you survive this situation, it really don't matter how a person say it or deliver it. You just know, like, okay, I must not do this. But when people is fighting either their lifestyles or something like that, or they don't feel like that they need to change or something like that, that's when they're gonna be like, well, I don't like the way you're saying it. I don't like the way you threw an extra word in there that triggered me or something like that. That's when they use their feelings over what the actual message is, and so that'd be more of an excuse of why they don't want to accept it. Because like I said, when you could switch the delivery 100 different times or whatever, and they still want to say that I don't get it or something like that, then they don't want to get it. They would never spend that time. And even if a person that really don't, if it didn't matter, right? I mean, if they was to choose to really be invested in it, they're gonna be like, I really do want you to break this down to me. But people don't do that. You know, people so prideful and ego driven and all that stuff. No, they're gonna be like, no, I'm leaving it alone. I can't get it. I'm not about to do it. So they just give up. You know what I'm saying? They like, whatever. And they really didn't want it anyways. But like I said, what I notice in life, when you want things bad enough, because even the people that say the delivery man, they always go to rooms like, that's why I got one of the things on here, safe spaces and all this other stuff, and be the same exact person. So it's not a delivery in the world to save you from what you really want to become. You got to really be accepting to, like, I wanted to receive this message and live it. So I do, yeah. Overall, I do believe that no, if it only just matter if you freaking you don't want to change. People don't want to change. What people really want to change anyway. People like rather stay being themselves as best as they can, or anything. Nobody don't want to change for real. That take a lot of humbleness. That take a lot of putting your ego to the side, because everybody's good with just, oh, well, I like just being me, and this is just me. You know, I'm that type of person. I'm very snappy. When somebody try to get on you about, no, that's just how I am. You know, we know a lot of people just like living that way. So who will want to change? But the best bet will be like, it's the way you're saying it to me. You know what I'm saying? That's the best bet people can do. So that's what it is. So overall, that's what I noticed after talking to so many people. Yes, it's going to matter if you don't really want to change, but it do. Now I'm gonna put it this way, because the thing is not saying delivery don't matter. I never said that, right? It do matter, because some people you can motivate off your delivery, right? But these are people. The thing is, the fact that you had to motivate them, they wasn't looking for the change anyways, right? That's what I'm meaning by that. If you know what I'm saying, if you want it bad enough, it really just don't matter. You already motivated yourself, right? But some people do get motivated off delivery. Some people do also hear a message even clearly. You know what I'm saying? So that's just that's how I look at that one though. But when you want to change, you really don't, you're going to try to get it the best way you can, no matter how it comes. That's just how it is. You're not picky with how you get your help. You just don't.
But this is why I'm asking. I'm asking the question. I asked them in the comments a couple times. Who's inciting the change, right? Because if I'm sitting here and I'm living my life, right, like as we all are, And if it's something that I already have come to the conclusion, yes, I want this to change, then yes, to a degree, what you're saying is true. But again, delivery, the tone, the way it's still also going to be said is going to make a big difference. Why? Because you can't just
True.
concoct me out the side of your fucking neck. That's anybody. I'm going to dismiss you based off of that. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
going
you
to take
care
it
about your
seriously.
feelings
Hold
more than
on.
that's crazy.
Hold
Yeah.
on. Hold on. It's not about protecting my feelings, about respecting myself at the end of the day.
Your
Now,
feelings, yeah, same
if
thing.
it's respecting myself at the end of the day, it's called
All right.
self-respect. Now,
Well, we
with
get to
that
talk
being
like that now
said,
though,
hold
because we
on,
picky.
hold on. What I'm trying to say is, who's inciting the change? Because I could be going into any type of room and somebody's gonna say I need to change. AJ, you're too direct. I need you to be softer with me. AJ, I need you to do. If I'm constantly changing because other people are pointing some stupid shit out, and it's not necessarily something that I feel, whether I feel or I see is important, then at
Exactly.
what point am I living for me? That's what I'm saying. Who is
You
inciting
didn't.
this
It wasn't
change?
important enough. That's what my
But
point. That's my point.
who is inciting the change? Is it me or is it other people? Because I don't live for other people.
Exactly. There you
So
go. Right.
what are we doing?
That's the point. That's the point of the
What do you
topic.
mean?
If you don't
That's
want
not,
the change
never
and
mind.
somebody else is inciting the change, you don't. That's when
That's
delivery
not the
matters.
point. I'm asking, okay, I'm asking a question. When we are talking about change, okay, I could be talking to anybody, right? If they don't see the issue and what it is that they need to change, that's a totally different issue.
True.
So that's why I'm asking. When we are talking about, okay, does delivery matter? Are we talking about people who already are in the process of like, hey, I need to change this? Because that's a different conversation versus
Right.
somebody just being like, hey, you know what? You need to dye your hair blue because you look better with blue hair.
Right.
What the fuck is, like, what are we talking about? That's
I
what I'm
think
trying to figure out.
the
I'm trying
people
to get down
that
to the basis of what we're talking
yeah.
about so we can
I
better
think
understand.
it's say it on there. It's literally say it. The people that don't want to change is who it matters to.
So the
So the
people
people
who are
that's
looking
looking
for
for
outside
change,
change.
they don't
Okay.
care about the delivery, which means that they want to change themselves, not people trying to change them.
But you have
That's what I'm
people,
saying.
but here's my argument. You have people on this app every day who claim they want to quote unquote change
Claim
because
right.
it sounds good. Hold on. Because it sounds good, right? It's an aesthetic, but they don't want to do the work. That's completely different than me going, hey, Jane, you know what? You need to dye your hair pink because you're going to look better with pink hair. Those are two different things.
True.
So that's why I'm trying to get, what are we talking about when we're talking about don't want to change? Are we talking about
Yeah. If you don't
aesthetics?
want to change,
Or are we
you're
talking
going.
about people who are just, okay, I'm just giving out an opinion? Because if that's
No.
the case, then nobody wants to change if we're just going based off everybody else's damn opinion, because then we're living
Yeah.
for other people. So what are we talking about?
Yeah. I explained it. I explained it flat out. If you just don't want to change, you're going to prioritize your feelings over anything.
All right.
That's what that is. It's like I
So,
said, that's why I use the homeless guy. I use the homeless guy as an example. I said a homeless
Okay, but
guy
the
is not about to
homeless guy
stop
could
his.
be homeless for multiple reasons. So just because I
Exactly.
gave him pizza, right? Say if he's out there because he has tremendous, I don't know, substance abuse issues, does he necessarily care about the pizza? No. But if I sit there and say, hey, you need to go to rehab, here's a free program, he may not take that.
Sure.
So
But he's worried about being hungry now. That's what I'm saying. People, when you starving for help or you really starving for some type of change or whatever, you want to better your life, it really just don't matter. You're going to try to figure it out. Especially on some people be on their last and like, you know what? I really don't care. I got to get this done and I got to make it happen. Like that's what I'm saying with the dude that's homeless. If his stomach growling on this stuff, he don't got time to say that. Why did you give me this this hamburger and say, take it, motherfucker? You know what I'm saying? He's not about to be like, no, you take it. He's not about to do that. He ain't got time for that because he's not prioritizing his feelings. He prioritizing his hunger because he needs it. He really wants it. That's the
hey
difference.
Kev, isn't that like when our elders used to say, I'm old and stuck in my way and I'm not going to change?
Oh yeah, that's just more of that's just be excuses and them being aware of it. That's their go-to, so they can be like, just shut up, don't say nothing about me, and let me continue being me. You know, so that's ego and pride anyway. So
I think it's based on people's lived experience. But again, if when it comes to helping other people change, we can't be that picky and choosy, right? Obviously, when it comes to food or shelter or a place to putting a roof over somebody's head, those are basic necessities. If I'm talking about, okay, here's a free program to get you off the street, okay, that is not only going to put you in rehab, be able to get your job so you can feed yourself,
Mhm.
what's the likelihood if he has a substance abuse issue that he doesn't want to change that he's going to take that? Because a lot of the time they don't.
Yeah, that's true. That's when
So
your delivery
that's what I'm
matters.
saying. We exactly
That's when it
right.
is, right? Because
So at
you're
some
trying to
point,
persuade somebody, you know.
so at some point, this is what I'm saying, right? It depends on what the situation is. Why I can't say I agree or disagree. For the most part, yes, a lot of people are aesthetic. So they're gonna talk about, yeah, I'm gonna change. I'm gonna get up early. I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna eat healthy. I'm gonna do all these
Yeah.
things that they don't actually can do, right? Which we can call them out all day. But then you also have other people on the other side of the coin, right? Who are turning around telling people how they need to live their lives, which people are going to be like, well, fuck you. I don't give a shit what you said. I don't even care how
Right.
you said it. Leave me alone. So that's why I'm saying, like, for me, that's why it's down the line. It depends on the situation. It's very situational
Yeah.
based.
I think the key word in there
Okay?
would be need versus wants. When somebody, you notice we live off a life of wants. When you want something, everybody go for what they want automatically. You know, they don't make
That's motivation.
they don't
Exactly,
It's
Kev.
self motivation.
they don't make
That's the self
what you call
motivation
it
of
to
it.
it or excuses. They go like, no, I want that booty, and I'm going to find any way to get to that booty.
Like,
I mean,
exactly. Like, just because you want it don't mean, like, because we all want a lot of things. Like, I want stuff, but that don't mean, oh, I'm just gonna go and get it. Like, no.
yeah.
Well, there's a difference between impulse, but wanting things is a self-motivating thing, right?
Yes,
If I
yes.
want to live a long time, then okay, I'm probably going to do things that are going to increase my life expectancy. So I may not want to go on the diet, but I want to live a long time.
Mm-hmm.
That's my
Exactly.
motivation. So we have to understand what that motivation is. We can't sit there and just say, well, you should never want anything. You just need to go based off your needs. Because if that's the case, nobody would do shit.
Yeah.
Right? I
Wants
don't want
overpower
to go
needs
to
every day,
work.
anyways, though.
Right? For example, like I don't want to go to work, but you know what I mean? I want money.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
And
That's
I
why I go to
need to
work.
survive and all that. So
That part.
yeah, that's what that
The
is,
want
man.
is the self thing. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be quiet. I'm
And
gonna shut
that's the
up.
reason. Look, that's more of a reason why I put it like this, because I realize we live off wants, and like I said, when people want things, they do anything to get it. You know, they will try anything. Just like people be like, well, I got that, so I had to get on the pole or something like that. So they going to figure some way to get to what they want. You know what I'm saying? No matter what it takes, and that's what I feel like when it comes to this. You know, when it comes to change, you gotta want your change. Now it ain't need no more, right? And I noticed that you were speaking more on the need thing. People is not about to fight for the need nowadays, and because people will have to. And that's so sad. That is so freaking sad that we just based off of that, because you really have to want your needs now. So it's like what I noticed, when people want something, they literally just strive. Nothing can get in the way. It's no obstacles. They're not gonna stop it. And the key word I should have put in there is want it bad enough. And that's what I want to get to. Because when you want something bad enough, it really don't, like, ain't nothing can stop them. And that's just what it is. That's anything.
That's true. But I mean, I think that's the thing though, is one, we also live in America, so how many of us really don't have our needs? Right? Majority of a lot of our needs are basic human needs to keep us alive
Yeah.
and do everything else, right? That's covered, legally, you have to do this, legally you have to do that. Okay, we can't let this happen, so on and so forth. So that's already there, right? A lot of people like to complain about things that they don't have, right? Everyone wants to keep up with the Joneses. So until we break down these dynamics and really get down to the point, this is the reason why people's wants are completely off. Oh, well, you know what? I don't want to work. I don't want to do anything, but I want to live in a mansion. What? Oh, now I'm depressed. I don't live in a mansion. Are you really depressed because you don't live in a mansion? Why do you want to live in a mansion but you don't want to do shit? See what I'm saying? People do shit like that. Like, that's the thing. And if we have to admit that we do live in a country where people literally look for shit to complain about. Think about it. People are always looking for something to complain about. Oh my God. You know what? I can go to McDonald's right now and get a whole meal for $6. Oh, but that's just way too expensive. Like, how dare it be on demand? Versus you go to other countries where you may have to, like, you know what I mean? It may take like 10, 12 hours for you to get that McDonald's. So it better be worth it.
Mm.
You see what I'm
That's
saying?
deep.
Or maybe you come from immigrant parents like I did. We're going to places like McDonald's or Wendy's. That was like Christmas to us. That was not an everyday thing. I had to grow up eating home meals and eating scrap
Spoiled, man.
food.
Key word.
See what I'm
We
saying? Like
spoiled.
that is what I grew up doing. So when I go to like McDonald's or anything else, like I'm not going over there like, oh my God, why are they taking forever? This is terrible. This tastes like ish. Like what? You know what I mean?
Oh, you're right.
This was you know what I mean? When you're a kid and you don't have getting a Happy Meal. All right, let me tell you what it was like for me getting a Happy Meal when I was a kid. When I would get a Happy Meal, I used to have to share that shit with my brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that means I had to share the drink, the fries, the burger, and the toy. That was Christmas to us. What is a toy?
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? But how many little kids complain? Oh, well, the toys suck now. You can't do nothing with them. At least y'all had the toys.
Ooh.
See what I'm saying? Because not everybody has that. But we sit in a country where we complain about everything. Oh, well, it's not this. It's not to this standard. Oh, we want to be bougie. Oh, what kind? I mean, think about it. It's even down to even drinking water. You meet somebody who drinks water regularly, we act bougie as shit about that. Oh, you're drinking Fiji and not alkaline? That person's drinking water. Who cares? At least you have clean water to drink. At least you have choices of clean water. There are places, even in America, they don't even have that. Go to Flint, Michigan. Go drink the tap water. Oh, wait, you can't do that. So what are you complaining about? That is the issue that everybody has. Everybody want to complain about everything. We want things that are impossible, so we have something to complain about because we've convinced ourselves that complication means sophistication. So let me complicate my life. This is why nothing in my life works, because I want a mansion, but I don't want to work for it. It should have just fell out of the sky. Why aren't my parents rich? Well, why don't you go out there and work for it?
Wait, hold on, AJ, like, because, okay, so I would just want to say this, like, people think that they don't have to do nothing and stuff just gonna fall in their lap or something. Like, no, like, if you want something like a mansion, like a nice car, like something expensive, like people who have those things, they literally work for it. Like, it's like, if you want that, you better get your butt up and get to work. Like, what you mean?
But you have people who literally want that but don't want to do shit. Okay, you have
Right.
women who, I don't want to work, I don't want to do nothing, so I need to be with a guy who's making X amount of money, and all he is a paycheck. And then he's wondering, and then you gotta sit there and wonder, okay, well, why do people get divorced? Because she didn't marry him because she actually loved him. She married him because he was working a certain job.
Exactly.
Or vice versa, right? Oh, he married her because, she was just pretty and she got a BBL and all this other stuff. In 20, 30 years, that shit's gonna fade. That shit's gonna be out of style, also on and so forth. And then we're gonna be sitting here wondering, oh, well, why are people getting divorced at a high rate? Because y'all get married for aesthetic reasons. You get into relationships for aesthetic reasons. If that person is not attractive enough and your friends don't give you oh yeah, you guys make a cute couple, let's be real. Lady, most of y'all wouldn't be in the relationships you in.
Yeah.
Let's
I
be real.
think this is another thing too, though. She made me think about that. It's people that got it easy too. That's what it is. So the thing is, a lot of people compare that and think that that's the whole world. Okay, man. Oh, he got 1 million followers off of just coughing and stuff, right? So everybody is like kind of falling for stuff like that, and they like, oh, why they get it easy? I need to do it too, and all that stuff. And they really think so. It's just like I think people get just like when people always want to post. That's why I be feeling like, which we gonna get to the other topic about the flexing, right? People be flexing their relationships and stuff, but people they only showing. It's people that basically get tricked, right? So they think that that with relationship is only good stuff because all people do is post good stuff. You know what I'm saying? They post, ooh, look at that, they kiss, they hug, they hold hands and all that stuff, but they don't show what's behind the background and all that stuff. And that's what we confuse people. Like, hold up, what the heck? You disagree with me? What the heck is that? Ain't no way you can do that. Because when I see relationships, they holding hands, kissing each other, doing whatever they want to do and all that stuff. What the heck is you disagreeing with me for? This can't be right. So they get bougie, they get all that other stuff because they didn't see. They don't know, the reality. Stuff be hitting them heavy and stuff. And that's the reason why I have things against, like, when people be posting. I'm like, what do you be posting y'all relationships for? I don't get it. Who else you trying to prove to? What you gonna get on that? Because my real topic today is that. But this one of my old topics. This from yesterday. But it's stuff like that can mess people up, and then you have to, like, if you are going to post different things, just like what Lovely even said one time, right, about when people have arguments in front of people. if you gonna have an argument, don't always show that y'all cute and stuff. If y'all have an argument, right, show how that y'all can resolve it and all the other stuff, because that's reality, right? But if you always showing, we're just cute and we don't have to do nothing, they're gonna get caught off guard in real life, right? Because they so
Because we
looks,
live
and
in
it's
fake
like
it
some
till you
people was
make
kind
it culture.
of forced the bouginess, you know what I'm saying, in a way, you know what I'm saying, unintentionally, because all they seen was or paid attention to that. And so some people can't really, help
Every
with how they think, though. That's why I be trying to have a little compassion for some people, though. But some people, you just gotta try to get them reality check, though. But their
But I'm
parents should have
just,
did that.
but I'm just saying, the main reason why things are like that, right? We can point out that yes, it's annoying as shit, but we have to understand, okay, why are people like that? We live in fake it till you make it culture,
Mm-hmm.
right? Well, I remember being, a teenager playing in nightclubs, stuff like that, playing, doing what I needed to do, trying to make it here in the, trying to make it in the music industry. Anyways, and they used to tell you that all the time. Oh, you got to act bigger than you are. You got to fake it till you make it. I pretty much had to act like I was a whole ass rock star before I was ever a rock star. I'm like, I'm still in high school.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I have to go through this struggle, and that's the problem. Everybody thinks everybody has to go through the exact same struggle. We don't want to make things easier for the next generation, right? So why would I kick them to the finish line on how to resolve conflict when they just have to go through conflict and figure it out for themselves? Let's be real. That's majority of most people's thinking, older people's thinking. Okay. And to prove that, you hear that all the time. Anytime there's an argument between a young person and an old person, well, y'all just have it too easy. Okay, if I plot somebody from, I don't know, 1926, found a way to revive them to have a conversation, they're going to say every single older person right now had it easy.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the point? The next generation, the younger people are supposed to have it easier than the older generation. That's called evolution. But for some reason here, everybody's got to go through you got to know what it's like. You got to go through the struggle. You got to go through the starving. You got to go through this. You got to go through that. It's going to humble you. We need to find other ways to humble people. We need to stop doing this aesthetic shit. That's what it is. That's the reason why young people fall for aesthetics all the time. You know what I mean? It's not till you get older, you've had enough experience, you've been in those relationships, you realize, hey, relationships come with conflict. That you're able to look at that, I don't know, social media couple that posts their so perfect life and be like, that shit ain't perfect. Okay, look at Chris Watts. That's a prime example. You think that he's not the only one. That's the reason why I was laughing when everybody was so shocked. I was like, he's not the only person to do that.
AJ speaking today.
You know it.
I'm just saying, like,
She do more than just eating food and all that. She.
I mean, I try to drop it because at the end of the day, here's the thing. I've been feeling like I've been crazy most of my life. Where I'm just like, am I the only person who sees this ish? Because there's no way I can be the only person who sees it. And the thing is, the more I talk to people, the more other people see it. But it's just like, damn, I never really thought about it. You know what? You're right. Okay, cool. So now what are we going to do to change it? Collectively. I'm not sitting here trying to come up with solutions for the next person. How do we change this?
Think about that, AJ, and I put that in the comments before I popped up when Kev's talking about this change thing. So are we forcing people to change, or are we willing to change?
That's the point.
Is that what you're saying off the topic, or you just saying in general what people do?
I mean, it's all relative. It all goes together.
Right.
No, the topic itself has nothing to do with forcing or telling. This more of a person themselves. This is just the person themselves that looking for change or something like that.
Are they willing to change, or do they feel the force?
They have to force themselves.
Right.
I don't think.
That's what I'm trying to say.
So I don't think, Lovely. I don't think it's a force, right? Because if you think about it, we live in a country where you're not really forced to do anything.
True.
Right? You don't really gotta
Don't say
work
that too
that
many
hard for
times.
stuff. You really don't. You're not forced to do a whole lot. Like, you know what I mean? You can
Like
live
you
kind
were
of
saying
whatever
earlier,
life you
AJ.
want to live. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
like
I
you
think the
mentioned-
problem is, but hold on,
Yeah,
I
like
think
you
I
were
think the
mentioning
problem is,
earlier.
right? But the problem is here, right? Is because people aren't necessarily forced to change. Everybody wants to complain about the consequences of what they do. That's the reason why you have so many childlike adults. Right? We want to make adult decisions, but then cry about the consequences, and that's not being an adult, right? So if I'm sitting there, right, and I'm opening my legs to everybody, right, and I end up with an STI, what sense does it make for me to blame the system? Well, I didn't know any better. Yes, I did.
Well, a lot of people don't focus on how to change.
See what I'm
It's like
saying?
you want change, but they're not focusing on the how. What moves are you going to
Some of them know how. They just don't want it bad enough.
But
They know it's gonna take.
They don't force themselves to do it.
Well, what it is, right? When you start talking about change, right, we also have to talk about the concept of change.
Mm-hmm.
right? When we start talking about, oh, I need to make a change in my life, what do people on the outside automatically do? Everybody comes, oh my God, congratulations. You start getting serotonin. Oh, you're going to change. You're going to do this. That. People sometimes are just addicted to just that. Not necessarily doing the work. They're just going to talk about how they're going to change forever.
True.
Right? That's why you have so many people that always talk about going on diets and losing weight. Well, I'm going to go on a diet. I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to eat healthy.
That makes
But they
sense.
never do. But
Right, and it's
everybody
like
around them
It's
is
funny
always
though.
talking to them. Oh
it's
my
like
God,
it's
you're going to
like
go to the
temporary.
gym. You're going to eat this. What kind of diet is it? Now they're the most popular person in the room until about March, April, when everybody forgets about the whole, I don't know, diet, eat healthy fad because New Year's resolutions have fallen off. And then
Well, because
everybody goes back to
a
lives. But
diet
guess
is
what? The
only
same shit happens the next year.
AJ. A diet is only temporary, right? Look how many people go on
No.
a diet, lose weight,
First off, what
change,
is a diet?
and then they gain weight again. So
It's not. It's not even necessarily that. Like we have to change the concept of a diet, right? A diet isn't always just designed for people to lose weight, right? What you eat every single day is part of your diet.
right,
The term is
exactly.
bigger,
I like
right?
that. Yeah,
Exactly.
that makes sense.
We need to
Exactly.
change that.
AJ.
But because everybody sits there, you start talking about getting healthy. Oh, you're going on a diet, which means people assume you're going to stop eating something.
Right, like fast
And it's
No,
just
food.
like
a
sometimes you don't
diet
need to
is
stop
just,
eating something. You just need to eat maybe more fruits and vegetables
or
instead of
just
eating so much
change, or
processed
just
fat.
change
Well,
the
that
habit of,
you
just
change
change
your
what you're eating.
That's
your
Because
exactly
most
that's the
lifestyle.
people,
habit.
I would say
Lifestyle,
most
yeah.
people eat
Lifestyle, yeah.
processed food. Most people eat like fast food or fried foods. That's all you have to do is eliminate certain things. Like, hey, cut back on the fried foods. Instead of eating it every day of the week, maybe eat it once a month, maybe eat it once a week. Your cholesterol will drop drastically. If you start implementing omega fatty 3 acids in, you'll start changing your numbers. It's little things. You don't have to
Yeah.
do anything
You
drastic.
just said the
Me
right word,
personally,
shorty.
yeah, I'm saying me personally.
Eliminate. Eliminate. A diet is like, oh, I'm gonna remove myself. So am I gonna change
That's the
what I'm eating right
that's
now,
the
or am I
that's
gonna
the
eliminate it for my whole life?
no.
It's a
I think that's
lifestyle.
the context in which people take it, right?
Yeah.
Where Shorty's talking
Yeah,
about
but
is changing the habit in what you're eating, which is exactly
Yeah.
what a
yes,
diet is.
Right. Right.
yes,
It's
because that's
like
what I'm saying.
gluttony.
Most people think it's to eliminate something, but it's just to mitigate it. You
Right.
have to just dial it down. Don't do it so much. And
Gluttony.
I'm getting the best example of that because I am a newly formed diabetic, and oh good God, this is so much work to do this diet. No, good Lord, don't be a diabetic. Don't be a diabetic. The
Yeah.
diet is ridiculous. The diet
It's
is
moderation. That moderation that reminds me of gluttony, like when the Bible talks
listen here.
about gluttony.
The requirements for what you all have to eat as a diabetic is ridiculous. It's almost as bad as being a kidney patient. Like, it's just that ridiculous of what you are not allowed to eat. And unfortunately, I eat everything I'm not supposed to eat because I'm actually the reverse. I'm hyperglycemic, so I have to eat in order to make my sugar go up. So the name of my shit is eat. I
So
have to eat.
so
So
I
were
guess
you were forced to change your diet. You were forced to change it.
I was forced to change it into one way. I was
you
forced
would
to eliminate a
Shorty
lot
would
of
have to
stuff.
change it some way somehow, or otherwise they're not gonna. They
Yeah, so
Or not to be
I
healthy.
was forced to eliminate a lot of stuff out of my diet, and then they found out that I'm reversed. That because I eliminated all this stuff out of my diet, my sugar did not like that, and my body revolted. So
Right.
my sugar is supposed to go up, not fall through the floor. So if I eat something, my sugar shoots up higher than normal. So that's what they're trying to mitigate. So they have to make me eat like a normal human being so they can see exactly how high it climbs.
yeah. So to bring it kind of back to the topic, right? We're talking about
Yes.
delivery and tone and everything else. All I'm gonna say is at least my approach when it comes to people. I'm very observant, right? So if you say you're gonna change something, 9 times out of 10, I assume you're probably gonna obsess about it because most people who are trying to legitimately change are gonna obsess about something, right? They're gonna obsess about the thing that they're trying to change or the thing that they may be forced to change or whatever it is, right? So if you're sitting here talking to me about, hey AJ, I want to eat healthier, I want to do everything else, But every time I see you, you want to talk to me about Diddy? Considering JFK, hold on. JFK Jr. just did a round table with a bunch of doctors and a bunch of nutritionists, okay? And had like I think it was like a 3-hour conversation about dietary, the increase because of, the poison food supply and everything else. And you can't talk to me about that? I ain't taking your shit seriously. I ain't even gonna waste my time talking to you. I'm not gonna do that. Right? Like for me, I'm one of those people, you gotta kind of prove to me that you're already trying to do what you need to do. Right? I don't give a shit about what the hell's going on with Diddy. Right? Matter of fact, I couldn't even tell you what the hell's going on with Diddy. It's so far off my radar, I'm too busy focusing on the shit that I need to work on. That's just me though. Right? I'm not gonna talk to somebody about changing who's only doing it for aesthetic. Right? Oh, I wanna go to the gym more often. Okay, cool. But you didn't get a gym membership. You know what I mean? You're not talking to me about different types of workouts. Instead, you're talking to me about playing video games. Not the same. Not the same. You can't ask me to care more than you do. And that's the problem nowadays. People want to talk about change. They want other people to care more than they do. It's an
So,
intention thing.
so AJ, I can't talk to you about a divorce and still drag my feet on it.
You can't what?
I can't talk to you about getting a divorce and drag my feet on it.
Absolutely not. I am not an asshole. And I didn't say asshole, y'all. I said asshole. No, absolutely not. And also, here's the other thing too. Okay, I'm here if you need to just kind of be like, yo, I may need to get a divorce, do whatever. I mean, look, I ain't gonna tell you what to do. Go do what you need to go do. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say, boo boo. But you cannot come talk to me about the same shit at least 3 times, right? Like you maybe can get away with 2. And then after that, I'm just gonna conveniently stop. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'll just stop answering the phone. Like I will leave your ass on red. Actually, not leave your ass on red. I'm gonna leave your ass on unread. And when you sit there and say, "Hey Jay, did you get my message?" I'll be like, "Yep." Oh, I saw it. Oh, you didn't read it? No.
That's like what you say, AJ. Is like it reminds me of what people. They can say it all day long, but are they doing it?
That part. Exactly, CD. Yeah, no, most people aren't doing it. So that's why I'm saying, like, when you really want to change, when you really want to do stuff in your life, right, most people I know are going to obsess about it, right? And I'm not saying they got to obsess about it the way I do, right? Like, I'm the type of person where I'm like, man, I really need to change my life. I need to change everything. And if you think about it, we live in a country where you can literally reinvent yourself however you want, right? So, and that's like the thing. So it's like, if you don't like your life, like literally you can change it. You know what I mean? And so with that being said, that's the reason why I say like it's easy to kind of obsess about it. So like, for example, when I wanted to become more financially like understand finances a lot more and make sure that I can plan for my future, stuff like that. Yeah, that's stuff I was never taught. I'm not going to focus and be like, oh, my parents never taught me that, therefore I should never know that. I'm one of those people where I'm going to utilize my resources. I got a phone that's sitting in my hand 24 hours a day. Instead of scrolling TikTok, instead of paying attention to all the stupid shit that does not matter, I'm not going to remember in a year. I'm going to go research and do what I need to do. You see what I'm saying?
My grandfather had this statement that he used to say. He said, you have to want to do something more than you not want to do it.
That's my whole thing, right? So like, and that was the thing. It was like when I was in a very deep depression, like 2 years ago, right? Yeah, I was sitting there. I was like, man, I don't know what to do. This, that, and the third. I was doing, you know what I mean? And then finally, I was just like, I need to just stop talking about how I need to get myself out of depression and literally get myself out of the depression, because no amount of going to therapy, no amount of doing any of this, other people are not going to get you out of your situation. You have to do that, right? So then I was just like, okay, cool. What do I need to do? Okay, I need to start seeing the sun, which means I need to go to sleep at a certain time. I need to get up at a certain time. I need to put in a routine. I need to do these types of things. I need to spend more time doing gratitude journaling and so on and so forth, and realizing certain types of things. Get in touch with me, fall in love with myself so I can get back to where I need to be. And that's what I've been doing for the whole year, right? But it's been discipline.
So many people are wanting other people to do it for them rather than doing it for themselves.
Exactly. They want other people to pull them out. At the end of the day, no one, I'm going to say this for the people in the back. For the people in the back, especially y'all, no one is going to save you but you. I'm going to say that again. No one is going to save you but you. So if you're depressed, if you're having some sort of fucking issue, no one is going to save you but you. You have to save you.
down to self. It always
Stop
is going to go back
crying,
down to self.
right? Because when I was in those deep depressions, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of those rooms, these little safe space rooms, kept popping up. Safe space, safe mental health space, and I would go in there and I would listen to people. Oh, well, we'll help you. We'll help you get through your depression, while they were giving you the worst advice possible.
Right, right.
You know what I mean? Oh, it's okay. Just be impulsive. Being impulsive is not going to pull you out of a depression.
Exactly.
It's going to make it worse. What do you mean? You know what I mean? It's okay, girl. Just eat that cake. It's fine. It's okay, girl. Sleep with those people. It's fine. Yeah, let me overcomplicate my life. You know what, girl? You just need to be in a relationship. Okay, cool. Did that overcomplicated my goddamn life?
Yeah, when you get out of that safe space, are you bringing your own? Are you going to eat your own cake?
Well, but at the end of the day, here's my thing when it comes to safe spaces, okay? There's no such thing as a safe space. The safe space has to be within you. You need to be your own safe space, okay? Going to other
Facts.
people,
Exactly.
releasing all your demons, doing everything else, unpacking your dysfunction. First off, unpacking your dysfunction into somebody else's life is never going to work. Okay, nobody's going to help you with that. People are going to get real irritated real quick, right? Either two things are going to happen. Either people are going to get real irritated, or you're going to get really manipulative ass people who are going to want codependents that are going to exploit that. 100%. Those are really the only two that I ever see anymore these days. This is not a place for you to unpack that shit. You have to be
Right.
able to unpack that shit in your own space,
Yep.
in your own being, in order for you to move on. That's like me going to Kev or Lovely's house and being like, you know what, I'm real depressed. Let me unpack all my stuff over here. Again, these are other human beings that have their own stuff. So at what point are you being selfish by putting your shit on somebody else's plate? You wouldn't want that shit happening to you. I'm not sitting there saying that you can't have a support system. Okay, those are two different things. A support system, right, is having people who are going to hold you accountable. Having a support system are going to be people that are going to sit there and be like, you know what? I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear all the time.
And that's the same analogy that I've used, AJ, too. Is like, imagine yourself getting on a plane and you take your own baggage, and now you're trying to take everybody else's baggage with you.
That
You
part.
can't carry all that whole load.
That's my whole point. So that's what I'm saying. Like, no one's going to save you. You got to save yourself. And we need to stop expecting everything to be microwavable, right? Understand that these things are going to take time. I keep hearing all this talk. Oh, you know what? We just got to heal from trauma, childhood trauma, childhood trauma. Okay, that's great. That's great. That's great. But you're not going to heal all of your childhood trauma and then get into a relationship and be 100% perfect. That's not how trauma works. Okay, that's not how recovering from trauma works, right? That is literally like an onion. You think you get past it, and then something triggers it, and then you realize, oh shit, I wasn't as far as I thought, right?
Yeah,
That's
but at the same
ongoing.
time, most people don't even acknowledge their childhood trauma. They think it's one thing when it's actually not even that. If you acknowledge your childhood trauma, you should be able to tap into where it actually shows up later on. Most people just give some shelf. Oh, I was beat too much. Well, how did that trauma affect you later on? What did
Well,
that
and
cause?
Well,
What was the after effect of that ass whooping?
well,
That's
that's the
childhood
thing,
trauma to
Jordan.
show you the after effect. But they can't
That's
even begin to do. They can't even understand that, and it's like, well, I was traumatized. Again,
well,
this is where we
That's
take the
the
breath.
thing. That's the thing, Shorty. Is not the
it's
trauma.
oversaturated as a word.
It's the emotions that were tied to the trauma.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yes,
Emotions
but
that
that's what.
people
But I'm
don't
saying. But when you tell somebody, we did this as a panel. When was the first time you realized you had childhood trauma, and how it affected you?
Oh, I didn't know that until full into adulthood, but that's the thing, because
But
it's a
that
survival.
was the question we asked it.
Yeah,
That's how we
yeah,
asked the question,
yeah.
and so
I like it.
people had to actually think about that before they spoke, and they were like, one person was like, "Oh, I have childhood trauma because I was beat." Okay, so since you were beat, how did that affect you later on?
Yeah,
And then they couldn't give an answer,
development.
and
Yeah.
it was like, and so I'm like, so well, did you beat your kids? Yeah. Well, then it obviously didn't affect you that much, because if it really affected you, you wouldn't be beating your kids.
Mm,
Exactly.
yes,
It would
yes.
change. It would change your opinion about beating your kids.
Yes,
If
yes,
you are
and
so, yeah, but I'm
yes and
saying
no. But
it
yeah.
would change exactly the extent of how you beat your kids. It would change your opinion about it.
Yeah, yeah. I think definitely if you feel that it's something that you wanted to change, or if it was something that
Traumatized you.
you knew, well, not necessarily that you knew was going to, that didn't need to happen, right?
Yes, but the way,
For example, like with me, right? I grew up in a household that was very toxic, very dysfunctional. I was screamed at, yelled at, called everything under the sun outside of my name,
okay,
and I grew
okay,
up
now,
thinking that was normal, right? I just thought
okay,
that
now,
was
now, now,
completely normal. So I
now
was just like,
pause,
oh,
now
okay, I'm gonna go
pause.
through it.
But so now pause. So you said you thought it was normal. The other
Yeah.
person, oh, they did not say that. They, oh, I was traumatized. This affected me like this, and blah 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 blah
Yeah.
blah. They immediately casted their parents as
The
horrible human
demons.
beings.
Yeah.
Yes. So when it came, then so we listened and listened patiently, and
Mhm.
then it was like, okay, so how does that affect you and your children? Like, so how do you raise your children? Oh, I put my foot in the ass. Da, 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 da. Then you weren't that traumatized, because anybody who has that much air quotes trauma would change the way they do things when it comes to other people. If you were that savagely affected by it, it would change your opinion towards it.
Yeah, I agree, exactly agree what she's mean by it, because I hear people, it's so bad with it now, right, that just because they getting soft, just like we were talking about the soft parenting, right? And I can get what you mean, like, dang, because I got hurt so bad because they thumped my arm, and I don't want to do anything to my child or something like that. So I do get that though, because I mean, it was not traumatized enough, but it's also a bad thing, right? Because people do that, they let their
Yes,
child run them
do.
over because they got thumped in their little wrist. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like
Yes,
that.
but then in some other cases, some of us realize we had a good thing by getting thumped, and
Yeah,
we
and that,
realized
yeah, I feel you on
there
that,
was a certain degree of it.
because we didn't
Don't
get
go to
traumatized.
don't affect don't we don't come after our kids in a spite of anger. Oh, I'm not gonna beat my kids when I'm pissed off, and I know I've had XYZ, Tom, Dick, and Harry, everybody else in the world pissed me off. My child pissed me off. I'm not gonna beat them today. I'm gonna calm down, and I'm gonna go for them on another day when it's only them that I'm worried about. Not while Tom, Dick, Harry, and the whole rest of the world is put their shit on me. I'm not gonna beat this child now, because I know I'm gonna go too far. I'm gonna lose control of myself.
Um,
That's where the rest of us got to. That's where the rest
I
of us
think,
understood the
yeah.
difference between these ass whoopings. Some people just, oh, I got one ass whooping, I'm never gonna touch my kid. But the rest of us understood the difference between spoil and sparing the rod.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So
So,
some of us, even though we got beat, we weren't so air
well,
quote
it's,
traumatic by it. Like, we
well,
weren't so damn traumatized where we're
yeah.
like,
I
oh, I'm never
think,
gonna touch my child.
but I think that's the problem nowadays, right? When we start talking about, the world of mental health, we start talking about childhood trauma, we start talking about a lot of things, right? A lot of things are now classified as childhood trauma, where even I'm like, what? Because your parents told you no, you're traumatized? Like, that's crazy,
Right.
right?
Exactly.
But again, this is exactly why I've always advocated, you could ask for anybody in here, right? When it comes to mental health, to not come in and sit there and try to do mental health shit via live, because you don't know what's going on, and you can easily steer somebody down the wrong road, right? So when we sit here, we start talking about trauma, we start talking about all these types of things, and people start opening up about it, it starts becoming a commiseration conversation a lot of times that I've seen on here, just the ones I've observed, right? People want to commiserate, they want to do a bunch of stuff, and then you get somebody, hold on. Then you get somebody, some rando off the internet being like, I went to school for psychology, and now they're in there giving everybody the worst shit ever. That was just so traumatizing, and it's like that's not what somebody's talking about when they say like, hey, you know what? I may, you know what I mean? Like they think I have like, say, CPTSD. CPTSD, by the way, is not even recognized on the D5, right? It's not even classified as that.
Okay,
You're
wait,
still
you put an
classified
extra,
as
you put
super.
it, wait, you put a letter in
Yeah.
front of it. What does the C stand for?
So CPTSD stands for complex traumatic stress disorder. So,
Oh,
but
shit.
it's not seen yet on the D5 because they're still looking into it, right? So what it is that if you are somebody where they're kind of like, hey, you might have this, you're just classified as having just severe PTSD, right? I have been under that diagnosis forever. They can't diagnose you with CPTSD quite yet because it's not recognized, right? But what they're trying to find out is they're trying to figure out, okay, what is the difference between CPTSD and PTSD? Well, PTSD usually is linked to maybe one, like an event, like one event, right? And okay, cool, you'll have your symptoms, so on and so forth. It is what it is. CPTSD is multiple traumatic events over like 7+ years,
That makes sense.
right?
That
So
makes sense.
for example, if you were a child and your parents were, say, very physically abusive and beat the crap out of you all the time for any damn reason, chances are you probably are suffering with certain types of symptoms, right? You still have the PTSD symptoms, but then you may mimic other things. So it's really hard to diagnose because you have different types of symptoms. So for a long time, they thought I was bipolar because I go through manic moments, right? And a manic moment isn't what Hollywood portrays it to be. It's not that I lose my mind and I don't know what's going on. I just feel very unpredictable. I can't emotionally regulate, right? So I don't know if I want to cry. I don't know if I want to scream. I don't know if I want to laugh. I don't know what's going on. I just feel everything all at once. I can't regulate it.
Oh, so menopause is going to be really fun for you.
Yes, it's going to be fantastic. Now,
Well,
what?
complex, the way that AJ is kind of breaking it down, if you look at complex, it's PTSD, people think it's just one event. Complex is multiple events.
Multiple, yes. That's
Yeah,
what I
Oh,
said.
so you
Yes.
mean like
that.
so you mean basically all the kids of the 80s were all screwed.
Yes and no. So you can go through. So this is the funny thing with CPTSD. You can go through very traumatic events just like anybody. You can go through. People have witnessed things that are traumatic and they don't end up with PTSD. They don't end up with CPTSD. So it's not always necessarily, oh, you had to go through all these things. Okay, now you just have this diagnosis because you went through stuff. It has to do with certain symptoms that you have, right? So for example, when I go through like emotional flashbacks, or when I'm sitting here and if whether I'm having an emotional flashback, whether I'm having a physical flashback, I have certain triggers, certain things that, you know what I mean, can throw me either into mania, can throw me into a place of dissociation, it can throw me into a lot of different things, right? That is the reason why they're like, hey, okay, you have severe PTSD because you have these symptoms. Not
I think
because I
that's
necessarily not just because I went through a trauma, right? They're
well,
gonna be like,
I
yes, you have
think
the
that's
ability to develop that, but it's not.
what they don't recognize.
Yeah,
Is, look, we can talk about the labels all day
all
long,
day, but you got
bipolar,
to have the
all
symptoms.
but the symptoms exactly. It kind of reminds me of the symptoms of anxiety, symptoms of depression, the symptoms. What Kev is talking on here too is about what triggers you. That triggering can create a symptom.
Yeah. So like,
Somebody brought to me that I need to be checking. Let me check what y'all likes look like real quick. It's a reason
I
why I'm
haven't
not at
tapped the screen. I'm
20K.
fine.
Let me
You can
go
yell at
ahead
me
and
all you
look at
want,
everybody. Go ahead. You
but
can do the thing too.
yeah, if y'all can tap the screen, share the live. If you're enjoying the Kev's little fan club, go up there and hit it. It's 1 cent. And then make sure you check them out on YouTube. If y'all ain't followed them on YouTube, make sure you follow them on YouTube. If you want to do that and you haven't done that yet, click Laugh and Learn Kev, hit the link in the bio, follow him there as well. That's where you can get the recaps from all the lives, so on and so forth. If you do like the conversation, please tap the screen. Feel free to gift the host. He does got a live goal up there. It looks like he got some little finger hearts up there as well. And then again, y'all, we can agree to disagree in here. It is not a big deal. We are all adults. Let's just be respectful at all times. If we can't be respectful, do understand there are plenty of people in here who will remove you. And it's not because we sensitive or anything else. It's just we a bunch of adults trying to have adult conversations. And it gets real annoying to have an adult conversation with people who can't be adults. So please be respectful. We can agree to disagree. It is not the end of the world. Let's act our ages. Let's have a constructive conversation. Maybe you learn something. Maybe you won't. Maybe, you may get upset. But the important thing is as long as you learning and you laughing. So we going to keep it moving. And then
Time for
if
me to
that's
start
all,
snitching, huh?
go ahead and snitch. And I'm going to go ahead and snitch myself out. I have not tapped the screen a whole lot. So go ahead.
Okay, I'll skip you just because you balled out already. Okay, that's cool. And some of y'all better hope that they got a block on some of y'all names. Okay, let's see what Neo been doing. Not his stuff. He ain't got a block on his name. 0. My gosh. My goodness. My boy in here he just said, I just want to talk.
He in the box, okay?
This dude in the box, he about to get booted after St. Antonio. So let's see what Shorty been doing. Okay, Shorty got 1.3K. Okay. So far, we got Neo at the booty bottom. Yeah, that's how I'm gonna.
That's my shoe size.
Nay, what you got? Let's see what Nay got. Because somebody snitched on you earlier. Oh, 450, 456. You got more than Neo, so you ain't at the bottom. Let's see what Lovely got. Dang, you lucky. You one of the ones I can't click. Yeah, some of y'all gonna get lucky. Let's see what main thing got. Oh, you another one. You lucky. Let's see what Jen got. I don't know why they pick selective things that they pick. They pick people I can't click. What Jen got? Okay, Jen, what you got? I know Jen been clicking anyways. I knew she was gonna be goals. She's 4.2K likes. Nikki, I know you just got here, but I'm still gonna look at it. I'm gonna keep it quiet. Keep it quiet on you. You got more than Neo, I'll put it that way.
Wait, what
I
is he
was going
looking
to
at?
say, I'm exempt from this, sir.
Yeah, I know he just started. I
Yeah, I
know
was
he
like,
just
Nikki
started.
always come in, just tap the
Oh,
screen now.
yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
What
I
is
just
it you're looking at?
this awareness. This just
So he's just
awareness.
looking to see who's tapping the screen and
Who's
who's not.
tapping? Who's sharing? Who did any share? Because it tells all that. You know, it ain't.
And me, I'm
Yes.
just an honest person, so I'm gonna tell you if I tap the screen or not. I'm like, I is not
Let's
tapping
see
the
if you at
screen.
least got more than Neil. Let's see, hold up, because Neil the only one that got 0 in here. Dang,
I
you
tapped the
another
screen and
I
I
unclicker.
got like
shared it.
300 something, probably.
Listen.
You
I told you I would tap the screen. I told you I would share when I got home. I got home, I
Oh yeah,
shared, and then
for
I had to
sure,
leave
for
all
sure.
over
Let's see
again.
how many shares did you do. Let's see, hold up. Let's go
I
ahead.
think over 10.
I rubbed it in. I'm rubbing it in today. Why did it say 2 shares? Oh, it's because you did the separate shares. That's what it is.
See?
Gotcha. That thing be cheating. That jump bold. So it don't
Yeah,
do it separate.
I think I did over 10.
You did, yeah. I remember because you got the you did the regular share and then you did the so the other share, that how you get the counts up on your shares, you gotta hold the screen and then it will have you a list of friends and you can just share it that way. Snitches gotta blame it on TikTok. But yeah, this is the update. Hold on, I'm gonna get y'all. People think that I
Yes.
can't see them in the comments either. I can see
Yeah,
y'all too. Hold on,
snitches
let me
get
see.
stitches and wind up in ditches. Sorry, I'm Philly. That's a Philly game. That's how they say it in
That
Philly.
part, no, it's worldwide, that part.
Let's see what Gemini do. He the one that. Let's see. Oh, I can't even click his name. He got lucky. Hold on, let me see. Oh, he got lucky. He one of the ones. It seems like, I think I can't click my mods. I just noticed that. Can I click my mods? Hold up. Bang, bang. Yeah, I just noticed all the mods. That's who I can't click. Hold up. AJ. Nothing. Jen. Let's see. No, I can click her. She in my. I don't get it though. TikTok be tripping. I don't get what it is. All right,
Yeah,
so we
Jay,
good.
it gets froggy in Philly.
Right. I'm gonna answer the rest of the questions, Kev, because I'm gonna have to drop it down. I gotta take this dog out, and I got a bunch of stuff I gotta do this afternoon
For
to
sure.
get ready for tomorrow. So I'm gonna answer them real quick. If right and wrong can change per person, should people be allowed to say or do whatever they want with no consequences? Here's the truth: you can do whatever the hell you want now, but you're gonna have to deal with some consequences. Okay, there's no such thing as I'm gonna do something and not face any type of consequences. Like that, what? You're not an infant. Okay, that's not how that works. If you're a grown ass adult, you're gonna have to deal with some sort of consequences. However, I will say you don't always necessarily need an explanation, and you're not entitled to an explanation, right? So again, I've always used this example, maybe extreme. If I want to walk up to somebody and punch them in the face, I don't have to explain why I did that. I will have to deal with the consequences of the cops getting called and me possibly going to jail for like assault, but I don't have to explain that. I don't even have to explain it to a judge, right? But I will have to deal with the consequences of it. So I think that that's definitely the difference. I think a lot of people think that consequence also means dealing with the explanation of certain things. Again, you're not entitled to an explanation to shit. Matter of fact, you ain't even entitled to anything in this life. Okay, you ain't even entitled to wake up the next morning. Just saying.
There you go.
But I'm a digress on that. Is change for another person real change? I think the way a lot of people like to talk about change, a lot of people like to talk about how other people need to change because it's easier to figure out the rest of the world's problems than figure out your own stuff. Send your Cash App. I know, right? I should put up my Cash App, like Cash App in bio. But yeah, no, I think it's just easier for people to figure out the problems of the world and figure out their own stuff because it's too close, right? It's too close. It's too painful. It's easier for me to go figure out, Nate's stuff than for AJ to figure out AJ's stuff. So when we talk about change, a lot of the time, what I've noticed, it doesn't matter what the situation is. A lot of people are always thinking about, okay, well, this is what we need to do to change, but it's always change that needs to start with the next person, right? Or people assume that the change has to be something drastic that's going to be overnight, right? Sometimes it's going to be slow going. It's going to be something small, right? I use the example of, feeling very depressed and how I've been trying to battle my depression and pull myself out of it, which for the most part I've been able to do a lot this year. It wasn't an overnight thing. It's not like I did one thing and then all of a sudden I was pulled out of depression. It took a lot of steps. It took a lot of discipline. It took a lot of me just having to tell myself, I'm just going to do it for today. And if I have to tell myself I have to do that for the next 2 to 3 weeks, then I'm going to do that until it becomes a habit, until it becomes a thing that I got to do every day. And that's kind of how I pulled myself through it. So again, it really does depend. I think if we're going to change the way we see change, we need to start thinking about internally. What examples are we leaving behind, instead of coming up with a solution that, one, isn't anything that we can uphold ourselves and we're expecting other people to, right? These expectations of other people need to severely be checked with a lot of people. When a person says they are triggered, what do they expect from other people to say or do? If we're talking about the mainstream, because that word triggered, just like the word trauma, just like a lot of these things are oversaturated. And when people sit there and say, well, I just got triggered, I think a lot of people just a lot of the time look for sympathy. I know times where I've had to tell people like, hey, I'm kind of, I don't think I've ever said triggered. I just be like, hey, I need to go. Because again, it's my job as an individual to make sure that AJ's triggers stay intact, right? I'm still responsible despite whatever happens to me or whatever's going on. I can't sit there and say, oh, well, I got triggered because, I may have possible CPTSD and, you guys have to forgive me for everything. Like, I'm still responsible for everything, right? So if I, am feeling emotionally dysregulated and I start yelling and screaming at people, I still have to deal with the consequences of that, right? Nobody's entitled to giving me a break just because I have a mental health issue. Absolutely not. I'm a whole ass adult. I have to take responsibility for that. So typically it's not a word that I usually use if I am going through something like that. A lot of the time I just dismiss myself. But a lot of the time, most people that I've heard that use that a lot, usually looking for sympathy. They're looking for something for people to do stuff. Hey, are AJ and Kev related? We are not related, Neo. Absolutely not. But he is my brother from another mother, for sure. For sure. What does a safe space do for people, and why do people think that it's possible on the internet? I think because everybody wants to be bubble wrapped. That's really what it is. Everybody wants to be bubble wrapped. Everybody wants to be the main character. Everybody wants people to placate to them. It's always about ego. It's always about pride. It's very internal, but yet we want external validation for everything. So I think that's the reason why a lot of people are always looking for safe spaces. They want a place where they can be unapologetically themselves without getting any form of criticism, which is not life, right? Life is not like that. Not everybody's going to like you. Not everybody's going to hang out with you. Not everybody deserves a spot at your table. But a lot of people, are definitely looking for that. I don't believe in safe spaces. I think the only safe space needs to rely on you. I'm my own safe space. I don't believe in unpacking my stuff in other people's lives or doing anything else. I do have a support system where occasionally, if I need it, I will hit those people up and be like, hey, I may need you to just kind of check on me here and there. But other than that, that's really about it. But yeah, it's definitely something people are looking for. And I think it's ridiculous to look for it on the internet. Because it's the internet. Like, are you kidding? There have been trolls on the internet since the invention of the internet. People are going to say stuff that sometimes people are just going to be nasty on the internet, right? Again, you're not owed an explanation, right? This is where emotional intelligence has to start coming in and kicking in, right? When it comes to certain things, I'm tired of everybody talking about emotional intelligence, but then they don't exude emotional intelligence or quote unquote emotional control or whatever the fuck you want to call it. They don't exude that. Right. But they want to tell everybody else, oh, you need to have emotional intelligence. You need to have emotional control. So if you're going to be on the internet, you have to see it for what it is. People are not always going to be understanding. People are not entitled to be understanding to you. You have to use your discernment. You have to figure out, okay, is this a person that I can say certain things to? But if you do need to divulge because something is too heavy for you, then you need to find the people that you can divulge that to. And if those are going to be people on the internet that understand that there's always going to be the risk, you're always going to run the risk of that person hurting you with that information. Point blank, period. There's no way going around it. There's no way anything else. It just is what it is. You may get lucky. You may run across a person. You could tell them something in confidence and they didn't tell nobody. But then you also have to understand that there's people who are going to want that information. They're going to strategically, especially on the internet, put themselves in that situation to where you are telling them stuff until it benefits them in the long run. So now you didn't do something that I wanted you to do. Now I'm going to throw that in your face. You're always going to run that risk. Again, not everybody deserves to be at your table. Not everybody deserves to even know you're at your table. Okay? They don't even know the table needs to exist. Okay, that doesn't mean that you're a terrible person. That doesn't mean that you don't care about other human beings. It just is what it is. You need to use your discernment. I am so tired of seeing posts on here talking about, I'm such a good person. I'm tired of being screwed over. Well, you know what? Stop going into safe places on the internet thinking that these people are going to be loyal to you, because they're not. Nobody owes you any form of loyalty. The only person that owes you loyalty is yourself. Your loyalty to yourself. If you can't be loyal to you, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Okay, but you can't expect it from other people.
Can't be loyal to you. How you gonna expect other people to be loyal? That's crazy.
Look, okay, I don't know, all right, because y'all be having weird posts talking about these 304s ain't loyal, and I'm like, why would you expect the 304 to be loyal? But I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna stop talking.
Exactly, AJ. Like they 304. Like what you expect?
Like,
Like they like.
just saying. But I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna hurt somebody's feelings. I'm gonna get canceled.
Stick your chest out. Get all that.
No, AJ said with your chest.
You know it. She even know the deal.
I'm gonna say it with my whole chest.
There you go.
My
That's
whole
what I
chest.
want.
Be careful, you might stick somebody's eye out with that.
That's true. Well, you know what? It isn't cold in here, so we okay.
Why did I get that off rip? I was supposed to say, huh? Why did I get it off rip?
It's like, it ain't cold here, so we be all right. You know what I mean? But, you know, just saying, okay? I'm just saying, y'all need to start practicing. Instead of pointing out what everybody else need to do, stop sitting here and having these stupid accountability rooms where you're holding everybody else accountable. You need to hold yourselves accountable. Self-accountability is going to be the best thing for you, okay? Being self-accountable, being honest with yourself, because at the end of the day, here's the thing. The one thing I've learned in my life, the more honest I am with myself and the more I accept my flaws, the more other people can't hurt me with it. Okay, that's just how it is. And you gotta be truthful and honest about your past. Okay, it is what it is. Have I made some terrible mistakes? Absolutely. Have I done some things to people? Absolutely. Have I hurt some people? Absolutely. Do you think somebody on this app is gonna hear something? Well, 2 years ago, AJ, you did this to this person, that's gonna hurt my feelings. You can't hurt me with something I already did. I already took accountability for, and I already did what I needed to do as far as that went. Now, if that relationship went south, that's none of your damn business. But you ain't gonna hurt me with it either, right? I admit to being human, but the important thing is that I thrive and I strive to be different every day. Not different, but better, right? I'm only gonna get better. Yes, there's a lot of stuff I have to unlearn. I understand that. There's a lot of survival tactics. There's a lot of things that I am still unlearning, right? But with that being said, that doesn't mean that that's all I am, right? I'm going to go chase down and be the version of me that I deserve to be, the best version of me that I want to be, whatever that looks like, right? I'm 32. I'm trying to figure out what AJ looks like in her 30s, because AJ in her 20s was a straight savage. She did not care. I did not care for your feelings. If you came to me and you started crying, I didn't care what it was. Your puppy could have unalived and you came and talked to me. I literally would have looked at you and said, fuck your feelings, and walked away. I did not have the emotional space. I'm trying to change that a little bit. Just saying. But I'm gonna be quiet because I feel like I've been talking a lot. I'm gonna get off my little soapbox and let y'all talk. I just wanted to go answer them all because I'm gonna have to drop at some point. And I didn't want to drop without answering the questions. Bro, you know, I ain't even really supposed to be on here, okay? So you gotta consider yourself lucky, because I'm supposed to be
you're right. I
taking
appreciate
my
it.
hiatus away from everybody.
I was trying to play
But
the
I was
sad role,
like,
but then I ended up
I
switching up.
gotta come over here and check on Kev, because Kev sometimes be having topics that be hurting people's feelings, and then there be somebody in here, and you know, they just be going too long, and I just gotta drop them out the box. You know what I mean? I just gotta come in stealth like and just bloop, goodbye. So I'm be quiet.
There's a thunderstorm. All right, let's go ahead and get it going. So we're
Everybody
gonna
got
go.
quiet at once. What the hell?
Main thing, we're gonna start with her. I ain't heard from her a while. I gotta catch her before she go to sleep. I know how some of y'all be doing. What's up, man?
How you skip 5 people?
No, it's on you. I don't care.
No,
We ain't skip
I'm kidding.
nobody. We gonna go
I'm
backwards.
playing. I'm playing. Jesus. Good God. No, I'm kidding. But delivery tone matter to people that don't want to change. Um yeah, I agree with partially that. I think I'm learning that delivering tone does matter to certain people.
That's not the question.
You said what?
That's not the question. I think everybody read that and think that's the question, but that's a statement.
No. Well, it looked like a statement because
I mean, it's a statement. I ain't meant to say question. I meant to say statement. Everybody automatically take that it don't matter. So that on that is not saying that delivery and tone don't matter, but I'm saying who it matters to. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Okay. All right.
I'm
Let's see
coming.
what you gonna go with.
Trust me. I'm there. I think when it comes to who it matters to, I think it matters to people who I think it matters to people who are sensitive to certain delivery, certain tones. Cause sometimes it's like sometimes you could sit up here and think everybody can understand one way. Truth be told, they can't. Everybody have different ways where they take in certain messages, or when you talk a certain way. It's like I could sit up here and tell you, oh, I don't care for your delivery. Don't talk to me that way. I would hear you better if you just talk to me better. You get what I'm saying? Like, when you rah-rah all in my face, because this is why I hear some guys say. Guys be like, well, I can't hear nothing a woman says because she like, especially when she come off masculine. Like, that shit would go in one ear and out the other and probably won't even reach, or you'll try to make a person move and do what you want them to do by talking to them a certain way, and you wonder why they're not responding in a way or reacting in a way to when you say something. Far as I'm gonna say, they're not reacting positively when you say something, or reacting how you would expect them to react, because you're not coming off through to them in a way where it's healthy for them to actually want to, I guess, follow through with the way that you see fit, or you get what I'm saying? Like, I think, because I ain't gonna lie, I had to work on this. I had to work up on my tone. So I used to always hear people say, oh, you loud. And it's like, or why you yelling? And it's like, I'm not yelling. It just, my voice is a certain way. And I just feel like if you're not comprehending what I'm saying, then it kind of gets frustrating when it comes to repeating yourself. But I had to learn shit. Maybe I'm repeating myself because I'm repeating myself to somebody who literally doesn't understand.
Hold up, man.
What's going on?
What you mean they say you loud? Like, you be in your own live and I could barely hear you. What you talking about?
For real. When is Honest ever loud?
Girl, what?
Hey, it'd be crazy. I guess I'm loud to certain sensitive ears, I say. Or to selective ears, I guess.
Gotta put my headphones on, turn off the fan just to hear her. What y'all talking about?
Wait, what? What did she say? Did she say something? Huh?
Oh,
Speak
my
up,
God.
Honest. I didn't hear you.
We can hear you, Honest.
Shorty, right?
What?
Say it again, Honest. Put some more bass in your voice. What'd you say?
It's me, the main thing.
Oh, okay. I thought so. Okay.
The main thing.
Nah, I play. But Yeah, this is interesting, Kev. I like that one. Making me think 100 ways. Annie, you wanna go?
Annie, are you okay? You know I gotta do it. What's up, Annie?
Hey guys, you guys know my name is Anne, right?
Annie, are you okay? I ain't talking about saying something. Nah, man, I got you.
We'll just flow with it. Hi, y'all.
What's up? How you
Saturday.
feeling, man?
I am fed up.
Not you fed up, man. Come on, man.
I'm to the top of the top, and here's why, y'all. Like,
Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired?
yes, even my sick and tired is sick and tired of being sick and tired. Like,
Oh shit.
it's time for a change, ma'am. Okay, so, hi, my name's Anne, the Ashanti Warrior, and I want to respond to this prompt, and also what you just said, like, why is it that we have to tiptoe around adults? Why?
I'm offended.
No, this is a real
kidding.
question.
I'm kidding. I'm so kidding. Continue.
No. Because, like, I'm like, where do we start taking accountability for the fact that maybe I just misunderstood this person? Like, maybe I'm receiving the message wrong. Maybe I'm interpreting them wrong. And maybe it has nothing to do with this other person. Because to me, if it gets to the point where I have to tiptoe and walk on eggshells just for you to receive a message, I feel like I'm not dealing with an adult. I feel like I'm dealing with a child. I shouldn't have to like baby handle you. And especially when it comes to intimate relationships, right? Like, at work, we have to put on this mask. When we're dealing with people, we have to put on this mask. Black people have to wear 1,000 different hats just to be acceptable. Why? I just want to be myself with my person. Why do I have to wear another mask to be received? Or am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Because I asked this question pretty much similar to that, because I asked, when did we get pride, morals, ethics confused with aggression?
Thank you. Can you give me an example?
I'm saying, so if, like, I work with two old men that I want to, if I was allowed to take my taser to work, I would electrocute them. Listen, I would do some bad things with that taser. Really, I really would.
Why? Wait, you have to give us more information. Why?
This old man literally tried to leave the property with me in the car.
Excuse me?
Excuse me, Charles, where are we going? Oh, I thought it was time for me to go home. Not with my little ass in this motherfucking car. This is like the sixth time he tried to do this. Sixth time. We gonna stop trying to leave the property with my little ass in the car?
Okay,
why when I get in the car? So why when I get in the car, the heat's on hell?
What is
the heat's on hell? The windows are locked and the kitty locks are engaged. Who are you confining into the vehicle? I'm gonna need y'all to stop messing with this little short person over here. I get claustrophobic when I'm trapped in places. I start acting like a wild child.
My question is, why are you in the car though? What are you doing?
Yeah,
we transport vehicles. So I work for a rental agency.
Okay, that makes sense. I was like, girl, what are you doing?
We have to get in the car with we have to get in the car with these people. So if they're driving, they do the weirdest stuff in the world. And they're random with their shit, and it makes you kind of crazy.
May I ask you a question? Is the locking of the car a way to prevent the car from being stolen during transport? Like, do you guys have to lock it just in case?
Oh no, it's a smart car, so as soon as you put it in drive, the door is locked. But some childish human being engaged the kitty locks.
Okay, so
and that was a complete. I will, if you don't take off this safety lock. I was climbing over seats. Unlock my windows right now. I'm not playing with you. Turn the heat the hell off, and I will open these windows and climb out this car while it's moving. If you don't get this damn door open, while I'm not playing with y'all. I throw fits. I throw full fits. I cannot be locked in a car. I have severe control issues when it comes to me being in a car. severe control issues.
I mean, as you should though. Like what, girl? Stop justifying why you throwing hands. There's anybody. What the hell?
No.
Severe
It's
control issues.
hold on, Shorty Rock.
Severe control issues.
That's crazy.
This is but Shorty Rock, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there is something within Shorty Rock's experience where locked cars triggers a response from you. That has nothing to do with the nature of the work or even this person. This is what I mean by us taking accountability for the way we respond to certain things. Is it possible that maybe they're not trying to kidnap you or trigger you? What if it's just plain and simple locking of the car?
I mean, look, it could be 1,000 things, but I'm saying the response in and within itself, that's a normal response for anybody, right? Especially if you're small and you feel like you're in a place of vulnerability. Nobody wants to be locked in a car with a stranger. There's anybody, right? Like I'm 5'3" on a good day, and I probably look like I weigh about 100 pounds, right? But don't get it twisted. Like I will hurt somebody if they lock me in a car, right?
But is it different if it's your job and you're transporting cars?
No.
Especially if it's my job. I used to work in security. It don't matter what the job is or not. If you're in a situation, you're gonna react. That's normal.
I don't know.
I think that's normal.
I understand. I understand we can have like certain responses to things when we feel unsafe. Mm-hmm. But my question is like, and this goes for men too, what if what you are interpreting as unsafe is not actually unsafe? It's just the way you're interpreting it.
I think the problem with that, I think I see where you're coming from. I can understand that when it comes to like delivery of messages, people, talking about certain things. Absolutely. There's always going to be that measure that comes in, right? But when it comes to, and this is just me, right? It's my opinion. When it comes to situations that involves my safety, I'm 100% going to go with my gut because I've been in situations where my gut is what saved my life. Yeah, right? My gut is what saved me.
Women's intuition?
It's not women's intuition. It's just that gut feeling. I don't think it's just something that's just located to just women. I think everybody.
Can I ask a question? Who touched on?
I'm saying it's no different than if you get into.
Who spoke about PTSD and CPTSD?
What was that?
AJ did.
That was a long time ago. You did
that? Hold on. What was
that? That was AJ. He was asking about who asked about the complex PTSD, and I said you did. You didn't ask. You were telling us about it.
No, I didn't ask. I was telling people. I was telling y'all the difference between that and regular PTSD.
And I had asked what was the C for.
Yeah.
But she was telling me what it was about.
So I'm glad you brought it up because I think a lot of women do have CPTSD. A lot of us.
I'm saying I think. Listen, I think. I'm saying that can even be confused as for menopause. Hi, Miss Comedian. I love you.
It depends on. I think it just.
You turned your camera on. Are you making people run again?
Mm-hmm. I think so. When it comes to CPTSD, PTSD again is linked to like an event, something that happened. CPTSD is multiple events over 7+ years. So that's really the difference. It's not something that people are getting diagnosed with. Like it's not even recognized on the D5, which the D5 is like the things that you can get diagnosed with. It's things that are recognized. They take things and put things on there all the time. But yeah, it's not necessarily seen on there yet. Usually they'll just put you under a classification either under like severe PTSD, and it may have like another connotation with it because CPTSD, it mimics symptoms from other disorders, right? So you can get misdiagnosed and they may think that you have bipolar disorder. And it turns out it's not even really bipolar disorder. It could be this CPTSD thing. They're still figuring it out. Me personally, I'm in a lot of like anonymous trials where they're trying to figure it out. Like, okay, well, what is CPTSD? What are the things that work? What is the treatment? Because it's still relatively new. They don't really know what it is. Right. They have a general idea. They know that it has a lot of, symptoms from PTSD, but then there's other aspects and factors that go into it. So, it's figuring out, okay, are these people actually bipolar? Are these people actually, just, experiencing just a very severe form of PTSD? What is it that they're experiencing? What are the treatment methods? What works? What doesn't work? right?
So AJ, I went to the doctor's and it was crazy because she gave me a form to fill out and it was like, do you ever wake up and feel like you woke up on the wrong side of the bed? And I'm like, hell
That's
yeah,
a
I
really good
do.
question because I think most
And
people feel like
yes,
that.
I was like, hell yeah. I was like, yeah, I do. And it was
Mhm.
like, do you ever feel like you ever not feel like yourself? I was like, fuck yeah, I feel like I'm not
Yeah.
myself. I answered as honestly as I was.
Yeah.
And so she comes in and she's like, I'm the mental doctor. I think you're bipolar. I was like, oh no, baby, I'm just menopausal.
Yeah. And that's
And
the hard part.
she was like, no, this is a bipolar test. And I was like, oh
Mm,
no, that's an honesty test. I told you honestly how I feel. I'm
I don't want you to
menopausal.
answer that
I have
honestly.
no
That's like when they
filter.
ask
I was like,
you,
I have no filter.
girl, that's like when they ask you, like, have you ever had a violent thought? Like,
You say
who
you
the
got no
hell
Yeah.
knows?
filter? I gotta go back to that topic.
That's crazy. Like,
I feel
everybody
like
knows.
another thing that you
Listen
guys are
here,
bringing
Kev.
up.
You will not listen. Don't be asking me questions because I have no filter. You will get the wrong answer from me.
See, you said no filter.
You
Now I
will
gotta
get
go
your
back to
live.
this
You will
topic
get your
we were
live.
supposed to do.
You will get your live. Shut the hell down. Asking me the wrong damn
I'm
question.
reckless out the mouth, huh? Now back to that now.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be real reckless at the mouth. I
Yeah.
have no filter. I'm just honest.
Hold on. What were you saying, Anne? I know you was asking a question, I think.
Yeah, like it's very clear that we don't have, or at least the establishment doesn't have enough knowledge to be able to discern between what's CPTSD. We're so focused on other things that women who are experiencing menopause, it's completely ignored. How hormone,
Postpartum depression, same thing, yeah.
yeah, like there's so much that goes ignored that impacts women's experiences, right? That I think it's important for us to talk about these things openly so we can be the drivers of our experience. Because someone just walking in and saying you have bipolar and they've only been with you for less than 90 minutes is crazy to me, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah, so I think like when do we as women recognize that the experiences that we have, whether it's CPTSD, which, and from what I understand, CPTSD, complex PTSD, for example, or what it's known as, it's something that it's almost like a coping mechanism. All of us have a nervous system. When we respond to a threat, we either fight, flight, fawn, or freeze. And CPTSD is what happens when we're stuck in the fawn mode, meaning whenever we have a stressful event and it's just ongoing and pervasive and it just doesn't stop. So for example, childhood SA, right? Like if you're a child who's experienced SA and you see your abuser daily, right? You can have CPTSD, meaning you will learn how to fawn. You will learn how to go along with whatever the abuse is in order for you to survive. And so some of those traits that you pick up, even if the event ends, like let's say you move out of your town and you become an adult, your nervous system can still be stuck in that triggered mode. And so you will find yourself, whenever any stressful event comes up, you will find yourself fawning, meaning you will find yourself just giving up. Or you might find yourself kind of people pleasing, or some people, they do there's all different types of coping mechanisms, but it's not really who you are. It's how your nervous system has been wired, and then you just react from that space. And what I'm asking us today is like, how much of that is just, when are we going to recognize that we can choose a different response? Because when we get addicted to those emotions of highs and lows, and some days I'm sad, some days I'm angry, and I'm just reacting, there has to, how do I say this? For the sake of our survival, we cannot sustain that. It's not sustainable to constantly be reactive. It's not sustainable.
So I do want to answer that, for at least for my experience, and I'm somebody who's going through trials of figuring out, okay, what type of severe PTSD is this, right? Because again, I'm not going to say, what I mean? I'm not fully quote unquote diagnosed with that. But for me, it's not as simple as, okay, cool, I have to learn new coping mechanisms. I have those. There's times where, like, if I, for whatever reason, depending on what the situation is, right? Say I get triggered and I end up dissociating and it's a whole mental health thing. Everything I just learned goes right out the window and I'm immediately back in just the regular survival, if that makes sense. So even though I know that I shouldn't maybe run from a situation, right? Like I'm very avoidant, right? When it comes to a lot of things, I don't like to be around people. I like to kind of be by myself, and that comes from an inherent distrust that I already have with the world. So for me, it's just like, okay, I want to get away from people. There's this, that, and the third. However, there's some situations where that's not safe for me to do that, depending on how I'm triggered, right? Because I'm already feeling unstable, because, you know what I mean? Things like suicide is very high, right? It's probably not the best idea that I completely isolate, because I've had moments where I'm literally in the car and I'm fighting the impulse to driving my car off a bridge. I've had impulses where I'm sitting there and I'm like, I don't know right now if I'm going to grab my pew pew and end it.
Hey,
I'm over it.
let's go.
So it's crazy.
Yeah. What's that was?
So my response to you, and wait, did she leave?
Sounds like somebody
She
kicked.
probably had to take her dog to the bathroom.
Oh, that it's crying.
Thank
Right.
you for
So
sharing, AJ.
yeah, that's not
That's
an
a
easy.
lot.
That is not an easy thing
Wait,
to.
that was her
Too
dog
much,
crying?
sir.
Yes, he had to go potty.
Girl, I'm over here yelling at my dog, talking about shut up.
See, now you being mean to your dog. Don't go kiss your doggy and tell you sorry for yelling at her.
I am. I'm about to tell her sorry.
Mean to the doggy.
My question though is, like, even in those like when you're experiencing those experiences, how do we learn to return back to ourselves and find the way to respond differently? Like, because I'll be honest, and I don't think I'm unique in this. I think we've all experienced moments where we feel very disconnected from ourselves. We feel like we can't regulate, and we really feel like we're about to crash out to whatever degree. We've all experienced that. And I know we have, just by nature of being Black people. So when do we recognize that nothing outside of ourselves can actually control us, that we can control our response? Like, the kingdom is within. You know what I'm saying?
How old are you, honey?
I'm 32.
Okay. Hey,
Oh,
Corset,
little
quick question.
baby. Sounds like a joke. I
Corset,
just
how
turned
old are
34. I'm
you?
talking to
Bro, this, please.
No, Corset, I'm gonna come for you too. How old are you, baby? Corset it. I know you're right there.
Also, Shorty, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I can.
I don't think, if you're going to use the argument of age,
No. It's not the argument of age. It's see, there's something, it's this thing that women go through. It's called menopause.
I'm back.
So while you're sitting here
There she
thinking
go.
you're gonna be able to control something, when you get to menopause, you're gonna realize you can't control shit. Okay?
Oh,
So
I'm not there yet.
wait,
I'm just gonna be honest.
Got some
I'm just
time.
gonna be honest. You could sit here your whole life and learn how to control every aspect of your body.
no, you can't.
Listen, I'm telling you, right now, you can learn as you're 34 years old. You can try to learn to control every aspect of your body, your temper, your tone, everything about it. Menopause is gonna kick you in your face, and it's gonna tell you you're not controlling shit. I'm telling you right
That's
now.
terrible. That's terrible.
I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
It's gonna kick you in your face and tell you you ain't got shit down. You have
Shorty.
nothing under control.
Shorty.
Somebody in the comments said that you can't control it. You need to balance your hormones through menopause.
So what I understand about menopause and the women who go through it, right? Because there's a lack of testosterone, there's a whole bunch of changes that's happening hormonally, that it makes it difficult to respond in ways that you feel normal. Sometimes you feel like something has taken over your body and you are not who you are, right? And there are women who experience depression. There are women who experience like it's a very, I understand it to be a very dramatic hormonal change in women that almost feels like you're another person. I understand that. I also understand that you can understand you're experiencing that, and you are doing yourself a disservice if you do not find therapy so you can cope. And it has nothing to do with what's happening outside of you. So Someone I respect and love, she is going through menopause right now. She's very forgetful. She has mood swings like crazy. And so because she's an athlete, we do a lot of physical training. We've worked on how to, we've talked a lot, but we've worked on ways in which she can ask for support so she doesn't feel so isolated. And I think like what I'm trying to say here is we can have our biological responses, but as human beings, we're doing ourselves a disservice if we just allow it
Nia,
to,
I'm gonna switch you out real quick.
you know?
So
I'm gonna drop after I share. So if you want,
go right ahead. Go ahead, baby. I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead.
There's a couple people that had requested up.
When it comes to the dealing with the outside sources, because I know what AJ's talking about, I've been through it, where you cannot control what others. You can't control outside monsters. But what I ended up doing is comedy. When I started to get my get back, I would say something so snarky yet polite that would destroy these men. And now I teach women how you can get your get back without getting fired. The things that you can say that will trigger what they're doing to you in them, and they'll go away. And I'm trying to create a program so I can help women the way it's helped me. Right now, I'm going against a casino giant because I broke these men so badly, they fired me for no reason, and now they're going to lose their job, and this company is going to lose potentially millions.
Damn.
I'm going to teach y'all. If you want to, holla at me if you're going through some stuff, because I'd fawned for years, 10 years, been tolerating weirdness and unacceptable behavior because this is where you get your bills. This is where, to the point where now I have to go apply for another job. And now I'm in the waiting stage. Now I'm too scared to go apply to these jobs because I know men are going to be in charge and they're going to have this weird creep potentially, because it's not everybody, but I see every human male as a threat. And now I have to move in a world, in a patriarchy, and try to figure out who's not a threat and who's not.
That's exhausting.
It's exhausting. I don't leave my house. I was invited to a comedy show, and then it's comedy and the day job. The day job, I was a cook. Every single day I was in the office for something dumb. And they try to fire me for not wearing my chef's coat, for taking my chef's coat off during my last hour break.
No, that's clearly like them seeking, what is that word?
Micromanage. They wanted control.
But it's a different type of, it's because, okay, we have to be honest. As Black women, when we're in these spaces, we're hyper visible. People are constantly watching and waiting to see
everybody.
But see, this is the thing. Why is it we have to be worried about being in these spaces? Why is it that we have to be worried about being in these spaces? Why can't we just be anywhere? Why do we have to be worried about this title of these spaces? I'm sorry. I don't want to have to sit here and be like, oh my God, this space or that space. I want to be able to walk wherever I want. I don't have to. I'm just saying, I don't want to have to put categories on boxes every time I walk into a room. I find that
to the real world.
I'm just saying. I find that annoying. Well, this space and that space. No. I'm gonna walk anywhere I want.
Shorty, but you didn't have to be boring, but you're here now and you have to deal with the reality of the world you live in. It's not none of us personally made it this way, but when you walk into a bank or you walk into a store and the manager is watching you, that has nothing to do with you, right?
Following you around
in a way so that like when you leave that store, you leave in one piece. I know it's frustrating, but like, I'd be lying to you to say, oh yeah, that's how it should be. And so because that's how it should be, we shouldn't prepare accordingly for the reality.
How terrified were you all when we had to wear masks in stores?
Wait, hold on.
Say that again.
I didn't hear you.
How terrified were you guys when we had to wear masks in stores? I sat in the car for 45 minutes.
Well, I didn't leave my house.
Trying to see if
I did not leave my house.
You gotta wear a mask to walk into the grocery store. I was terrified.
Oh, no. See, unfortunately, during
What they
that
gonna do to
whole
us?
unfortunately during that whole episode, I was actually working outside, so I was already quite comfortable with being outside.
No, I'm talking about as
So,
black people walking into a bank or any
Girl,
business that has security guards wearing a mask
no,
after
see,
everything that was happening.
oh, I
It's
was
not
walking in
about being
behind.
outside.
I
I
was
wasn't
walking behind. I was
scared.
walking in behind. I was walking in behind the pale people. Like I'm with them.
Yeah,
but
I was terrified.
that's
I was walking in with
I
them.
was
Like
terrified.
I'm walking in with them. I didn't actually walk into the. I didn't walk into a bank by myself. I walked in behind a crowd of people
See,
and
that
made
was
sure
smart.
my hands
I
were
didn't know.
clearly
Yeah,
visible at all times.
I didn't know. I
I made
hadn't
sure
made
my
it in
hands
that.
were out. Like I was not walking into a bank. I'm not that silly.
You
No.
in the Bay Area, there were black people who were robbing and like assaulting Asian people, right? And it was plastered all over the news. Now that that's been plastered all over the news, everyone's hyper vigilant, and it's COVID time, so people are bold. People are bold enough to say certain things to you if you're not wearing a mask, etc., etc. So this level of anxiety that you're talking about, yes, I felt it. I remember distinctly walking into just the same CVS that I've walked in every single day and just feeling like I was being watched in a way that felt very, like, it was weird. But what I'm telling you is like, I felt that, and you know what I did in response? I was overly friendly, right? I greeted the manager, I greeted the cashier, I let them know what I was holding, right? And when I felt that there was any type of racial microaggression, I called it out.
and that's so much fun. That what you did there, and is exactly what I do. When I get into an elevator and certain people get all uptight, I said, "Oh, good, we're alone. It's my turn to rob you."
Right, but like
I'm gonna
that's
say
hilarious.
what you're
But,
thinking.
your comedy is the way in which you have been able to fight back or respond in a way that you see fit. Not because if we just responded to all of the aggression that we feel in this world, we would be angry all the time, right? So
But if you respond and make it funny, now you're their friend.
and
Now
now
they're
you're
no
in
longer
control.
scared of the next black person,
Right.
and that black person can rob them. I love you
But
guys.
don't you think
Let's
that
make them love
comedics
us so that we can rob them later.
don't you
In
think that
reality,
comedians don't you think that
in
comedians
reality,
used in so many different aspects, right? Is that like when you walk into your job and you got to feel like you're a certain way because all eyes are on you. At the same time, don't be mad when a king or queen walks into a situation and all the noble folks got to pay attention. It's the same thing as like, hey, the CEO's coming by today. Everybody cleans up their desk. Everybody makes sure they tie looking good. Everybody makes sure everything's good because they know that king or queen is walking into that situation. So don't be, maybe it doesn't have to be as quote unquote suppressive as we think it is, but maybe it is them recognizing like we ain't got shit on them. And that's why we gotta pay attention to how they move, because the way they move is always right. They always moving. They always up and up in their situation. And so if we take it just on like comedy base where you're like, oh, finally I get my chance to rob you, that's a perspective to look at it. But we can also do that monetarily. We can also do that in the heights of our career. We can also do that in any position that we're in because black is beautiful and that's how we rock. Like, I'm like, what do you want me to do? I can't downplay this sexy. You know what I'm saying? I can't downplay this power. This is just what we got. What are you mad at me for?
Yeah. So I
I'm
like how you're saying that.
I'm gonna say this real quick. That I get the whole why people follow us or judge us when we come in certain establishment. I think straight up, I think black people don't trust other black people in their establishment. You'll look at your own people sideways straight up if they're in your establishment because you understand that your people, all your people ain't straight, honest people. You understand? There are people who literally steal. There are people who look for it to get deals. They will walk in a black establishment and treat it like, oh, well, this ain't no damn Louis Vuitton. Hey, folks, give me a deal. Cut me a deal. Like, and they be looking at you to like, damn, why they trying to treat you so cheap?
Yeah. So that's
I don't be
okay,
liking that either, though, man. They do act. We act like we lost, like we don't do the same thing to ourselves. But when somebody else do it, they like, What do you mean? Why you looking at me like that? Like, bro, what the heck? Like, we see these things, so don't act like you lost. Nah, we want to be more offended, but we not offended when we do it, though. So it's just like, I don't get it. I feel like we got some mental issues. I ain't gonna even lie.
I have a question for you, Kev. And so if we keep treating each other like this, like we're a problem already, then my question, in your opinion, Kev, do you think that we're perpetuating it? Like, if I already assume you're gonna rob me just because you're black and you're coming into my establishment, then I treat you a certain way, then you respond to the way I'm treating you, so you might as well just disrespect my establishment because you're already being do we perpetuate this belief
It's
about
it's a defense mechanism. Some people just can't help. I would say don't be freaking what's that? I wouldn't say naive. Be gullible and think that it won't happen because it's your same skin or whatever. On both ends, because I look at white T people a different way. I mean, everybody get it. I don't trust humans overall. Like the tattoo I got on my neck say "Only God I trust," so everybody can get it. It ain't just the skin club. But I just know that, you can't trust people, sometimes. And we know with our history, we got held back from a lot of stuff, and we willing to take each other out just because we don't have like what each other have and stuff. Like, we done experienced somebody running up and taking your J's and all that stuff. Like, you can't help it. Like, if you're not trying to be gullible, I mean, it is what it is. It's just reality. You know what I'm saying? So I can understand some people's defense mechanism. It is what it. I wouldn't tell, but I wouldn't say put everybody in the same boat either. The same thing. But I'm the same way with cops. I'm not trusting. If I done seen cops that did so much stuff, I know it ain't all cops, right? But I'm not about to be open and think that they're not going to pull me over for being racist or something like that. Because like some of these, even though they call it stereotypes or whatever it is, it's a reason behind it. You know what I'm saying? It's a defense thing. People, you can't tell people they wrong because they feel a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Because most of the time, the people that want to check you for feeling a certain way, they be the people that you got to watch out for. You know what I'm saying?
Don't you think, like, not to put it into the extreme, don't you think every community thinks like this? There's white people that don't trust other white T people that don't trust other white T people. There's Asian folks that don't trust other Asian folks. There's Hispanic folks that don't trust other Asian or Hispanic folks. Like, we all do this within our society. I think that it's just magnified on ours. And that's why it's so presented. It's so presented so often that it's like that's how everybody thinks. No, that's not how everybody thinks. Everybody thinks this way about their own stuff. If you got a white T person walking into your house with tattoos all over his face or a skull on his face and his eyes is blacked out and all of that, you're gonna assume a certain pattern of lifestyle based on that individual. If you got an individual that might, he comes into your house looking a certain way, sagging his pants, got a certain color on, we gonna recognize, like, let me make sure I maneuver correctly in this situation. Like, we're gonna all do that. It's just so magnified on us. And like I said, when you're a king or a queen, it's always gonna be a magnifying glass on you.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a great point, right? We all do it, but the reason why I think black people get hyper fixated on is for two reasons. The first is we are the blueprint. We are the leaders of this. People look to us for what it means to be a man, woman, how culture, it's black people, right? So we are the leaders of this, but then at the same time, we're the only ones who put our business out for public consumption. Like Tyler Perry had a whole $1 billion industry based off of bringing black people's pain for profit, right? Like we are the only,
that's perfect. White people follow you around in the grocery store, right? White people follow you around in the grocery store and see what ingredients you use to make your food. They will follow you around in a fashion store to see how you dress, to see how they're supposed to move. We have always set the standard for culture, ideas, creativity, everything. So they will follow us around just for that. Now, the moment that we act a little bit out or go just a little off kilter because we having a bad day, all heck is breaking loose because we did something they didn't want. We thought that because they thought that we were supposed to be royalty. They always steal from us and sell it for themselves.
But that's the thing I want you to think about here, right? Like, how can they obsess about being us, but at the same time, like, be interested in our downfall? And at the same time, like us. And then at the same time, the way we treat one another, right? Like, if you go on social media or if you go, like, because if we're the culture leaders, right? Then why is it that we are the only ones, the only cultural group that profits off of the exploitation and the abuse of the other and putting others down. You hear this whole gender war conversation that's been happening since the 70s, right? There are people who profit off of this. There are people who like these industries, these music labels, these cultural industries, right? Beauty, all of it. They all profit off of some group. They profit off of Black people, ultimately a self-hate in a way. So I don't see, even if Asian people, like even if Vietnamese people and Korean people like don't stand each other, you're never gonna see them go head to head war in public. They don't bring their
No,
business publicly.
you're
They will
definitely not going to
always
see that.
support. They will always stick. It doesn't even matter if there's if there. It doesn't even matter if that person's wrong. They will always stick behind one of their own. They might deal with. They might have their in-group conflict, but we're not going to know about it publicly.
And
That's
the
not
only
Black
reason why they
people.
profit, and the only reason why they profit off of Black people is for the simple reason, based on what you just said. That's because they see that we profit off of each other and we always go against each other. So they figure, so what's the difference? They figure you guys go against each other anyway, so why not make money off the stupid stuff that we do?
Right,
You know?
exactly. Right now, there's this woman going viral because she uses the N-word and she's from Canada, right? And she's just using the N-word, and she went on Twitter and she was like, well, this is how I talk. I'm a real N-word. I'm a real N-word. Why are you guys so obsessed with the... And I'm listening to this obviously white woman, spicy white woman, use the N-word so freely. And I'm like, what Black people made her comfortable enough to use this N-word so publicly? And now she's getting clout. Now she's getting deals. Now she's on podcast. Like, just because of that use of that word and the fact that people are angry that she's using that word, she's getting all of this profit and attention, right? And that is a word that we have reclaimed for ourselves.
Because I think Black people is twisted in their mind for the simple reason that it's like this. If you're going to set a standard, if Black people are going to set a standard for themselves, okay, why are you sitting up here calling each other the N-word, okay? They figure, okay, well, we calling each other,
Yeah, exactly. We say it, so why can't they say it? Yeah.
we can call ourselves the N-word, but you better not say it. You know what? That don't make no sense, especially when they've used it in slavery. And I'm like, why do you even want to call each other that word for? That doesn't make any sense. So if you don't call each other that sets the tone that you don't call us that either, And that's why she's so comfortable with it, because she figured, your guys say it to each other and use it as a slang, so I'm using it for the same reason.
That's exactly
Yeah,
what she said.
It's no different than how people they throw that word around and that B word around. Hey,
Yeah.
B, don't do that. Don't do that.
Like, because the
I
girls now,
stopped that at the door. I stopped that at the door. What's up, my
exactly like
my ninja? No. Go ahead, babe. I'm sorry.
exactly like because the females now, like, they be calling themselves a B, like, or they be calling their friends and be like, do you even know what that means? Like you're literally calling yourself a dog. Like we need to be knowing the definition before we say stuff. Like I'm not gonna call myself no B.
Yeah.
Like,
especially in this country where the origin, right? Like, Black women were treated as breeders, right? Like, they were treated as just these objects that you could grape and then have a whole bunch of children for your own slave purposes, right? So Black women in this country were absolutely treated like female dogs once upon a time. So for us to take that word and start using it as just as slang, and then to normalize it, and then to take it away from its original meaning, right? Like Black women were considered actually the B word, and that's why they justified graping her, because she was just like, it was like you were breeding your dogs. If we divorce ourselves from the actual historic meaning of why this even is a word, and we just say like, oh, it's casual and anyone can say it, I think we're doing a disservice to our ancestors who had to go through that.
Exactly.
Yeah, we definitely are. What is it? There was a gentleman who just told me that apparently, and the only reason I could understand this is because I referred it to an animal, because that's the only way I understood it.
So men are being offered money to go to China to mate.
Yeah, because their populations
So,
are low.
so you're telling me that men are being offered a stud fee?
Yep. What does that
Because
remind
that's
you of?
my dog. If I have a purebred, I had a purebred King Corso, I could offer top dollar for him to breed with a female. So that's a stud fee. That's the same thing you do for a horse, for
Yep.
a bull. You
Yep.
charge a stud fee. So you are charging a stud fee for a human being, and preferably for a black male.
They did it in slavery.
No. I don't. No. See, this is where my brain doesn't seem to understand simple logic.
Well, I think
Why? Why? If you guys hate us so much,
you don't.
that part. If you hate us so much, why do you want anything to do with us?
But
They
then
want to
somebody
be
just got
so
done
that
saying
they
earlier. Somebody
they
just said
want
earlier
it.
that people want to be like us though, and now it's like
What
if
if
they
they?
taking everything from us now, we get offended by it too at the same time. So I'm trying to see which one.
They
You know,
want to
what
be
what we
us
really
That's
fighting
so
for?
They
sweet.
Well,
want
the
to be
thing
us
is,
without all the struggle. They want to be us without all the pain. They don't recognize that we are who we are because we have faced what we have faced, and who we have evolved to become is because we have faced so much pain and struggle. They want the benefit of that without actually having to do the work. They want to be us. They just don't want to have to deal with the racism, the sexism, the poverty, the struggle. How do you be resilient? They don't want to, they want the creativity skills, but they don't want to know, like, they don't want to actually do the work of how to gain it. That's
yeah,
it.
it's always have been that way. And I'm pretty sure I'm older than everybody up here. I'm 68 years old, but I was always one to, listen to my mom because my mom came up in the Depression days.
Baby, you
And
wise. You wise. You distinguished. We only wish to get to where you at.
yes, ma'am. And I learned a lot, and I'm saying this because what I learned, what my mother taught me, is somewhat of what I use today. Because history repeats itself, and actually, you got different types of YT. Okay, you have the YT that do HATE us. Okay, and then you have the ones that have the ones that want to learn from us, okay? Because we're brilliant. To tell you the truth about it, we're brilliant. And we have allowed society to dummy us down, but actually we're brilliant. And that's why they like to learn a lot of stuff from us. And now they do HATE us now because it's other nationalities over here that they can utilize, so they have no use for us anymore, okay? Because they used to learn from us. We did all the cooking for their kids, okay? Who you think were their first maids that took care of them? It was the black people who did it. So now since they don't have no use for us anymore, no more than take our ideas, okay? They use other nationalities now because they don't have no use for us no more. Because why? We go against each other. This is their mentality. We go against each other. We steal. We do all that other stuff that they don't like. So no, they don't have no use for us no more. They just want our ideals. That's all they want. They don't want nothing else.
I think it's a good thing then if black people have evolved out of being just objects to be used, and we're moving into a new development, which is, okay, we are then the cultural owners. If you go to Japan right now, you would be shocked to see Japanese men in hair salons trying to get perms and cornrows and dreadlocks. You go to China, there are men who say, if you ask them, what is your most ideal, like if you could be any race, what would you be? They would say black. If you go to Brazil, they're playing African American music.
Yeah.
One thing I wish, and Brother Mick touched on, one thing I wish we would recognize is our capacity for influence of humanity on a global scale is happening right now. It is a lie to think that we are not the owners of we're not moving it. Black people have $1 trillion worth of buying power. $1 trillion. We are not these objects to be used and forgotten, because even the people who they're trying to get to replace us, they're aligning with us. They are looking to us to guide, to show them what's what, right? We are not as...
But on the other hand, you got a lot of brainwashed black people. A lot of people have become brainwashed, and they have allowed their mind to go dormant on the smartest things that they know how to do because of the brainwashing.
I agree. And I think feminism is one of those things. There is a generation of black babies gone because of Shmishmorshin. To me, when you talk about brainwashing, we are talking about the ways in which this culture has impacted ours and has impeded the ability for black people, black families to grow and flourish. And they've lied to us. They said that the liberation movement, the Shmexual liberation movement, that's female empowerment. And so you have all of these women, especially black women, who have either aborted their children or having children out of wedlock. And these are things that we actually have not done. But we've been accepting this cultural, like, how do I say this? This is the ways in which they've tried to dismantle the black family, black people. And now what's happening is, like, we are, those confused black people that you're talking about, they're internalizing those beliefs and they're saying that is liberation, that is freedom, we have made it. I don't think that, I get a lot of smoke on these TikTok streets because I don't think that's the way to go.
Right.
If our ancestors could struggle through slavery, civil rights, like apartheid in different places, and still find a way to stay united and still bring black people into the world. And now we've gotten to this point where we are the most educated, we have the most access, we have the most anything that our ancestors have ever had.
Yes.
And we're at this point where we are too self-absorbed, narcissistic, and confused to continue building black people. That's crazy. This is how, like, I don't know. It's when we have these conversations, and I'm really happy that you've been here. Like, you are an elder. You've grown and seen this country evolve. My issue is like, what the reason why I think we're failing now as the new generation is because we're disconnected from our elders, because we are disconnected from the past, because we are disconnected. That is how culture is dying. We're thinking, one, it's like it's only like me, myself, and I, right? When historically it's never been that. Mothers, grandmothers would teach their daughters how to be ladies, how to be a wife, how to cook, even how to manage your hair, right? These very necessary and essential cultural, the things that our ancestors would have given us, we are disconnected from. And I think that's where we're gonna fall to the wayside, because everyone else is recognizing we need one another except us.
Yes, the mothers and the grandmothers, they groom their daughters for lots of things, how to become a wife. They teach them, how to take care of a household. And it's not that they teaching them that's what is a woman supposed to do, but they're teaching her part as a woman. If she wants to go out there and have a career, she can do that, but still know your basics as a woman. And, because back in the day, it's gonna always be, a man and a woman, okay? And the way women are today, they're like, I'm not gonna cook, I'm not gonna clean, I'm not gonna do this, that, and the other. But the first woman in a man's life is his mother. And the first thing a woman said, well, I'm not your mama. No, he's not looking for you to be his mama, but he's looking for you to have some attributes like his mother, okay? He's looking for you to have some attributes like his mother. Mm-hmm. Yes. Like, okay, if you want to share the household duties, it's fine.
Support.
If that's what you want, if that's what you would like to do. But these women today, they don't want to cook, they don't want to clean. Well, that's not my job, I'm not going to do that. Okay, but then, the very simplest thing in order for a man to stay in line, if you can know how to keep a household, because you know what? He ain't going nowhere. He's not gonna go anywhere else. If you can cook, okay. He didn't run from his mama when his mama cooked because he like a home cooked meal. He like the house to be clean. If you want to go out there and work, go out there and work. But at least keep the simplest thing will keep a man home. But a woman in their mind, they think it's always the bedroom. No, it's not. It's not that. It's not
Not
that
get
at
that
all.
back beat in.
Yeah, it's not
That's
that at all.
but the culture is saying it's only that, and so that's all these women are offering men, and then they're offering it with a price, right? And so you have all of these women who are more invested in BBLs and trying to get a man's sexual attention than
Well,
how
if
do
they
you
want the
create a
price,
man's soul.
if they want the price to come to it, okay, they looking for a man when it come to price, okay.
Yeah,
If a
it's all
man
for price.
if a man see that you keep everything at home, you don't even have to tell. Well, I have to tell him with this, that, and the other. No, you don't, because men are visual. Okay, they're women are emotional. Men are visual. Okay, if he sees that you cook, you clean, okay, and he feel okay. Well, she's doing all this. Well, then I need to give her my money. I need to, because she's doing all of that and I don't have to worry about all of that. She's keeping the bills paid. She's keep groceries in the house, and she's doing all that. A man don't mind giving you his money because that's an investment. He's investing in what you're doing, okay? But you want BBLs, you want all these long weaves or whatever they call them, and you know what? Then they wonder why a man want to nickel and dime you. Okay, he's nickel and diming you because he can go out there and get any woman in nickel and dime and have a multitude of them that he's nickel and diming.
And to be honest with you, black men are the most prized men out of all of them. So if you as his woman are not even delivering there, and he has 10 other women who are willing to perform and do all of that just for his attention, why would he? Why would he pay? Like, what is the incentive? Like, why should he commit? Why?
He don't have to. He don't have to. He can get the whole cow for nothing.
He can get the cow for nothing, and then his own woman, the one that God has intended you to be with, is not only unwilling to do what she has been brought on this earth to do, but she's going to charge him a price, and then she's going to emasculate him if he doesn't meet those standards. Like, what?
Yeah, they give men a bad rap, and I don't like it. I don't like how
I don't like it either. Because,
I
like
really
I
don't
said,
like how I feel sorry. Honestly, I feel sorry for the men today because these women is really immaculating these men. Because men do their little dirt too. They do their little dirt, but I think it also women help contribute to some of the dirt that the men do. And they don't give the men a fair chance. They don't give them a fair chance. Okay. And they don't understand that, I just think women claim that they understand men, and no, they don't. They do not understand men at all.
The ones that do is called pygmies, though.
Yeah, and then the ones. Oh, go ahead, Nay. Sorry. And can other people talk?
Oh no, I was just agreeing.
What do you agree with?
When Kev said that they get caught up in me.
Huh?
Like with other cultures, they're not called pick me. They're just called feminine women taking care of. Like,
and other culture of women, because like you said, I've seen a lot, and I have worked around all different cultures of women, and some women, black women think that when a black man goes to a different culture. And you know what? They are so wrong for what they think they're going to a different culture for. They're going to a different culture because different culture of women, they groom them just like we were groomed. And we took that grooming and we throwed it down the drain. These other culture women are the ones who are capturing our men because they believe in going in there working, full-time job. They believe in cooking, taking care of the household. They believe in doing all of that, okay? And Black women think, oh, well, they're going to them because they're putting up with things that we're not going to put up with. No, they're doing the basic things that a woman is supposed to do, and that's what that man is going for, and that's who he's marrying. He ended up marrying a different culture of a woman because she has those attributes. See,
And that's how essential this is. Like, the fact that a black man is willing to leave his own and go somewhere else just to get his needs met is only evidence as to how important it is for a man to be with a woman who is willing to share her feminine energy and not give it to him as a price, but gives it to him just to give to him. Like, that's how essential it is. Because I can't imagine, because there are men, I know a lot of men talk about needing for women or not dating black women. And I do think a part of it is heartbreak. I think it is a heartbreak of not being able to get your needs met from the woman that like you want, right? And so you have to go with the women who are willing to take you. And I think those women too, like no matter how much she cooks and cleans and bends over backwards, there is a spiritual understanding that is lacking when you are with a non-black woman. She just doesn't get
Hold
it.
on, but you're bringing up such a great point, or I guess an insight, and sometimes I say things based on what other people are saying, and it just brings an idea to my head. But it's like I got to compete with the world. Why do I have to come home and compete with you as well? Just because we both make six figures doesn't mean you got to throw that in my face.
Yeah.
You know, as far as and men do it off of physical stance, right? So if I do see you, you know, taking the household, doing the laundry and all of that, I'm grabbing the lawnmower or the blower and going out into the yard and doing my physical part of this situation. It's not like you're dealing with, let's say in a perfect world, you're not dealing with a lazy man. You're dealing with the man that's willing to compete or keep up with whatever you're doing. So if you cook the food all out the dishes, you know, if you done with the babies and put them to sleep and all of that, I'm rubbing your feet while we watch that movie. I'm trying to do something to make up, because as a team player, I can't just look at my star player win the game without me doing my side. And we have to constantly do that with each
I really
thrown
like
into your face. Then in the end, it's not that I don't love you. It's not that I don't love you, but I honestly, this is the basis. Let me go find a lady that does me get home.
your connection is not good. Your connection is falling up.
It is what it is.
That junk getting worse and worse as it goes.
Hey Mick, I think because of your connection, we weren't able to fully understand what you were saying. If you can repeat that, that'd be great.
After you get a bar, after you get some bars, you only got one bar.
Oh shit! Oh, there we go. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, I just think that when you're equally oppressed, right, and when you're equally striving and achieving, it's like I want to leave that at the door when I walk into my house.
Yeah.
If I have to go ahead and compete with this outside world, but then I have to compete with my wife at the same time when I get home, it's like, when do I ever get to relax? And so you do get to a point to where, like, you know what, you're a great person, but sometimes I just want you to coddle me. I have feelings too. Then you go out and search for a woman that's willing to do that and be like, hey, she works and she got six figures as well, still a great household, and she never just yells at me every time I get home. I kind of like that.
Yeah.
I kind of like not being yelled at the moment I walk through my own door.
Yeah. And I think I'm going to share this with you. I think that is a valid desire. That's a normal desire. But I think what black men do that other men don't do is that willingness to meet you halfway. There are, like, black men are the only men that I know that are willing to really, like, work with their women. The way white men treat their women, it's very, like, it's very subjugated. It's very, like, oppressive. It's very, like, talked down. Black men are really, like, the ones who are, you guys do a really good job of being men and then also being really good partners and then also being really good father. Like, you guys are just, so I understand why it's exhausting when you're playing all these different hats and then you come home and you don't get to relax. My only thing is, like, what I'm noticing now in days, so many people are growing up in single family homes. So many young women do not get to have access to that masculine energy. So many young men do not even get to see that masculine energy. And unfortunately, so many people understand relationships to be a source of heartbreak, of destruction. And so women are constantly reminding you, I can do it by myself, because she saw grandma and mom do it by themselves. She has so many more examples of women doing it by themselves, that being in partnership is actually threatening to her sense of reality.
Mm-hmm. And that's why the majority of time that women don't understand, that's why, what am I about to say? That is why some women don't understand why men don't romance them. How in the world can a man romance you when as soon as he get in the door, you screaming, you hollering, why didn't you do this and why didn't you do that? Because romance comes with the build of time. Oh, well, this marriage is boring. Okay, well, as a woman, you made it boring because you don't give him a chance to see what he's going to do from his perspective. Okay. And if you ask women, do they know what romance is? 95% of the time, they do not know what it is. Okay, they don't know what it is because they have not ever given a man a chance to do his part. Normally a man is not stupid. He's not stupid. But you can turn him off and turn all of that away by sitting up there constantly bickering and backering and arguing with him and pointing fingers and trying to compete against him and this, that, and the other. That's not cool.
Okay, just to respond to the competition thing, yes, it's not cool. But I had a live a couple of days ago when we were talking about what is it that women are misunderstanding about men's pain? Like, what is it that we are failing at? How can women do better? And a lot of men came onto the live and they were open and they were vulnerable. It was beautiful. And a lot of men said, when we talk about our pain, it seems like it gets dismissed. It seems like it gets invalidated. It seems like they don't get to have space to be themselves, right? And then as this man was talking about the pain that he experiences, you know what a Black woman did? She said, what pain? What pain are you going through? And I'm like, see, this is it. This is exactly what the men are talking about. Why is it that whenever a man is talking about his experience, we have to overshadow it or silence it or change the topic or recenter it on ourselves? Maybe that is part of why we are struggling in understanding men. And so what she ended up saying was, oh, my brother, like, he got all of this and I didn't get this. So a lot of women feel like because a man is a man, he should just be able to figure it out. He shouldn't have any experiences of pain. And that because
part
as a
right
woman,
there. That part right there is because it is like I come to you with a problem, right? Like, hey, babe, I'm dealing with this, that, and the other. Well, it seems like you understand the problem, so why don't you just fix it on your own?
Yeah.
And then automatically I'm going to say, okay, I'm back by myself again. I should never come to you again without my problems because
exactly.
Do it by.
And
if that's the case, then why are you appropriate in my life? What do I do with you then? Because you're just a burden. You're just a bill. Technically, you're a financial burden on my life if you can't emotionally be there for me. That's all you are. And I hate to be disrespectful, but most women and most men, even single men that go into a relationship, they do think not only emotionally, but they think financially as well. When they take on that relationship, they know they're going to have to financially support as well as emotionally support that woman. So when it comes to you with an emotional problem and you tell him to fix it on his own, he says, well, what's your importance in my life? Because I am going to be very specific on how I maneuver with my life. I'm sorry, but you're not helping. You're just not helping. You're just a backpack I have to carry every day that's got rocks in it.
And that's the whole point of why you went to her in the first place.
He's cooking.
You went to her in the first place to discuss it with her, and she's just going to dismiss the way you feel. It's not like you're sitting up there sharing it with everybody out there, and normally when a man shares his pain or his problem, okay, and he, and this gets on my nerves, well, I don't want to see a man cry. It's not like he's crying to everybody else. That's personal between you and him.
Right.
He's showing you what his pain is, and when you see a man cry, he's comfortable with being a man. He's a man. If he has a problem with showing his woman that he has feelings, okay,
That's
then
not the woman.
there's nothing wrong with that. He's showing it to her. It's not like he's showing it to everybody, and she should honor the fact that he showed her that. Okay, that he showed her that, and she dismisses it and make him feel like he's worth nothing because he did that. You know what? If I was a man, I would have divorced her the same day.
That's the
I
thing,
know.
though. Men
You
continue
crying
on
for?
when they're unhappy, even when they're unhappy.
Because
What is
that's
he
really
crying for?
sad.
What is he crying for? I don't know.
So is it possible that it's not that men have to sit around with their emotions and say, woe is me, but sometimes men go through certain experiences that are just overwhelming.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Just because you're a human being, right? Maybe it is, maybe you not knowing if you're going to be able to make the rent next month is overwhelming. Maybe dealing with the bullshit that you have to deal with at work is overwhelming. Maybe there's stuff that are going on with you that you haven't spoke about that are now coming up, and it's overwhelming. Maybe you don't understand why, but because a lot of men have you guys are very you guys have emotions and you're very empathetic. Like you guys are able to understand.
Oh, not all of us.
Well, when I say empathetic, I don't mean it in the feminine way. I mean it in a like if I give either
It's compassion, right?
yeah, like if
It's
I give men
compassion,
here
right?
a certain if I give you guys a certain scenario, all of you guys will respond, I'm pretty sure the same, simply because you're able to think outside of yourself, right? Like
I would say I'll give you a scenario, and just to Neo on that one, right? We've always said this as a joke, growing up as boys that tussled and fought when we were younger. Be scared of the man that's starting to tear up before that fight happens.
Exactly.
And sometimes tears are just an emotional response to it, because that's the only thing you got coming out, because you don't want to express this anger, violent man to your woman or anything like that. So tears are the way you get that emotion out. But it doesn't mean that you're necessarily you're being vulnerable, but it doesn't mean you're weak.
Correct.
You're just saying, I have a lot of pain and anger right now, and this is the only way I can express it without punching a hole in the wall.
Correct.
Without going out there and
that's
doing something
strength?
dangerous.
Correct.
I do think it's strength, because I don't yell my tears for my wife to be like, oh baby, let me bathe you, let me take care of you, I'm not doing those tears. Sometimes I'm spreading those tears, and somebody comes over to give me a hug, and I'll be like, I don't want a hug. I don't want to, just because I'm crying, I don't need no hug. I'm just upset right now. Like that's acceptable. I can cry and still not want the compassion. I can still cry just because I'm angry. But what I do have compassion for is the people that are willing to listen to me while I'm in that vulnerable state. And I'm like, hey, I'm sorry for crying, bro. I just had a tough day. Okay, back to work. Like, let's get back to business right now.
Yeah, exactly.
But I had to release that shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
real quick, let
even
Edward
more
come
strength.
in there, because I know y'all been bouncing back and forth. Then we're going to let the main thing after that, because I ain't hear them talk yet.
Yeah, it'll be more strength if you figure out why you cry and what solutions would help you prevent yourself from crying. Coming up with solutions is a man's duty. It is not his duty to solve a woman's problem. Sometimes she doesn't need you to solve her problem. She just needs you to listen. So for us, since we're problem solvers, we should figure out why are we crying? Why are we overwhelmed? What have we contributed to become overwhelmed? And what can we do to solve the issue of being overwhelmed before we get to the point of crying? When you cry about things like that, outside of a tragic loss, that means you basically given up in that moment, not as in life, but you have given up in that moment because you can't come up with a solution to why you're having these problems. And it probably means that you're not accountable for the actions you took to get to the point of not being able to solve the problem. Every action has a reaction. We do things We go about life and we make decisions, and we're not conscious of the decisions we make and the actions that will follow the decisions we make.
But
So I don't believe
don't you think we should give ourselves more grace in that regard, right? So like my
the
grandfather
world doesn't
passes
give us
away.
grace.
No, I'm just saying, based on what you're saying, right? And to agree with you, I agree with you. Is like grandfather passes away, auntie just passed away 2 months ago. Job is giving me a hard time, right? All of these things, and it's not the straw that broke the camel's back. It's the thousand underneath it. What we don't do is we don't express every moment how it happens. A lot of times we allow the moments to build up. So it's just one spark to the flames that creates that emotion to where I'm in trouble right now. I'm fighting. And that's when the emotions come out at that point.
Yeah,
So I do
but that,
understand what you're saying. We don't deal
but
with those as a
yeah,
as a single
that's
parent.
because
And
that's
Edwin,
We are
because.
wait,
a mixed
I have a
bag.
question. I have a question. So, like,
Can I
okay,
can I say this really quick
yeah,
before
go
you ask your
ahead.
question? Men don't know how to properly grieve. Men don't know how to take time to themselves or wherever their grieving process is to properly grieve from a loss. They just keep going, and we can't keep going all the time. If you see in movies when you have strong male figures, when they have a problem that they can't solve in a moment, they go to themselves and they cry and they try to figure out solutions to make sure their family is protected. So we don't know how to grieve at all. We just got to keep going because the world expects us to. But a real man knows, hey, I need this time to myself to grieve so I can come out of this situation and be what I need to be for my family.
But Edwin, like, as a woman, right? If she's really your partner in crime, like, if this is really someone who is supposed to be your other half, right? Then that means you don't have to carry this burden alone. This doesn't have to be something that you have to cut yourself off from the world and go through this dark process and figure it out and then come out better. Because in that time that you're using, you might have gotten to that solution faster just by talking to your woman. Just by her giving you the space to release and then her affirming you, she doesn't even have to fix the problem.
Wait a
Just her,
minute now. Do you think
hold
all
on,
black
hold on,
women
Hold
are
on.
hold
this
on. I just want to say,
emotionally
May I
intelligent?
I just
respond
want to
back?
say,
May I
I just want
Wait,
to
respond
say,
back,
wait, wait,
man?
hold on,
wait,
you
wait. You
guys.
guys have been talking forever. So you believe, like, you guys think that all black women, by the way that you're talking, are this emotionally intelligent?
No, no, I do
So
not.
then
What
what
I'm
are we
saying,
saying?
so what I'm saying is, if you are a man in a relationship, the part of the relationship that has value to you is having that safe emotional space with your partner. And the woman
That's
who
what
is
we're
with you,
saying.
and
Not
the
a lot of
woman,
black women
hold
exhibit
on,
that. Maybe
hold
you
on.
and a select few, but not all.
But maybe the reason why there aren't enough women who are like that is because we have a cultural belief that all you guys are just supposed to have it together. So her even doing that work isn't even part of her job. And so maybe
So
we need
can
to have more conversations about, okay, what if the purpose of your woman is to be there, that safe space for you.
may I respond real
Okay, to
quick? Because I'm
ask
about
for it.
to yeah, I'm about to get it's about to get noisy. Every human being needs time to themselves. A woman needs time to herself sometimes during her
That's not what
menstrual,
I'm
and
saying.
sometimes men need time to figure things out by themselves.
That's not what
It's
I'm
just
saying.
sometimes. Say again.
Elwin, finish your point. Can y'all stop cutting him off so we can actually hear the full perspective? Elwin, go ahead.
All right, so look, I got a lot of traffic at my crib, and I can't park my car, so I'm on the bus. But anyway, can y'all hear me? Because it's probably loud.
No, you
Yeah.
good?
All right, so what I'm saying is every human being needs time to themselves at times. A lot of times, men need time to themselves to figure things out. But if they need tutelage from their woman, they'll go actively seeking if they're emotionally intelligent enough. But as men, we're no matter which you may say, when a woman is in a relationship with a man, she expects him to figure it out. That's in every culture. She expects him to figure it out because she entrusted him with her life and his and her children to figure things out for her. Now, if you're in a space where you have issues of vulnerability, when you don't know how to properly exude vulnerability, which is like, hey, I had this go on and made me feel this way, but this is what I'm going to do to get past it. That's probably the proper way to do it, not to cry about it. The only time it's excused to cry is when you've had a significant loss in your life. You will be looked at and respected for that because that's okay. But if a man is overwhelmed because he has a job that he can actually get another job, or if he had a hard day and he can actually have a better day tomorrow, why would it be okay for him to cry? He's not expected to cry. No one will respect that, unfortunately, and I'm okay with it. But guess what? I'm a man. I cry. I try to make myself cry, but I'm not going to cry in front of a woman for what? I'm always looking for a way to fix my problem, not my woman's problem. I look to fix my problem because I'm very good at fixing problems of my own. So why would I cry about it? That's all I'm saying.
And all I'm saying,
I love your point. I love your point, bro. I wanted to bring this up to just piggyback on what he was saying real quick. Is I got laid off when COVID happened, right? And I sat there for that last 4 or 5 hours before my wife got home from her job, figuring out how I'm gonna tell my lady how I just lost my job. Like, and I'm stressing the whole time, right? The moment she comes in, she comes with to what I think is an idea. She's had problems with her day as well. So she sits down, she's like, before I come out, she's like, for a second, and I'm like, oh yeah, go ahead, tell me. And she starts listing all the problems she has that day. She starts telling me about all her problems. Not only am I dealing with the fact that I got to tell my wife I don't have a job anymore. We got a 2-year. I got to sit there and put my problems aside to listen to hers. And once she's done with him, and I'm like, so I lost my job today. And she was like, well, why didn't you tell me that? Well, I've been trying to tell you for 5 hours. I've been trying to figure this out. And what we do as men is we put our feelings in the background a lot of times because we might have a heavy situation and be like, hey, baby, I need to talk to you. And you'd be like, oh, I need to talk to you first. All right, go ahead and list your thing. And they'd be like, well, what do you want to talk about after I'm done with mine? Nah, nothing, never mind. Because we're not trying to put that burden on y'all. We got to deal with it as men. Just single ourselves out and just live in that little corner or that little cave that we live in. That's what we do on so many bases. We just say, you know what, if they ain't got time for it, then I'm going to deal with this myself, and I better be man enough to deal with it myself. Because if my wife ever leaves me or my lady ever leaves me, I still got to deal with it on my own. I don't got a circle of friends that's going to be able to help me through everything I do. Maybe some things, but not everything. I've always dealt with this myself. This is the life of a man, is being a singularity.
and that's the part that
Pull my
frustrates.
boy every 2 days about bullshit.
Okay.
The thing is, you guys aren't a singularity when you enter a relationship. You're part of a whole. And so what does it look like for you as part of the whole to suppress their experience, to minimize their emotions, to put that on the back burner in order to put someone else first? It creates an imbalance in the relationship. And your partner will never be able to show you ways in which they can show up for you and relieve your burden in a way that they uniquely can do only for you. You'll never ever get to experience that level of closeness and safety and security if you are constantly saying I have to figure this out, I need to be man enough, etc., etc. When you bring these ideas into a relationship, you will never be close enough to understand your partner. And to me, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth slaving away at a job, doing all of these things you don't really want to do, like putting yourself in a position to sacrifice and make sure your family is good if you yourself cannot even take up space in a way that you could do that you can do alone. If you can do this alone, then what's the point of even entering a relationship in the first place? And I'm not saying you have to cry. I'm saying that we are robbing each other of an experience that we need essentially for us to grow as a community. We are robbing each other when we say, oh, she's not going to understand my pain, so I'm going to keep this to myself. and instead of resolving it with her, y'all find other meaningless distractions like porn or gambling or whatever to distract you from your pain. When if you had just allowed someone into that space, your partner, and you trust and you allow yourself to be vulnerable enough to trust her, to be mature enough, to be responsible with your heart, then I'm telling you, the things that you can achieve when you have a woman who believes in you and who's fighting for you and is and wants to help heal and nurture you, that bond can't be broken. But we're robbing each other of that opportunity.
Let me respond. Yes, sir. Can I respond?
It's not an idea. It's like it's
Sounds like a white tea woman.
Hold on, dear. There's some men out here who don't have issues. They have little minor issues, but they're capable, emotionally intelligent, and more mature to understand what's necessary to get past them. That's why they're so small, but to other people they may be big. So if I say I had a bad day and you want to cry and say, well, what's wrong with you? Well, I had a bad day, it's just something happened at work, but I'm good. No, but what happened? Well, I'm good. It doesn't matter. If you want to keep crying and not let a man be a man, he said he solved the issue, let it be what it is. If I'm visibly disrupted, now you have a point to cry because something is off, right? That means I'm robbing you from that communication. But if I'm in good spirits and I just share with you that I had a tough day, but it's all good, allow it to be what it is and stop trying to fix something that's not broken.
Okay, Edwin.
Hold on, man. Well, if you come home and you need to vent to me and not have me solve a problem, I need to be able to listen to you, to hear you out, to show you that I'm here for your support. I'm not going to overstep and try to solve a problem that isn't necessarily need to be solved. The only problem you need to solve is to listen to me. So accept and respect the man when he knows he has emotional intelligence and he knows that a lot of things, I'm being honest with you, a lot of things don't bother me. Before, when I was a broken man, a lot of things bothered me because I didn't know how to solve them. So I would cry. Well, I didn't cry. I used to get really violent with other men. A lot of things that happen in my life, I'm responsible for them happening. So
Correct.
If I'm responsible, I have to make better decisions. So now that I make better decisions, I don't have a lot of problems at all. They're very minor. Oh, maybe I got a flat tire. Do I need to cry about that? Oh, maybe I'm going to be late because maybe I got to catch the bus to go home miles away because traffic down. Do I cry about that? No, it's something. Just get your ass on the bus and you catch the bus back to get your car tomorrow and you'll be good. Why do I need to cry about that?
But Edwin, I'm not talking.
Or complain.
Edwin, but I'm not talking. Okay, let me be specific here. Yes, I agree with you. Adults, man or woman, you need to be able to respond to your own problems, especially if they're of your own making. And it doesn't do anyone, you don't do yourself or anyone else a favor when there is a problem that you created and that you won't actually implement solutions. And then you're mad about it. I'm not talking about that. That's immaturity. And I'm also not talking about the ways in which we just cry frivolously, just because like something's upsetting us, we got a flat tire, so we're gonna cry. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the ways in which being in a relationship helps us co-regulate, helps us be healthier, helps us be happier because we are intimately connected to each other's emotional world. So, for example, if I'm at work, right, and I have a coworker who's always sexually harassing me, he's on me constantly, making me feel uncomfortable, and I've talked to HR, and HR said they're going to handle it, and I've talked to this person, and they still are doing it, and I've talked to all these other people, and I've done my own work in trying to find a solution. Hi. That is me being an accountable adult, right? I'm doing everything that I can. But if I go home and I can't even talk to my man about it because it's not his problem, then I'm not allowing you as a man to come into my life and do what you can do and help me reframe the situation. You might not even.
But maybe that's the conversation, Ann. Maybe that is the conversation.
Hold on. You may not have a solution for me, but just being able to share with you something allows us to be close. Why would I rob you of that?
Repeating what I just said to you. I said it's my duty to listen.
You guys are breaking up. I can't hear you.
Your service is terrible.
honestly, it's not that I'm trying to over. I don't know when you guys are talking because I can't hear you guys.
No, I would
Hold
let.
on, Mike Bleed. Hold on. Mike Bleed, your connection is crazy. Elwin. I'm not sure.
I think you guys can hear me. Oh shit, it keeps popping out.
It's bad, Mike. You gonna need to hold the Wi-Fi box.
That was funny.
Yeah, I don't know how I keep jumping like that, right? I think the crazy thing about it is that when, first of all, I don't want to bring extra problems into my household, right? So especially if it's simple things like Evelyn was saying, I can deal with that on my own, and if I'm over it, I'm over it. It is what it is, right? And then when you hear me contact my homies, I don't go through the emotional thing with them. My homies would be like, "Hey, bro, you need to get your mind off of some stuff. Let's crack jokes with each other. Let's have a good time with each other." So, and 5 seconds into that conversation, we're laughing and having a good time, and all of that pressure is gone from us. When it comes to the way women react with other women, they want to say how it made them feel, how it made them. Men are just like, I know it sucked already. And most of the men that we're dealing with that are our friends, they probably dealt with some shit that same day as well. And so we're not trying to say whose situation is worse to each other. We're just saying, hey, let's crack a couple jokes, let's crack a couple beers, let's watch the game, or let's have a good time together, and that's it, and we can resolve those problems, and we can say, I appreciate you, bro, thanks for letting me get through that without having to think about that for 24 hours. And that's all we really want as men. And that's the difference, I think, when we go into a relationship, is that I don't want to put that burden on my wife. I don't want to put that burden on the lady in my life, especially on simple shit. And even on hard shit, that's something I definitely got to figure out. So let me see how I can navigate it by myself before I put any type of thing on her.
Why?
I think that's just the difference between men and women. I don't think it's not a why to help you understand. It's just a why to give you insight.
No,
It's just that's an insight on us.
Please help me understand why your boys who have no investment in your future, but your wife who's definitely invested in your future, why they get the privileged information and she doesn't.
They don't get the privileged information. The
You just
conversation.
said that you wouldn't want to put it on her.
No, it shut down right away. Like I hit my boy up and be like, "Yo, what's up, bro? What you got going on right now?" Nothing. I'll be like, "Yeah, having a rough one. Want to go grab a drink at the bar real quick?" Oh, I see how it is. All right, bro, let's just meet up at the bar. I don't need to have information to that. It's just like, honestly, I don't want to talk about shit. I don't want to be about that. I just want to have a good time, hang out for a little bit, bullshit with each other,
Why don't you want
and
to
just
talk
move
about
on
this
from
with
there.
them?
That's just how we are. That's just how we are.
Here's what I'm going to share with you, right?
Hold on. Y'all been going back and forth a lot. All right, because I've been trying to jump in here. And it's like, dang, keep going back to back. I think something that Miss Ann need to understand is that you're literally saying the same thing Edwin said. But you just, for some reason, you want to combat it and not face it.
What do you mean?
And I just read something that you just said. You said, and that's why women think that you all like your boys, right?
Yeah.
Which I don't think is true, because every group of men don't hang out with ain't shit ass people. Just say that the group of people that you know are the ain't shit ass people that be on that type of time. Because you don't hang out or know every man or woman. And we all don't think the same. So, and I think what he's trying to seriously get through to you is that a man ain't gonna come to you about or vent whatever it is that you're looking to get him to come to you for, because you pour all he understands that you are an emotional creature yourself, meaning you come to him with your problems, you come to him for him to solve answers in a relationship, whether it's your friends, family, whatever it is, your work, whatever it is you got going. Then he got to take on the understanding of the kid's mental. He got to understand that his even his friends come to him. So he takes on a lot of information in life. So knowing that he got everybody problems coming to him, and he got to figure out, because most men want to want their woman to have a stress-free life. A lot of men don't want their women to stress. If she ain't got to stress, he wants to provide her to not to stress. That is the duties, because that's gonna, if she's stressing, how the hell she gonna maintain the house or the kids? So it's like,
No,
I
no,
so
no,
want
no,
it's
to
no,
like,
no, no, no,
bring
no, no, no,
Lan
no.
because
No.
go ahead.
so it's like people gotta understand, if he got the weight on the shoulders, like he literally got weight of the world on his shoulders. So it's okay if he goes to his homeboys and talk. He ain't gotta talk to you about every little thing. You want him to talk to you about every little thing, and that's okay. But understand, even if he don't, that doesn't mean that he love you any less. That just means that he just needs some time to where he could think logically, to where he's not tripping, to where he is for sure when it comes to self and what self standing on. He can't have people clouding his judgment.
And emotions will cloud judgment, and you're going to be emotional because you're going to come with all these solutions. And like, all right, babe, I got you. When I'm trying to think if it's the proper way, you're clouding my judgment because you're coming off emotional. Well, just talk to me, babe. Talk to me. Well, babe, I don't want to talk right now. I need to figure some things out. Allow me to figure some things out, then I'll get back to you. But no, I want to help. You're doing too much. You're crying. We're not interested in that. Now you're becoming a headache. Now you're making problems worse. Just relax. The best thing a woman can tell a man is, all right, babe, I'm here if you need me. Let me know if you need me. Do that, and you will have a man that will seek you out to be vulnerable with you. And when you're always crying because you want him to express this as much as you, I'm not you. She's not you. Lee is not you. The host is not you. So understand that everyone is different and everyone operates differently, but we do have similarities to one another. Typically, man likes to figure out their issues. And if they want some help, they will seek help. And it can be seek from you or from a friend. Allow a man to be a man. If you don't know how to allow a man to be a man, you won't be with one for long. Same way with a man. He needs to allow a woman to be a woman. He needs to understand a woman, how the emotional safety she needs, as well as physical protection. If you don't allow her to feel safe, if you put too much stress on her, you're talking about 50-50, but yet she's cleaning up the whole house, she will not be comfortable, she will not be able to bear your children, and she will not feel safe, and she will monkey branch and entertain other men. You have to understand your counterpart. You have to understand the opposite. If you don't, you're going to keep losing.
Let's get Creole. That's,
Call me
ain't that who is that? I know that voice.
Jane.
Girl, I thought that was you.
Okay, I just wanted that. Well, shit, Edwin said it all, but I'm just gonna add a little bit up in there. Pretty much we overanalyze everything too much when it comes down. That's pretty much what Edwin is saying. Women decide to overanalyze. We go to our homegirls about specific things because we know that our men cannot understand those things. The man that we're with, sometimes they just do not understand, and that's okay. And he doesn't feel like he's out of the loop. But when it comes down to conversational pieces and some things that we will bring over the top and, make big issues, which was something that was small, maybe it's just something that was in his mind that was going on and he just needs to let it go. So most of the time they'll go with their homeboys, play some basketball, play some pool, just hang out or whatever the case may have you, and they'll be over it. If we get the information, we're like, well, did you solve that problem? Did you fix it? Did you look at it? What did you do about it? I want to be a part of the loop. And that's not always the case. We also need to make sure that we're keeping our individuality as well as the man that we're with is keeping his individuality. And that means sometimes you're not in the loop. Just like the kids, sometimes they're not in the loop. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't mean that you're not important. It just means that at that moment, your assistance was not needed.
I love that you said that, Jane, and how you tapped off of what Edwin was saying. Because if you look at it, I can't stand when people say, well, I allow this man to do that. No, you let that man take that authority. You don't allow a man to give authority. The man creates his own authority. That word allow is so powerful.
Okay, so
what's the difference between allow and let then?
You let them be them.
Interesting.
The thing that I think you guys are I think the thing you guys are missing here is that I'm not trying to offer a an idea that would make men be less men or to change the way they operate so I'm comfortable or women are comfortable. I'm trying to speak to this alternative perspective because we have a tendency to avoid it, and through that avoidance, that's how we create separation, even though you're married together, et cetera, et cetera. That's how people end up feeling like I can't trust my partner with the most intimate things that I desire. There are men who want to do some really freaky stuff with their girl and they feel like they cannot do it. She's going to misunderstand him. And they feel isolated. There are women who get there are women who get advice from their female friends, and because they are women, they will mislead her and misguide her down a path of singlehood simply because she was scared and she was too scared to be honest and transparent with her man. So please understand, it's not that I don't understand men. What I'm saying is the way in which we have been operating is not working, and it's creating more confusion than ought to be. So what I'm not saying a man needs to cry, and I'm not saying he needs to talk about his feelings all the time like a woman. What I'm saying is, if you get into the habit of seeking someone else's counsel before you seek your partner, that's a problem. Your partner is in partnership with you, hopefully to the very end. And so that person has privilege before your boys, before your girls, before your mama, before anybody. And when you justify and rationalize in your mind, oh, I don't want to burden my partner with this because I'm going to hide it and I'm going to figure out how I'm going to do this on my own. What you're essentially saying is, I am unwilling to let down my ego and allow someone to come in and share space with them because I don't trust them, because I'm scared of what they will do if they're that close. And so these are the ways in which these are the ways in which we create boundaries and walls and rooms and of isolation and compartments where we seek out maybe that person for this thing and we seek out that person for that thing and we seek out outside of the relationship, when if you are really in a relationship with someone, that is your duty. That's part of your responsibility, man and woman. Whenever you think that because you're
Hold on.
last thing, you guys keep telling me, oh, women are too emotional and so da. I'm telling you, both of us are emotional people. But to think that your woman can't handle certain things, so you have to hide things from her, that is a problem. Your woman is an adult. Her duty is to you. And maybe because of her ability to see the world, she might be able to guide you and share information with you that might actually be better than what your boys will tell you.
Anna,
And
what you're saying is 100% correct. You're talking about men who are not healed.
Right.
You're dealing with men who are not healed.
no, I'm not
Yes.
talking about men that aren't healed. I'm
Hold
talking
on.
about
Hold on. We just
I'm
let you
talking
go
about
through a
men.
spiel. No, you're not, because I don't have the issue. I don't have an issue to talk to women when I'm vulnerable on my live. I tell women about what I go through all the time, and I come up with ways that I become better from it. So you're talking about men who are
Edwin, do you
no.
tell your girlfriend that, or are you
I
talking
don't have
random
a
women?
girlfriend, but I have had a girlfriend who I express things to all the time. She's reaching out to me now. She's admiring that we can talk about everything. So I know what I'm doing. You're speaking about unhealed, hurt men who don't know how to communicate how they're feeling and what they're going through. You are entertaining unhealthy men, and you believe that all men are unhealthy. You have just said it.
No.
Hold on. I just said multiple times that I'm able to communicate and I will seek out my partner when necessary. Girls have girl talk and guys have guy talk. You want to be a part of guy talk? There's things that I go through that a guy can help me understand because he might experience the same thing because he is a man. There's things that you go through that I can't even speak to because I'm not a man. It's like me talking about your menstrual cycle. I have no knowledge of that. All I can do is try to support you. Hey, you need me to rub your back? What do you need? You need me to give you space? Whatever you need, babe, let me know. I cannot relate to that. So when I'm talking about a thing that a man goes through, typically a black man, I may seek others in that community to help me understand or help me try to come up with solutions. It does not mean I don't trust you, but I'm looking for counsel for other men. And I look for things from you when I need things from you. That's what I'm supposed to do. I'm not supposed to just put anything and everything all on you or any and everything all on my boys. And
And
sometimes
so what
I
I'm
need
saying
space.
is,
Hold on, love, because I didn't cut you off. Talking for a minute. I'm almost about to land. And see, I kind of forgot my point. You have to understand that when there's people that are healthy, they don't have a lot of problems. I'm telling you. Everything isn't a problem. But when you're unhealthy, when this dog shit got on your shoe, that's a major problem. When the bird crapped in your car, that's a major problem because you're so broken and effed up that all these little things are a problem. You had an incident at work, that's a major problem. But for me, that's nothing. That's just an issue that just happened real quick. I talked to him about it and it's over with. That's what healthy people do. So maybe you should align yourself with healthy people. Because when healthy people are out in the world, everything isn't a problem.
I understand that. I understand how people look at the world that way, Edwin, and I understand that men don't have to constantly complain about their problems. I'm not talking about a man complaining. No one wants to hear someone always complaining. There's a difference between complaining and saying, "Oh, this happened and that happened and da 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 and this and overreact." No one, you don't want to hear that from me, and I definitely don't want to hear that from you. I'm not talking about
But Edwin's
complaining.
making a point, and
I'm talking
Edwin's
about
making a point. We're talking about healthy people. We're talking about people
yes,
that
and
have
I'm
figured out how to maneuver through life. So there's three sides to every story: yours, mine, and the truth, right? And the thing is the truth sometimes can be a little hard because I don't need to bring this truth to you because either it's too basic or it's overwhelming. And sometimes that overwhelming truth, and to bring it back to a little bit of a beauty side of this thing, is when a man is about to propose to a woman, he doesn't come to his woman about that proposal. Sometimes he goes to his boys and say, "Hey, bro, I think I'm about to marry this one," and he talks to his boys about it. He doesn't bring that smoke to her friends or her or his lady or whatever. He's trying to set this up to be magical and be this fairy tale and do all of that for them, right? Men will constantly go to their men on simple things, and dudes will figure this out with an artwork of silence that you have no idea about. And we do this constantly, but we do it based on, sometimes our boys will be like, "Bro, don't bring that situation to her. You already know what she's dealing with right now. Don't bring that situation to her. Just do what I'm telling you. I think you should just handle the situation by yourself. Keep it pushing, and it's all good." And we'll be like, "Okay, I get you. That makes sense."
So
you know what I'm saying? We do this
hold
all the
on.
time.
But the
And
thing
you know
is,
what they're trying to tell you? What they've been trying to tell you this whole time is that you're trying to nurse a baby something back to health, and they're trying to tell you they don't need it. That's what it is. You're in this nursing type of be as vulnerable and weak as you can be, then I can keep building you up. Some guys are just built. You
no.
can't do anything anymore. And you're gonna have to kind of coexist with that. And that might be a problem for you because you have I don't know what it is. Maybe it's real, maybe it's not. This unbelievable, like almost savior
Neo,
complex from a different angle. Like you want to
Neo. No, she's talking about the men that come and see me on a platform. She's talking about men that speak like outside, like cam models and things of that nature, and why they're not comfortable coming to their wives and saying, "Hey, I would like this," or "I would like that." Like, where's the discomfort? Am I right, Ann?
Yes, that I'm not
No,
only.
he
I'm not
says he's
only.
talking about all men.
Wait a
Hold
minute.
on. To clarify, I'm not only talking about that, but that is exactly the way in which it manifests. When you avoid telling your woman the intimate things that she should know, it manifests in you seeking out cam girls or corn. It manifests in you going out and like. Yes, there are men who, when they are struggling
I was
with
on a
things,
different point.
they do not know how to articulate something simple as he wants to do something, freaky in the bedroom because he already has
Nothing
this
in my
belief
butt.
that I can't bring this to my girl, she won't understand. Then he takes it to someone who does understand, a schmex worker. Or I can't take this to my
Still
girl,
nothing in
she
my
won't
butt.
understand, so I take it to my boys. And what I'm saying is, you are not in a position to control an outcome. When you divorce yourself from the responsibility of being transparent to your partner, whether it's about your schmexual intimate desires or whether that's something that you think is not that big of a deal, the point is, if you're in a relationship, part of your job is to be transparent. I'm not saying be transparent so your wife, your
And do you
girlfriend
believe? And you
nurses you.
believe?
My
And
bad. I
you
didn't know we were
believe
50
that?
Hold
Shades
on,
of Grey in it.
I'm not
guys.
saying
I was
I'm not
confused.
saying just that.
Now I know where we are.
One moment. So, Mr. Kev, are you there?
Yeah.
What is your thoughts?
Say you want new voices on here. I'm letting them
50
rock out,
Shades of Grey,
I
man.
got some time. I got time today.
Maybe
So
99 Shades of Grey.
what's the? He talked basically off from the little bit I was hearing, even though I was half paying attention. I guess we was talking about men expressing themselves, right? And when, where, and how, and why, and what should be good reason and timing,
Well,
right?
yeah, but also
Well, coming to his woman.
understanding men's pain, right? Because
Right.
then people come on my live and women are like, well, what do men have pain about? And men talk about how they have pain and they can't talk to women about it. And then I get on this live and I hear men talk about, well, it's just for my boys and me. This is where it starts. How can you be mad at women for not understanding your pain when you guys do this as a way of coping with your pain?
Hey, she filtered out everything I said to her. It's okay.
Wait, what?
You filtered out everything I said to you
No,
because
wait.
you're hold
No,
on,
I understand you. What? Okay.
ma'am.
Give me an
You
opportunity to see if I
you've had a
understand.
lot of attitude. Hey, I'm giving you another one. What
If
you need
I,
to do as a woman is learn how to listen,
okay,
to
so
understand versus listen to respond. What you are doing is listen to respond because every time I respond to you, you start a whole new conversation, but you're talking to me. So I'm
no,
like,
no, no, no,
you
no,
don't do it.
no,
And
no, no,
that,
no. I'm not. Hold on. First of all,
ma'am. Let me tell you this. I've done nothing but respect you when you're speaking, correct?
correct, and
So when I'm
likewise.
speaking, no, you cut me off. So if I respect you, can I ask for the same respect in return?
Sure.
Okay, so what I'm observing, I'm not judging you. I don't think you're a bad person. I think you are generally going into a good direction, but you have to understand to listen to understand. So
Agreed.
okay, hold on, mute up for me. So what I'm telling you is, I've said multiple things that kind of show the opposite of what you're saying. Because I do agree with you. When an unhealthy man everything you have mentioned, those are typically things unhealthy men do. How do I know? I was an unhealthy man. I didn't know how to communicate. I didn't know how to express how I felt. I just shut down. I just closed up. Right? When I become a healthy man, I know how to express how I feel without being overly emotional or too closed off. These are things you work on as a man. These are things your parents are supposed to help you learn growing up. But since a lot of us don't have good, healthy parents, we become unhealthy children. So I got to the point of telling you, hey, this is how healthy men operate. They pick and choose what's best. Like he said, if you get an engagement ring, I'm supposed to give you all the details. Men need confirmation. Hey, is this a good? Hey, how does my girl look? Hey, what do you think about this ring? I can't ask you that, right? So I need to go to my boys so I can make sure you're happy and cool. If I have a hard day and it's something that resembles something that other men have been through, why would I go to you for it? It makes no sense. I cannot I cannot talk to you about your menstrual cycle and how it makes you feel. I can only try to support you. So in those moments, you need to understand and try to be supportive versus trying to solve a problem which is not necessary for you to solve. Now, if you're saying all men are like this, you will be projecting and you are not understanding that, hey, there's some men out there, it's probably not a great amount of them, but there's some men who don't have problems. Okay? Everything isn't a problem. And if they had a problem and you needed to be a part of fixing it, they would have no problem seeking you out. Hey, babe, this is going on. What do you think about this? Allow a man to come to you. A man does not like priors. A man is not like a woman who don't know how to listen, who doesn't know how to respond and wait and be patient. Just as well as a woman don't like when a man can't respond and be patient and ask the proper questions and make sure he's listening to her versus trying to solve her problem. Because every man is not supposed to, I mean, a man is not supposed to solve every problem you have. They're here to listen to you because you might need listening, or if you have a problem, you'll have them fix it. You let them know. So
Hey,
we have
Edwin,
to
Edwin, can I
understand
throw
one another.
something? Can I throw something in on that? And I respect everything you're saying. I love a lot of the things that you're saying, no matter what, right? There's something that it took me a little while to learn as a young man growing into an adult man, which is when a woman brings a problem to you, am I here to fix this problem or am I here to let you vent? Right? That's something that I think a lot of grown men understand. Is like, is a woman just telling you their story because they want to get it off their chest, or are they trying to get you to solve a problem? And we have to understand that. We've all had to recognize that within relationships, whether it be personal, physical relationships.
You believe that's a man job?
No, I'm just saying that we start realizing that, right? And I want to ask this question to
I hear that a lot too, though. I think that's a two-way street, though, because also I look at we both adults.
I'm going.
She should be able to.
That's where I'm going. I wanted to ask the women what dynamic that you guys have in reverse on that. So men will say, do you want to just vent or am I supposed to fix this? What do women say to men when they come to you?
That's a good one. I see what you mean. Yeah, that's what I'm about to say.
You get where I'm going? It's like, what do women say to themselves and say, does he want me to help him with this or does he want to just let me listen to this? How do you guys deal with that? Ladies, how do you ladies deal with that?
I think one thing that you're speaking on, Mick, too. I think one thing that Ann was bringing up earlier when she was talking about how people complain. So, are you really complaining, or are you really expressing what's really going on? Are you really expressing what's going on, or are you complaining about what's going on, and what are you going to do to change it?
And for me, I'm a proactive partner. So if my partner mentioned like last week that he has an interview, right? For example, and I know who he is, I'm probably gonna follow up with like, how did your interview go? Or I'll hit him with if he comes to me with a problem, I will mirror back to him what he says. So if he's like, you know what, I did that interview and I wish I did this, that, and the third. What I tend to do is, what I'm hearing is you wish you did better at your interview and you're not really happy with the results. And I just mirror him. So when men, it's not
so selfish. So selfish. And I'm sorry.
So if he's complaining.
Disrespect on that one.
Hold on.
Exactly. I'm gonna show you something.
She must never got answered that. Had that type of question to put to her, man. That's that hot seat towards the women. Oh, that's deep tonight.
Yeah, so
how is it selfish?
I don't want to make anybody feel disrespected.
They show right there that they ain't meant to solve problems. It show right there in the way she answered it.
I'm an adult. I want to understand.
That's why we talk to the men.
Hold on. It's loud.
Wait, can all the women answer before y'all respond to y'all ask the women a question?
I think everybody was quiet when they asked it. Everybody got quiet. Nobody said that.
We was gonna go in a row to Lovely to Nay. I thought we was gonna go down.
We were literally waiting and nobody said nothing.
Because Lovely started
They ain't
speaking.
raised hands, nothing.
I had my hand up, Kev. I did have
Go
I had
ahead.
my chip up.
Go ahead, Chip.
I just wanted to say something.
Can you restate the question? You said how to respond because your internet is nervous for one. I want
I know, man. I'm so sorry. But I guess in regards to what she's talking about is that you're analyzing it based on a response.
Please. Let's just
I was just responding to Kriya.
Yeah, he got to give his question again. He don't want to ask the question.
okay.
I just wanted to give the question. If you ever come home to your man and he's working on something, he got an IKEA project, he cooking a dinner, he's fixing something that needed to be fixed 2 weeks ago, and he finally got the project together and start doing it, leave that man alone because he's got more on his mind than you will ever believe.
How you messing it up? So the question, okay, I guess he's not gonna say. So the question was, what would y'all do? Do y'all ask the man, do you want me to solve this or do you want me to listen to this or something like that? That was basically what he was saying.
Yeah, he was like, what's the female version? He said, what's the female version of...
At least you didn't try it. She tried and tried it. She gave the most.
But she said, but laugh. She said something that's very...
He asked what was the female version of... Do you want me to fix it
I want
or
to
do you want
point
me
out
to
something that
complain?
she said really quick.
Let me answer the question. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna look at him. Hey, I'm gonna go in the room. I'm gonna turn on my favorite movie. I'm probably gonna give me something to eat. You want something to eat? You want something to drink? All right, and then I'm gonna leave your ass alone.
So I want y'all to understand what this woman just said. She said, I mirror him. So if I'm pissed off, what is she gonna do? Mirror me in her own way.
No,
That's,
you're no.
that's why.
Okay, hold on. Let me clarify because
Ma'am,
that is wrong.
ma'am, you can
That is wrong.
clarify, ma'am,
Hold on. I
ma'am,
need to correct you because you're
ma'am.
wrong.
You don't need
You're
to correct
wrong.
me. You can correct me when I'm done, so you can hear out exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
It is okay. If you don't agree, it is fine. Kick my ass after I'm done speaking. I don't mind. She said she mirrors him. Women mirror their men. Why would a man who understands a woman mirrors him and he's a problem solver, why would he bring problems to her? Because she's going to mirror me and she may cry. She may become upset. She may become agitated. She may try to fix something that she cannot fix. So why not figure out how to fix the problem, possibly share it with her, say, hey, you know, this happened at work, but I'm working on this. I'm going to figure it out. The
Okay,
best
so
thing a woman, ma'am,
okay,
the
go
best
ahead.
thing a woman can do, in which a way of Creole did, it was terrible, but she said, babe, I'm here if you need. I'm here if you need me. Whatever you need me, let me know. That's kind of what she said. I'm here if you need me. Whatever you need, just let me know. That's what you should do. And he might say, well, I need you to help me do this thing. But you don't give the space for that, and you will shut him down every single time you pry. You don't get that, but has that worked out for you? Is that something that's working out for you, or has it ever worked out for you? I'm just asking. I'm not here to attack you. I want to understand, because there's a lot of things in my life didn't work out for me, so I had to switch it up.
Yeah.
Is that working out for you romantically?
Yes,
To
it
cry?
has.
Okay.
Yes.
It
One of
has.
the, one of,
Are you still with
one
that
of,
particular person?
we are still in close, we have a close relationship. We're not
Okay.
together. But one of the things he would say that he was attracted to me was the fact that I was able to understand him and see what he was saying. So he goes in the world as a man, people bring him problems, he has to solve them. People are constantly draining and taking from his energy. So when he would talk to me about something that he would never say he would never express the feeling I feel overwhelmed. He would never say that. But he would talk about all the things that he's going through. And when I say mirror, what I mean is I will bring his experience and add context, and attach it to a certain experience for him to understand that I see him. So if he's like, oh, my dad did this and my dad did that and my dad did this, what I will say to him is, oh, because your dad did X, Y, and Z, it sounds like that's why you're feeling a little overwhelmed right now. And he'll be like, oh, yeah, I guess. And then he'll go on and keep telling me his story. And I would mirror back to him what I understood. It wasn't about me mirroring his emotions. It's the fact that I'm doing what
Therapist never responds. They just listen. So what Creole was saying.
Hold on. Part of what I do, what I do for him is to let him know that he is being understood. It's not me. I'm an adult. I'm able to take, I'm responsible for how I feel. So if someone is telling me about their experience, but if someone's telling me their experience, part of me showing them that I understood them is mirroring back what I heard. That doesn't mean I'm taking up their feelings. That doesn't mean I'm upset. If my man is saying this is what happened at work and that's why he's frustrated, so he knows I'm listening, I would say, yeah, this isn't the first time your boss did X, Y, and Z. Remember when he did this and that also made you frustrated? None of that is about me. That is all about how I am mirroring back the fact that what he is saying is valid.
How does that help?
Does that not make sense to you?
Do you understand?
Hold on, it makes sense, but how does that help? You're stating at this point. At this point,
how does that help?
You're stating the obvious. Yeah, I know why I'm pissed off. Well, you're pissed off. Duh. If
that sounds like gaslighting.
Okay. The reason.
I am pissed off. Thanks, babe.
Oh, you're mad because your boss did.
Since men don't want to hurt their feelings, they don't want their women to feel silly.
Edwin.
Okay.
What the hell is going on?
One thing that has happened in our
because Ann, if that makes you feel good,
let me please add context before.
Mike, you're McDonald's Wi-Fi.
One thing that I also will add to this mirroring thing, I would. So if he has a problem with me, right? And I don't see it's a problem, right? But let's say, for example, he thinks I'm being wasteful with something and he gets upset with me. I don't respond to the anger. What I would say is, you know what? You're right. I know you don't like it when things are wasted. So I'm sorry for behaving this way. I am mirroring back to him his value. I don't take it personally.
Do you change the behavior?
And I change the behavior.
Okay,
I understand
well,
what
that's
I
good.
did. That's so
No,
funny.
one thing, like when we were living together, he
Gonna
used
read.
to
That's like rubbing it in.
no. When he used to get
It
upset.
is though.
No. Hear me out. When he used to get upset, like
Yes. All the men on this panel are saying the same thing. All the men.
And you have to be conscious
okay.
of that.
I'm sorry.
Before I respond, can I just how do you understand what I just said?
And
Well, the reason I'm understanding what you're saying. Oh, my bad, brother. I'll go if you want to. But I was gonna say, like,
How do you understand?
if a man for Creole came up earlier and said like she recognizes her
I'm
man is
not
going through
asking
something.
about her. I'm asking how do you
And hold on, and
understand?
I understand you're not asking about her. Just listen to me, please.
Okay.
If we asking about listening, just listen to me.
But-
Creole said she recognizes her man has a bad day, right? She says,
Oh
babe,
my
are you
God.
good? And he's like, I'm good. I just, I got to deal with this or whatever, but I'm good. And she goes up and watches her show. She goes up and watches her show in the bedroom, lays down. She got her show on and all of that. You know what a man usually does in that situation when he's kind of calmed down and figured out his shit on his own? He goes up and starts rubbing his lady's foot or massaging her back or just give her a kiss on the cheek and lay down next to her and be like, what you watching, babe? Oh, I like this show. Let's just lay down and be quiet with each other. And as Creole, based on, and correct me if I'm wrong, Creole, she recognizes that he has figured this out by himself. He has done it on his own, but he also knows that I'm still here for him, and he still needs me based on the fact that he wants to cuddle right next to me.
So simply,
This whole situation is figured out.
so
Bingo.
simply, all we want is you to do it to shut up, and we figured it out.
Exactly.
Okay.
So hold on,
You
Miss
guys
Creole.
recognize
I'm sorry.
none
Hold
of you
on,
guys
Miss Ann.
responded
We've
to
been
what
letting
I
you-
said.
we've been letting
When
you
I
rock,
asked you
Miss
directly,
Ann.
hold on.
Miss Ann.
Hold
Why
on.
are you not
Just like-
talking? Hold on,
Just
cause
like-
y'all doing a lot of talking, like a lot of over talking. I don't like that. Like Jesus, like please respect Kev. He was talking.
Okay, I apologize. But Mick, you didn't answer my question at all. You did exactly what you said women do.
Ann,
When I
you're
asked,
you're too
when I asked
analytical.
you, how did you
You're
understand me?
too
What you did
Miss
was you
Ann.
brought up another woman's example,
This
No,
is
and
let
then
this
you
is
focused on
this is
that.
telling me with
talk.
no
When I
disrespect being
hold
shown
on.
that
When
you are
I
unwilling
asked
to
you,
listen to
do you
someone when you want.
understand what I
Hold
said?
on, Miss Ann. This is what you're telling. Your behavior right now is telling. You don't know how to relax when you have a point to prove. You have to get the point and make someone.
I'm
There
having
you
a
go again.
conversation
There
with
you go
him.
again. There you go again.
But I'm talking to
You
him.
react to everything you don't agree with. You don't have the
No.
patience
Yo,
to hear.
Edwin,
You
let
just did it
her,
again.
let her talk to
No.
me.
We're
You're
watching it
let her talk
live
to me.
in color.
totally misinterpreting me. You're
Just let her talk to
We're
me.
watching it
All the
live and in
patience with
color.
this.
Yeah,
It's all
that he
good.
do got a. I was thinking about that too. Yeah, he got a point though, because like, ain't no way that you different from what you explaining and how you handle this conversation. Is kind of like, hold up. It's like you.
I asked him a simple question. How did you understand my
and repeat your
perspective?
question.
And he
Repeat your question to me, and I'll go with you.
I
I'll
will,
go
but
with
I'm
you.
just letting you know. I'm letting you know now. I'm getting a bit frustrated because no one is actually engaging with what I'm saying. I'm engaging with what y'all are saying. Mick, when I asked you, how did you understand me? You brought it to another woman's another woman, and you fixated on her. None of that answered my question. And that's the problem with communication. When I invited you to understand me, you couldn't even tell me what you understood. You brought up something else. That's a problem.
Okay, well, I understand you. Would you like to hear what I understand about you?
So when
Hold on, she brought it up to me, right?
So the question was, when I told
She
you,
brought it up to me, so I want to have our back and forth, correct? Right? Like, so if we're trying to understand each other, let's have our back and forth respectfully. So go
what
ahead.
did you understand about what I
And
said?
I'll go next.
What did you understand about what I
I
said?
don't misunderstand anything that you. Well, I didn't misunderstand anything. The reason why I went to Creole in her position on that
No,
is
no.
because
I
I was
don't care
trying to
about
give you
Creole.
understand. Hold on. I was speaking. Hold on, give me a second. The reason why I brought that up is because maybe the way that I'm speaking, you don't understand. And I was trying to bring up a scenario that you might understand. And when I brought that to you, you said the deflection was, oh, you want to bring up another person in our conversation. I don't want to bring up another person in our conversation. I want you to understand that there's perspectives on this. And there's a way that we can navigate this situation to sometimes I don't need you to listen and try to figure this out for me. Sometimes I need you to listen and just let me watch the show
Okay.
and just be quiet.
Okay.
He is trying to shut the fuck up. And that is just bottom line. And if you can't wrap with the part, then you're just doing yourself a you have no idea what your partner actually needs. Sometimes your partner doesn't step up to
Your audio's cutting out.
You're cutting out, brother.
But I understand her completely because I study behaviors. Her intentions are good, but she doesn't allow a man to be a man. She doesn't have patience to have conversations when she does not understand, and she does not listen to understand when she's frustrated. She wants to solve her problem. She wants to solve the problems of the man. She wants him to hear her. And when he says, well, no, I don't need that, babe. Well, wait, hold on. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? You have no patience, right? You don't, because every time I speak, you cut me off.
Because you're intentionally misrepresenting what I said.
Okay.
And if you were actually listening to me, then you would understand that I have consistently responded to everything you said.
Look,
You
I don't
haven't
think it's not the thing is, it's not a set, it's just an observation of what's going on. Now, he just repeating what's going on. It's not even about what you said from this point now. It's just basically how you handling conversation.
Yeah.
And then you say, and then we already heard enough, but it's like you keep trying to, now that somebody dissected what you said, you don't like what's being said, or I'm gonna say you don't like the opinion about how you would have did it, and we're just saying that that wouldn't work because a man is not going to want you to reflect back on them because and that's why he used Creole, because she was like, all right, I'm just gonna hear what he said, go be in my room, and then eventually them dude probably, because everybody don't want to be basically repeated back to, you know what I'm saying? So that's all that really was, though. It wasn't about what but from this point, it's like observation, like how the heck is you like this, the way you handle this conversation, and you can't, and you, go ahead.
One thing that I just want you to consider for a second is that when I'm reflecting back to you, like I'm about to say right now, most of the men on this panel think that there is no use in reaching out to their woman partner about certain things that are going on with their experience, if it frustrates them or not. They'd rather find their own way of coping with it because X, Y, and Z. One of the main reasons is it's none of her business, right? He can figure out a way to solve his own problems. He doesn't need someone to do it for him. A lot of the men...
Perfect point.
Hold on, Bleak.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
So a lot of the men on this panel are saying there is no use in having this mutual back and forth because, number one, he's not going to seek her for a solution if he doesn't need her to. He will find other sources. And I have been responding to that the entire evening. If you guys understood my point, and what I was saying in response, it wasn't to try to invalidate that experience. If you understood what I was saying, which was we are partners. What you go through, I also want to be a supportive partner in. Yes, you're not going to understand my menstrual cycle, but if I talk to you about what I'm going through and you are just holding space and supporting me, there is a mutual understanding. If my man is going through something and he feels like no one gets him and he talks to me about it, I don't need to take on his feelings for me to agree with him. I can understand what he's going through by mirroring his perspective. Like I just did in this live. I know where you guys are coming from. I don't agree with it. However, when you guys say, I just want you to shut up, what I'm hearing is it's a very narcissistic way of communicating with people. In my
That's what you
opinion.
got out of that.
May I
Wow.
respond
In
now?
my
May I
opinion, and
respond
here's
now?
why. Because
You have to learn how
here's my
to.
hold on, last thing.
Yeah.
Because if you and I can disagree, and that's totally fine, but if you can't even understand where I'm coming from, if you can't exercise empathy, then this is why we have problems in our real life relationships. I asked Mick, what did you understand about what I said? And he only turned the conversation to what he liked because it mirrored what he liked. That is not a mutual.
And the question was about men, I thought.
I can
Directed towards
understand
me, then
you.
I'll
You
It
cannot
sounds like
understand
that sounds like your
me.
main thing. You rather be
Nick,
understood
please
more
let
than
me.
anything than try to understand, and that's what it is. And you kind of
But I
proving that more and more.
just said
So
y'all's
hold
opinion.
on.
I
Miss
understood you guys.
Ann,
I
Miss
just don't
Ann,
agree.
you are taking up a lot of
project it towards
time.
me. If you want to project it towards me,
Hold
I'll
on, hold on,
respond to
Miss,
it.
hold on, Nick. Let me
Before I
respond.
hold on, before
Let
I
me
engage,
respond. Miss Ann, I can't
Okay,
keep
y'all
doing it
done
before I
talking at
leave.
once.
I can't keep doing it before you go and this and that. Okay? We're being patient with you. You're not being patient with us.
no, I'm getting cut off. I'm getting frustrated because I'm getting cut off.
Damn, you have been
And
talking
you've
for
been
5
talking,
minutes
you've been
straight.
talking for a whole 2 minutes.
Like, what do you're exactly when your point is not being seen how you want it to be seen, you're gonna get frustrated. You're
No,
gonna
I don't
project.
care.
There you go again.
Listen, I don't care if
You
you
know what
agree.
I would do in this situation? Okay, Miss Ann, we're not seeing eye to eye. I'm gonna go ahead and leave and try again tomorrow. That's what I would do to you because you don't have the patience to respond, but you want me to listen to you. So now you don't give a damn about how I feel. You're not trying to understand me, but yet you want me to understand you.
Go ahead.
I have
Go
said
ahead.
multiple times and again that I understand exactly where you're coming from. I see what you're saying, and typically that comes from men who are not healthy. You keep saying men are saying this and that. The panel can agree. Nobody said none of the stuff you're saying. We're observing your actions. Look at you. We're observing your actions. I am observing a combative person who's argumentative, whether it's calm. Hold on. Whether it's calm or angry, you are argumentative. You don't know how to say, you know what? Maybe this person is right in this moment. And accept when you are right. And don't allow nobody to accept when you're right. You're too impatient. You know everything because you're probably intelligent. So you don't know how to be a woman to a man to let him have his moment as well as he needs to let you have your moment as a woman. We both need space. We both need outlets, especially women. Women need to socialize with other women. It's very important for them. Men socialize with other men, but it's not as important as it is for men. It's important for us to have a woman by our side more than anything because they keep us healthy. They make us live long, help us live longer. We understand that, and some of us don't. So the perspective you are giving is based on broken or unhealthy men. When men are healthy, they don't have problems to talk about. No one's ever said, hi, problems from Ann. We're saying, hey, I'm good. I'll share this with you, but it's probably not even a big deal. It's okay. We're not saying we shouldn't share anything with you. And if someone said that to you, maybe they're unhealthy. You have to listen to understand, not to respond and not to be heard every time. Sometimes it's not necessary for you to be heard as well as it's not necessary for me to be heard. We need to know our roles in our relationship. Because your mirroring worked with that guy, y'all not even together anymore. So maybe it didn't work that good. And it won't work with the next person, or maybe it'll work even better with the next person. But understand, every individual is different. Your actions will not work with every person.
Let me say this too before you go too, because you saying that's why I said I think you take it. You're not used to kind of being challenged from what I noticed though, and you used to like always being the speaker all the time or whatever. So this is all he did was an observation. It's not him being disrespectful because I see you put that in the comments and all that stuff. It's just what he noticed out of the midst of this conversation. You're very impatient. Like even before, I remember before. Like I said, you're a very smart woman and all that. You know what I mean? You know what you're talking about and all that. But it's just like when it's something that you disagree with, it's a whole other thing. You gotta like, no, I gotta break this down. I gotta make sure you understand me. But it's just like even if we do understand you, that don't mean we have to agree with you. We still gonna be like, I still don't agree, even though you broke it down. So it's just like I think that's one of your things is like I'm trying to put it in a clean way, but basically that's just something that you may have to work on. You know, that's all it is. It ain't just saying because everybody got something they got to work on. Sometimes I get held accountable on certain things or whatever. But this, this is like this accountability room. So we're going to it's out of love. It's out of love. It ain't disrespect.
It's just like, okay, did you know this about yourself? But the thing is, which we know, you got your own platform and you do all these things, but you're not used to getting challenged on your behaviors. That's all it is. I mean, but it's not a bad thing. It's just like, all right, dang, these people are saying this, so you may have to take time to yourself and be like, all right, dang, I gotta see why he's saying, why they might be saying this, something like that. But that'll take a little bit of like putting your pride and ego to the side, because especially when you always used to being right, you probably gonna be like, nah, heck, I know what I mean, and I'm gonna say what I say, you know what I'm saying? But it's just, it's out of love. It ain't no disrespect.
Yeah, and I think when you put that in the comments too, and you said, what about my argument have you engaged with? Why does it have to be an argument? Kind of like what Kev is saying. Why can't it be like almost like an agreement to disagree? It's like, why does it always have to be a battle?
So, it's not a battle. We're having a conversation about ideas. I'm coming here presenting an idea. So when people don't engage with the idea and they're engaging more with the way in which they are perceiving me, I can't go back and forth with your perception of me. That is your perception you're responsible for. So when you guys talk to me about me being this and me being that, none of that has anything to do with coming to a place where we at least...
You just said it, and you said, I can't... Hold on.
When I say the word argument, what I mean is the discussion point, not an actual back and forth.
Well,
and the reason why you're making it combative is because of the ways I'm being portrayed here, which I think is disrespectful.
You just said I can't. You said I can't engage in conversation because you're not accepting what other people are giving you. Jane, go ahead, my lovely.
You are disrespecting yourself at this point.
I just wanted to bring up a point because it was made earlier. So one of the reasons why, and this is sometimes what happens, and one of the reasons why men come to women like me as a cam model is because their women are overly understanding. They want to know everything. Something is not theirs anymore. And sometimes just having a woman sit there, they pay for women to primarily sit there and be quiet. Or if you're cooking dinner, watch them cook dinner. They're overly dramatic about a lot of things. And it's nothing, maybe he needed that. I would say that's too tedious. And maybe he needs more of a therapist for that. Or maybe he needs to talk to his mother again. And I wasn't speaking or saying my answer to match with Mike. I'm saying that in reference to being married and being with my deceased spouse since 2012. When I used to be tedious and focus on, okay, am I doing this right? Am I being a good wife? It was too much. Men are simplistic. The less is better. If they can fix it and solve it themselves, which makes them feel macho. If they're in that kitchen and he's messing up the sink and he's tearing it up and he has to rebuild it and take it back apart, that makes him feel macho. That makes him feel like a man. It makes him feel less of a man if I go grab a wrench and say, baby, let me go ahead and put on my heels and help you figure it out. You don't need to do so much. The less is more. And then being able to have their world, if you get your man and then y'all start meshing, he's going to lose his identity. He's going to sit up on you. He's never going to want to leave home. He's going to start arguing and bitching all the time. He's going to start complaining. He's going to start becoming you. You don't want someone to shadow you. You want him to be him. You want you to be you, no matter what it is. But primarily men come to us because their women are too understanding. They're too in their business. And then they have all these ideas. I wish somebody would be more like this. So I'm going to go find that. It's not always Smex.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what, Jane? And if you look at it, like, there are so many women out here that are trying to say, well, men need to do this. Men need to do that. It's like, what are you doing as a woman? Are you a woman first? Are you speaking more on the man? A lot of women out here want to try to tell men what to do, how to do, allow them to do it, let them do it, but they ain't even doing what they need to do as a woman.
What I've heard from your response, Creole and Lovely, is honestly I feel really disappointed. If you took what I said and you used it to justify the fact that somehow I'm not pleasing my man enough, so he has to leave the relationship to feel like a man because I'm coddling him too much or I'm too argumentative, you have adopted a limiting belief and you have not heard me out with an authentic mind.
What? No, actually, there were a lot of things that you said earlier that I actually agree with.
Okay,
but I'm not.
Again, let me be very clear here. I'm not looking for people to agree. I'm looking for mutual understanding. I'm looking for a way in which both of us can do better. So one thing So when I heard Creole, what she said about and the men in this room saying they appreciate women like this, what I'm also hearing is you are allowing men to be avoidant and find their own ways in processing their own feelings. I also in a relationship.
It's called being a man. What the heck?
That's what I want to say. I want to say this. Hold on, Miss Love.
You said it yourself. You said
I
it
want
yourself.
to say this. Let her have it. Let her. She got it. Whatever she wants to believe, let her believe it.
Let her finish.
Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Okay, so Jane, who would you talking about? Let finish. Ann.
Oh, I was gonna say Ann, and before you finish, Ann, I just want to say one thing. This is why we can never have a sisterhood. This is why sisterhood can never happen. Because if I was to sit down with my sister and tell my sister, look, you're fucking up, you're talking too much to your man, let that man be, you're doing too much, you're nagging too much, you're bitching too much. You know what other women say? Oh no, you taking up for the men. You being a pick me. I'm disappointed by your verbiage and your words. I'm telling you this based on being a wife and being a widow. Most people won't make it to that point. I'm telling you based on the fact that I fucked up and almost lost my husband. I'm telling you on the basis of what I've seen. I'm telling you on the basis of my parents having long 30-year-old marriage, my father being married to my biological mother. I'm telling you on the basis of my brothers and what I see them do and the conversations that they have. I'm not saying that you don't supposed to be vulnerable when your man is vulnerable or at least being a listening ear. But the issue is that you don't need to nag to do that. If he needs a shoulder, he knows how to come to you. He knows how to go to whoever he needs to. You don't have to force that hand. He'll be ready when he's ready. He's not a child. He's a man. And it's not avoiding his persona. It's not avoiding his issues. He knows how to come to you. But you're saying you're not man enough to even figure that out. You're not man enough to know when to let your emotions go. And that's going to push a man away. Because why are you being so nagging to the situation? But when it comes down to us sisters, we can't do that. Because we're always going to get pushback instead of saying, you know what, sister, I got you. Let me go ahead and take the information and see what I think about it. It's just always you're wrong because it's not my perspective. Well, it's not always, it's just a personal perspective. Sometimes it takes a round table of us to sit down and say, this is where we're fucking up. Be feminine and rest in your femininity. It's beautiful. Sometimes it's just this.
Can we get a new? I love what you're saying, Creole. Can we get a new conversation? This shit ain't going nowhere.
Jane, thank you so much.
Because
hold on, because I'm gonna need y'all. I'm gonna need you and to calm down. No. Hold on. Here's somebody besides your own voice. Please, just let everybody else get a chance. Because I know. Hold on. It's three other people. Hold on. It's three other people who didn't even get a chance to speak. Good God, just calm down. Trust me, you gonna get your chance again. I promise, sis. I promise.
Please, let's get
it's gonna give you a chance to just calm down and listen to what's on. Because you want to. It's like you got to respond to every last single thing. I don't think nobody's in here trying to disrespect you. You keep trying to take it that way. You just gotta. No. Oh my God. Just let it slide, man. It ain't that serious. It really ain't that serious.
She got it, man. Let's go to a new topic.
Okay. Creole was wrong. Okay, we're gonna say that. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, you were wrong, Creole.
Let's
go to a new subject,
what
please.
She's saying is true.
This shit is in
what
circles,
she is
bro.
saying is true, but it's not irrelevant to me.
This is why men are problematic right here. Because they don't allow women to win and leave them alone.
It's not about winning.
I'm talking to me. I'm talking to the host. This is why men are problematic. Because they allow women to continue to do some shit that is not registering. Either one of us are not registering. So it's
no.
Ma'am, please.
You are missing it.
I want to go to a new topic because this shit is not going anywhere. And this is how people get frustrated because it's just not going nowhere. Let's move on. It's not going anywhere. So let's talk about a new topic. I didn't even come talk to a topic. I was like, why do people obsessed with being feared? Y'all want to talk about that or some host? What you want to talk about?
No, because you're doing what men do.
That sound about good right there.
Well, I want to talk about Pinky and the Brain. That's what.
Hold on. Before we move on to the next subject, can I just say this last thing and then we can move on?
No.
What Creole said.
You know what? Just let her. We ain't gonna even respond. Just go ahead, do your thing. Get it out, because you got to get it out. I guess you just don't. You just can't. Go ahead. Do your thing. Do your thing, man.
No, it's not about me needing to hear my own voice. It's about me making sure that the truth is said. I am not dismissing what Creole said, and I'm not saying that women don't make that mistake. And I'm not saying that we need to coddle you guys. And if you guys keep disingenuously moving the goalposts, you're missing the point. The truth I'm trying to share with you is this. When you try to avoid confronting problems because you think your partner isn't fit enough to solve it with you or even understand you, that is how we create problems. Creole, I understand men's nature. Men, I understand you guys want to do things on your own. No one is saying you cannot do that. What I am only encouraging you to do is maybe stop thinking so little of your partner. That's it.
Okay, we hear you. We appreciate that.
I'm not.
Amen.
You guys are allowed, and I'm not going back and forth. Like, if I'm
So I'm gonna say this real quick. I don't believe no man.
Please don't address her. Please let her land and have it. Please.
Right, don't say don't say those words right after. Please don't say those.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it alone.
We is not about to do this.
Wait, hold on. If because I like to talk, right? But if I
what? I never noticed.
But the question that I have is, why is it that I can't express my opinion that's different, and then it has to be said like, oh, I'm trying to dismiss everyone or be narcissistic, or no, I'm just engaging like everyone else.
We said we feel you, we understand you and everything, man. You got it. It's nothing to.
She said I was nagging, and I wasn't.
Who?
Okay. It's allowed to be.
That was a long time ago.
Many of us were actually agreeing with a lot of things that you said, Miss Yan.
I just use it as an overall. I wasn't saying you was nagging right now. I was just saying men kind of see us repeating things as nagging.
Yeah, that's all. That's all. Okay, cool.
Right, and I'm not talking about us complaining, but you said we can't have a sisterhood at all, and I think that's really gross. Okay.
Okay, well, we respect you.
Okay. That is what I'm talking about. The way in which y'all are dismissing me now, that is the problem. Because if you just understand,
we just trying to get to the we just trying to get to the topic. It's not just about you, man.
Please don't take it personal. Please.
Hold on, I'm gonna be honest with her real quick.
Please, no. Please, no.
I got you. I do see that you're becoming frustrated, and I do apologize for contributing to that. Sincerely.
And don't take it personal. I was just in the hot seat last week. We all get in the hot seat. It's okay. Like, don't take it personal. You know what I'm saying?
Not Jay remembering stuff.
I was about to say 2 weeks ago.
She's not used to being challenged. She wants it to be about her. When you guys make it
about it's true. Both of them was back to back. It was main thing the week before. Jay was last week. Hey, this is what happens in the accountability room, man.
No,
y'all want to let that go. Forget something I'm talking to.
Kevin, you're being disingenuous. You moved this conversation to be about me. You made it personal about me when I was trying to talk about the topic. And that's the problem.
I got you. I apologize, and I'm sorry. We won't talk about you no more. I got you.
All right. I'm trying my best to really be present, but I feel like you're being like passive aggressive. Like,
I don't know what to do from this point. What do you want me to say?
I want you to tell me if you want me here or not.
Yes, you can be here. We just gonna change the topic. That's it.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I mean, like I told you, you very smart woman and stuff. It's no biggie.
Everybody just breathe. Everybody breathe.
I was on a bus.
Before we go, can we get a commercial break real quick?
Yeah.
Like everybody needs to tap on this.
Go ahead.
Everybody needs to tap on all these likes. Look, we got 18 people in here. Everybody tap on the screen. Everybody share this live and just breathe. Just breathe. You know, there's been a lot of back and forth agreements and disagreements, and you know, just breathe. You know, just listen and learn. And laugh.
Yeah. So yeah.
Alexa, play Marie.
Okay. Yes. Like, share, subscribe, share to a friend and another friend. Send Kev that red heart so you can join his team. Please sit up here and let's get Kev to 35K if we can. Because it's enough people. Let's get the teamwork, dream work, you know. So Kev, we're going on to what topic?
Why is I'm reckless at the mouth of flex today?
Oh God.
Why is people laughing? It's the topic. What the heck going on?
Why is it gonna go back to that, Kev? Flex.
Let's get it going, man.
Everybody keep tapping. We're almost at 30K. We're almost at 30K. We got 14 people in here. Just keep tapping. Just keep moving and keep
share.
listening.
Please share.
I didn't know that was the thing.
Share.
I didn't know that people went around saying that.
Yeah, they do. And you give it some time. Some people brag about it. It ain't even just that bragging. They say I'm reckless out the mouth. They say that you don't want to mess with me and all this other stuff. So it's always like some threatening things they always got to say. Oh, you don't know. Before I was saved, I used to go. So it's like, stuff like that. People, and so they use it as a flex. So that's what I'm getting to about that, though. So.
Yeah, the people who be bragging about, I've been in jail 28 times.
Right, exactly. Stuff like, why is that a flex?
I done been to the hood and got pum about 6 times in chest, and I'm still here. Like,
Yep.
what, like, sir, what kind of lifestyle you living, my dear?
All right. So we got the gist of it. So let's go ahead and start with Lovely. Then we go down, and then Ann, and we go end it with Mike. But go ahead, Lovely. How you feel about that? Have you ever heard anything that's close to that, or so? Can you take a wild guess of why people may do that today as a flex?
A flex is kind of like it reminds me of like when people work out and you know how they call it, like I'm flexing my muscles. It's like you're using a muscle to to give power to yourself or power to other people. So it's that flexing of the muscle. It's like, what muscle are you flexing? Your spirit? Are you flexing your brain? Are you flexing your mind? So I think about that when I think about people flexing, is that they're putting that. It's almost reminds me of like when people are insecure, they flex things that don't make them secure. Or are you flexing your security?
Let's begin somewhere. Interesting. I like how you did that. I thought you was going off a little bit from it, but you came back. Okay, I get you. My brother Evan. Ed. What's Evan? What the heck? What the heck was that?
Like I said, I don't hear that often, so I can't even speak to it.
You see people brag, boost, anything we can say different?
Yeah, everybody brags. Institutions brag. I used to wear a lot of jewelry. I bought cars that I couldn't really afford. I always wanted to be looked at as something that was bigger than what I really was. So it comes from insecurity, or it comes from trauma. Like saying I'm tough. I've been through this, so I'm tough. I can handle whatever you got going on. Or it's to scare people away. I've been through this, so you better watch out. You know what I'm saying? So it's just people trying to be bigger than what they are, I believe.
Like defense mechanism or something. Okay. Yeah. I think Neo already answered this. Neo, you can still, I guess, say your part again if you up. I know you be falling asleep in the box every now and then. Neo, you there? Dang.
He's slumped.
Go ahead, Jane. Let me get your request back up if you come back. I'll leave that spot open for somebody else.
Insecurity and the
Sean, come up here.
Sean here. Oh, that'd be
he's next to the door.
Insecurity and the need to invoke fear based on having an internal weakness.
Oh, it's about to get interesting. Sean done popped up here.
Oh, Sean.
Did y'all hear my answer?
No.
Insecurity, weakness, and
please say it again.
Insecurities, and if they're doing that based out of wanting someone to fear, is to invoke an internal weakness. So even if it involves money, they don't know how to micromanage it, so they splurge so people can believe that they have more based on an internal weakness. Could be the past, like Edwin said. Yeah.
Okay. And you next. And Mike Bleed, then we're gonna end it with Sean.
What's the question? Sorry.
Why is I'm reckless at the mouth a flex? or I have a reckless A mouth, or I might, so many different ways they say it and stuff. So why is that a flex nowadays?
I think it's people thinking that they're being honest about who they are, but really they're just saying, "Don't hold me accountable for the disrespect I'm about to."
Ooh, another take. I like that one. See?
It's not a flex. It's them warning you that I'm intentionally going to be disrespectful.
Okay. I like that though. So it's a
Avoid
way to,
accountability.
I like that word because you use accountability. Yep, see, somebody stole it, Sean.
It's a way of avoiding it.
Mm-hmm.
They think they're being honest. They're not. They're just letting you know, don't hold me accountable for the disrespectful things I'm going to do.
Slick. That is slick. I like that. So lack of accountability, defense mechanism. Okay. What you got, main thing?
So I'm thinking from two different ways. So the first way is because I done heard people say things like, all right. So when I think of flex, I think people who flex when they sit up here and try to brag about like, yeah, I done bought my girl some new red bottom, woo woo woo, and it just like you try to sit up here and impress somebody. Meaning your friend, somebody that's around you, you trying to get a girl or whatever case may be. Versus somebody who's sitting up here flexing that far as they could harm somebody. That's really I get two different people from that. One is a scary person. Somebody who sit up here, I think it's scary because when you sit up here and you try to make it seem like you're this tough guy, it makes me really think that you're not tough at all. It makes me think that when you sitting up here, because you got to prove like you're a person who talking. You ain't, and it's like you want me to believe that you really about something that because you understand I haven't witnessed your strengths out of life. I haven't witnessed when you tell somebody, yeah, I done beat up this many people, woo woo woo. I done caught this many bodies. You get what I'm saying? It's like, why are you flexing this? Because if you flexing this towards somebody that you scared of, that you feel like, I think I'm trying to say it. I'm saying it right, but I'm just trying to word it for you. It's like a person who's sitting up here telling somebody, yeah, I don't want all the fights out of life, but knowing that you really took all L's, and it's like it can make your image look good. You get what I'm saying? Some people do it for the comfortability of trying to make your image look good, trying to make somebody believe that,
image. Okay.
Just really trying to make somebody believe that you are the person that you picture in your mind that you are. Like, if that makes sense. Like it's like a fake facade to me. If that makes sense.
Okay. Okay. That's some words. What you got, Nay? Is Nay up? I forget. That's another one that fall asleep. I be forgetting about that too. Nay, wake up. We're calling you. All right. Make more room, I guess. Go ahead, Mike.
I guess I'll go back to accountability with this one. There's a quote by Ralph Waldo Emerson, right? It's the same thing that I believe today. Could be different than what I believe tomorrow, but it's still my same truth. And so what at least I take from that is that I might not have the intelligence of understanding what I feel is honest today, but tomorrow can change that honesty about myself and be like, oh shoot, I was wrong about what I said yesterday. Let me recreate my life today. And that's still my same truth. It's still honest, and it's still something that helps you move forward. That's accountability to making a mistake the day before. But I think we're allowed to have that. The position is not to win in this situation. The position is to understand. And as long as we're trying to win, I think we can progress to better scale than what we're trying to do. Yes, if I get defensive, I become a bully. Yes, if I feel like I'm misunderstood, I try to prove my point on a higher standard, or sometimes I just be quiet because that's not the position I want to move in, or whatever it may be. But we got to embrace, we got to have understanding, and just understand that I might have 10 years more experience even though I'm 10 years younger than you, or I might have 20 years more experience even though I'm 5 years older than you. And we just got to make sure that we're navigating life that way instead of saying what I'm saying is right because of what I went through. Yeah, but I've been through some shit too. So just listen to me, take a little part of it, and let's move on a same scenario basis, but also understanding that your intelligence helps me improve myself as well. So I didn't take anything, or I took as much as I could from everybody's conversation tonight. I really appreciate it. I'll probably manipulate 15 to 20% of that into my life as I move forward. If I don't take it all, don't feel like that is disrespect, but I want to say thank you for that 10-20% that I got tonight. And I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Yeah, so you're gonna go, aren't you? You're gonna go flex, Mick.
You about to go
Oh,
flex.
I'm about to go in public right now. I'm about to go on a grandstand right now.
Interesting. Got quiet. Oh, my mind in the
Hey yo,
box now.
ask, hey yo, hey yo,
Hey,
can I ask him a question before he leave?
What you
Is
got?
is your name is it Mike Blee or Mick Blee?
It's Mike Black. That's what me and Ultra
It's
call him.
Mike Blee. Yeah, I play the
Mike Black.
microphone. I play the microphone, so it's Mike Blee.
Oh
Oh, Ultra,
shit.
never thought
Okay.
about that.
Damn, my bad. I've been saying your shit
Well, you
wrong.
be sending her an
Don't
invite. She must
apologize.
be in one of them.
Everybody does it, and it doesn't hurt my feelings because I'd rather have the conversation than my persona be the main point. So as long as I'm presenting enough to like be
Sneaker.
helpful to the conversation, my name don't really matter, bro. That's like that's like Yahweh and Jesus, bro. Don't hurt.
Yeah, I just think people, when it comes to flexing, you always flexing things that you never touched before.
yep,
Ooh.
You
yes.
always,
I
it's
love how
like
you said that, honest.
it's like you always trying to sit up here and prove your status to somebody. You trying to prove, oh, I am better than you. I am the person that you said I wouldn't be. Oh, you said that you found bigger and better? Baby, I am bigger and better. That's why you missed out. Like, literally. And people don't realize this. Like, people flex in many ways, believe it or not. Some people even flex on their damn podcast. Oh, my podcast got more followers than your little follower ass. Like, I mean, look, I don't give a shit about these motherfucking followers. Like, the fuck are you talking about? Like, I'm happy you showed me that you live your life off of followers. Okay, like this is what boosts your self-esteem, your ego. Like, and people they become unrealistic people when they have a certain amount of followings. It just like in reality, you might not be the best looking. You probably don't attract people in real life for real. But on the internet, you might attract a whole bunch of people. And to where your confidence start to boost, to where in real life we know your ass ain't moving like that, but we know how you moving on this damn internet. Yeah, you make that shit look good, but is it really good?
Well, and that's the thing, honest though, too, is it that, and when I looked up the etymology of a word, because I know, you know how I move, flex is to bend or to turn. Look how many people get caught up in like the following of different lives or different flexes. So, are you bending or are you turning? You know? And what are you flexing towards?
Turning for something or somebody.
Right.
That's how I feel. I feel like somebody either gonna bend, or you already bending, or you're turning over for something to somebody out of life, whether you know it or not. And I just think that all it takes is for somebody to present the opportunity to you, because you don't know what you're gonna bend or fold for.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people think that, oh, they're not flexers, but until you really reach the goal that you want, when you reach that goal where you want, and you start to sit up here and say, yeah. But I could say it's a difference between looking at somebody who's flexing as bragging and somebody who's flexing because they happy about their accomplishments out of life.
Right.
It's a
Right.
difference. It's a big difference, because at the end of the day, you could be around somebody who's sitting up here could look at your accomplishments as, oh, you trying to shit on them. Whole time you just genuinely clapping because you thought that you. It's like people don't understand. You be your biggest critic. You be your biggest critic out of life, and people don't understand that. So when you have genuine friends, your friends will literally be like, "Damn, I'm so proud of my sis. You smiling big, cheering for you. They ain't hating on you on your accomplishments. They ain't looking at your accomplishment like you trying to flex on them, like you trying to shit on them, like you saying, oh, I'm better than you because I got this degree, I got this, I made it here, I got this Benz, I got this big ass house. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, that's why I tell people, surround yourself around people who, I wouldn't say necessarily got the same thing you got, but surround yourself with people who's headed in a direction that's not gonna harm. Because I say that because it's some people, you don't realize that you might be damaging yourself by surrounding yourself around people who have a low envious of you just because they see you doing good. And they'll literally try to be wondering, talk to other people, talking about, yeah, why he got it like that? Why she got that new house? Why I should have that house? I should have that car. Her hair always done. Why my hair never done? Her kids always got brand new clothes. Why my kids ain't got no motherfucking brand new? And it's like, cause baby, you ain't working hard enough for your kids.
Well, and it reminds me of, honest, as you're talking about flexing, we're like what Kev brings up with flexing is like, are we ever flexible? Are we willing to bend for other people? You know, are we actually willing
Yes, people bend every
to be
day.
flexible? Exactly.
People bend every day for these people in these damn relationships, and you wondering why you getting the
I
short
mean,
end
guess
of the
lovely.
damn stick.
But lovely, I guess based on what you're saying as well, right, is that somebody that might not have it all together still gives somebody that's trying to get it together a perspective, right? So I'm not going
Right.
to dismiss somebody that's not quite on my level, but I am going to take heed to what they're saying because I might miss an opportunity to learn something that I'm still missing that puzzle piece on. And it might benefit me. It's the people that are too are not willing to be humble within themselves, that think they all got it figured out or whatever. And I got 20 years life on you. Don't think that I ain't got it figured out a little bit more. And there's people that are 20 years older than me that ain't got it figured out enough, right? So I have to look at that perspective and say, maybe she's teaching me something and I should be able to pay attention to that a little bit more because it's just giving me a better game plan when I move into the next World Series opportunity or the next Super Bowl opportunity that I have, is that I have an idea that might help us win. And it's based on somebody that, you know, might not have it all figured out. It was just a genius idea in an idiotic moment.
And when I say, let me clear this up real quick. When I say levels, find people that's around you, like basically have the same things that you have or trying to get the same things that you have. Meaning if you got houses and cars, get around people that like elevating in life. Because my thing is, when you stick around, I always say some people are fit for where you at and some people are fit for where you're going. A lot of people be attaching themselves to people who's not fit for where they're going. So, meaning your partner could be a hater. Your partner could look at you having a motherfucking good job, get a promotion, all this extra shit, and be looking like, oh, you just mad because I'm doing better than you. You mad because I'm making more money than you. You just mad. You're mad. You mad because I'm shining. And it's like, hold on. Like, hold on.
I had a friend tell me that some people are supposed to be in your life for the time that they're supposed to be in your life, but then you got to move on. So
Mm-hmm.
learn what you can from those people and then readjust to what life you have presented for you. Because sometimes you can be all the way up and they all the way bad in that moment.
Well, everybody got a time limit. None of us gonna be here forever. Ain't none of us gonna skip death. So we all have a time limit, you know. But I will say this to you, Mike, and you know I'm cool with you. Don't you ever use me as no example on this panel no more. I'm so sick of being one of the
You know what? I'm so sorry. I knew you was gonna
I
say
am a problem every time I come to Kev panel, and I don't want Kev to block me and be like, James is just a problem.
I guess, and you know what? I apologize about that, and
No,
I
you
will
don't have
heed
to
to
apologize.
what
I'm
you're
just
saying.
messing with you.
I will heed to what you're saying.
So,
It's just when I get confused by somebody's their presumptive honesty, and I have somebody that's being honest with their lifestyle, I have to kind of go to what is real and what is not. And so you were my cornerstone, and she was not, and that's how I had to try to present that. And I apologize, but thank you.
no, stop
So,
apologizing. I'm just messing with you, Mike.
so my
But
question to y'all is: have y'all ever seen Power?
yes, and that's my favorite show.
All right, so you know Ghost and Tasha, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, the man Ghost was becoming wasn't the man that Tasha wanted. That's why she lost him.
Yeah.
She wasn't fit for where he was headed in life. That's why when all he had to ask her was one question: where do you see me as? And she said the biggest.
You know what?
Yeah,
New York City.
and yes, in New York City, right? Wrong answer. That's the wrong answer. That's why he was so easily to go with Angela, because Angela, she was actually fit for his future. He wanted to be clean. He didn't want to sit up here and be the bad guy sitting up here unaliving people. He didn't want to sit up here and be no hustler no more. If he wanted to hustle, he was going to hustle as an honest man, not a man that sit up here making a whole bunch of illegal shit, trying to make it legal. And I think that some people was looking at him like, oh, he just want to move on with her and try to flex this new woman, his mixed breed woman in front of her face, and like he trying to give her the world and all the new diamonds and stuff, because you know he had bought her that necklace and Tasha found out. So, and it's just like, it's not even that. It's just like at the end of the day, he gave you the same shit, but the thing is, you ain't appreciate the man that is.
Or, I mean, they just, like Mike was talking about, the season is over with. You know what I'm saying? Like, you outgrow people. And he outgrew Tasha. It was like, yeah, at a moment, I wanted to be the biggest you know what in New York City. And that was good enough then, but that's not good enough now. So it's
But
not.
we're not.
She didn't
But
understand that because
you know, I ain't gonna lie. One thing I always tell my man though is when this where we kind of like don't see eye to eye when it comes to this, because I always say, like, you know, a man molds the woman to the woman that he see fit for himself, right? So I said, knowing that Tasha was going to be a singer before she met Ghost, right? She had a vision for herself in life. So it's just like, for the moment she said, oh, he had put the pum in my purse when we got pulled over. She said this when he made me a wife. This how he knew I was gonna be his wife. You turned her into a ride or die. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, it's like you can't turn that switch on and expect it to turn off so easily.
That's what I was getting ready to say, sis. That's what I was getting ready to say.
You know what that reminds me of, though, too, is that as you grow and as you move through things, you lose a lot of people in the process.
Because I was really looking at that, I was like, dang.
Because he never explained to her. He hid the idea in the dark. He asked something, expecting an answer from her, knowing that he pretty much transformed her into being this loyal person to him and this lifestyle. And now she was in too deep because she invested her whole life into this man. You see what I'm saying? And what
But don't you think that's a major problem with everybody?
Saying, well, I want you to be this for me, knowing that she was willing to give up her singing career. He could have transformed her into that same woman that was willing to be with him when he wasn't out there in them streets. But it was too hard because he knew that making that first woman was hard as shit.
Now I got to make this new
But
wife.
don't you think that's all of
I
her?
just feel like she
Don't
was
you think
so
that's all of
far.
her problems, though?
She was so
That's all of
far
her
in her
problems,
masculine
right?
energy to me. She was so far in her masculine energy to me that I was really looking at her like, damn, like, at first, I ain't gonna lie, I was emotional about Tasha. I was like, oh my God, he cheated on her. Like, what the, like, ain't gonna lie. I was like, he
Hey,
had
but
got that
just
girl number. I'm over here like, he got that girl number in the club knowing, talking about she just a goddamn friend, knowing damn well she been an ex. Like, stop playing in this woman's face.
But just let's keep it a buck and let's keep it on two levels, right? One level is to say like you're not being successful unless you're being unless it's uncomfortable. The moment you get uncomfortable or like when you get comfortable is like you're not succeeding anymore. You just kind of found your plane, right? You always have to be uncomfortable to move forward. And another thing that people talk about on this app all the time, and y'all can say whatever you want, is most of us men, especially 30, mid 30s or 40 years old, were raised by women. So don't be uncomfortable about a successful woman. So don't tell me that that woman don't know what she doing. And if she decided to make you a partner, understand the construct that you living in at that point, and don't be uncomfortable because she's just a solid woman. So I don't like the excuses. I don't like none of that because we was all raised by successful, strong women that are individuals that can hold their own, that don't need a man in their life to pay their bills, but they decided to have one anyway. You know, so
Well, I
so if
always
we
say that,
walk
Mike.
through,
Hold on, let
you
him
know,
land. Let him land.
I
Go
just want to say don't bring the excuses onto this situation. And like I was presenting out earlier, is like where you're at in your position in your life right now might be your position right now, but don't give up on the fact that 5 years from now or 3 years from now or a moment can change in a moment, so many can change tomorrow, that might be disrupted and you might be like, I'm gonna simp out to this man because he did everything for, and now you got to readjust your opinion you just had on a live last night because of a man you Twitter pated the night that you walked into. So don't be careful with what you say today because it'll fuck your life up tomorrow.
And what you're speaking of on the uncomfortability is, you grow the most when you're uncomfortable because you're always on guard. You're always moving. You always got to be there. There's a production, like a productivity that comes when you're uncomfortable. It's like kind of like survival mode. That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah, to me, I mean, if you equate it to sports, right? It's like you have your best player out on the field and you're down by 3 points or down by one score to win, right? That player takes that as I'm about to show out right now. Or you have somebody that's just has a facade that just puts on the jersey and he doesn't show up for that moment. And so you could look at it in both ways. Are you the person that shows up when it's, 3 seconds left on the clock and you got to score this touchdown? Or are you the person that says, please, coach, don't give me the ball. I think you should give it to somebody else. Then you ain't really the one. You have to be honest about that situation. I think both men are right. I think the man that's asking for the ball or the woman that's asking for the ball to run or asking for the opportunity to be successful in that moment is right. And I think the person that thinks that there's another person that's available to be more successful than me in this moment for a team unity, which is more of a coach idea than just a individual idea, right? I think they're both right, but they both understand what position they play. Too many Chiefs and not enough Indians, right? Are you a Chief or are you an Indian? And that's kind of how you got to look at it. And like I said, I think both are acceptable roles, but you can only be one way with success, and that's humility and progress and understanding about who you are as a person and who you can pass the torch to when you need to win the game.
I agree, and this is why I believe that a lot of children. I grew up an athlete. I was an athlete my whole life. I played ball, played college ball, tennis, soccer, volleyball, track. I ran hurdles, and I was like, there was a discipline that was involved in the sports, which I think gave me a lot of confidence or understanding in how to deal with people, because you had to have a coach, you had to deal with the team members, you had to deal with and there's a level of confidence that comes in building like the motor skills, or the skills that come in with being an athlete, but we don't want to use it as where we're always constantly competing against everybody, but it helped train you in order how to compete with other people. It's like a double-edged sword.
It's sick. It's like a disease.
Right.
And I say it's a disease because
Yeah,
you put
I
certain
agree with you
people.
completely. I just think we need to recognize that a lot more, right? Um, if my wife is better at finances or studying, let's say that, because that's actually my situation. My wife is better at studying, setting a goal and accomplishing that goal, right? My wife knows I'm better at math. I'm better at figuring out a situation in a split second, especially when it comes to numbers. We use each other's strengths in order to improve ourselves. I will humble myself to get advice from the person that's smarter than me. And unless you're doing that, I think you're always going to fail in those moments. I don't think that you're going to be successful. I don't, as a lot of presidents have said, I'm not the smartest man in the room. That's why I surround me with the smartest men in the room, or smartest women in the room, because I don't know everything about the economy. I don't know everything about social issues. I don't know everything about this, but let me get somebody that's very intelligent or very specific on those tasks, surround myself with them so they can handle those issues for me when I'm struggling with them. And I think that's where IQ goes up a lot more than just saying, I heard a couple of stories, I read a couple of books, and now I think I'm the smartest person in the room. BS. Go ahead and live that life. Go ahead and go through that pain. Go ahead and go through heartbreak or loss of life or whatever it may be in your situation before you start telling me you're the smartest person in the room. You just can't do it.
You just said it right too, Honest, and kind of like what Mike is talking about. Like Honest just said, it is like your failures is what builds you. It's like, even if you come from sports like I did, how many times I cried when I lost a game, or lost at something, that I cried like it was my failures that helped build me up.
I think a lot of people don't understand. You're gonna have a lot of failures in life, and that doesn't matter what it is. You're gonna have failures when it comes to jobs, companies, when it comes to children, anything that you do, your relationships. You just gonna experience failure. But it's all about, do you have the spirit or the mindset to get back up and try again? Get back up. Like, that's all it's about. Do you have a willingness about yourself and not trying to damage yourself in the process? A lot of people sit up here and don't realize that a lot of successful people experience failures, and that's why they don't respect people who just get it easily.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
somebody sit up here, they giving you a handout. Somebody just doing something for you.
right,
They don't respect that shit, because ain't nothing sitting up here teaching you on the journey. You're not learning nothing by somebody handing you something. It's all a journey. It's all a process. Because the man that sit up here and lose it all, he can't sit up here and figure out how to get it again. Versus the person who sit up here and got the handout, he's not gonna know how to get it again, because he didn't go through the process. He didn't experience plan after plan failing, trying to make some shit shake.
Like, are you willing to even try again, or are you gonna give up and expect somebody else to do it for you? Or are you gonna try again? Are you gonna take another risk? Are you gonna get back in the game?
I think also when it comes to us as Black people, no matter what somebody threw at us, we always I said this in Sweetest Live, I think, that we master everything we do. Literally, we become great at it. Whether it was boxing, boom, we got the greatest boxers. We got greatest basketball players, greatest tennis players. We have great, and this is men and women. We have literally people who sat up here and invented like hot combs and freaking toilets and headlights and street lights and shit like that. So it's just like we master things when it comes to mental or physical. People say that, oh, you can't jump high. Oh, prove them wrong. People sit up here and say, oh, we can't ice skate. Oh, I promise you we can. Oh, you can't sit up here and be like if they try to sit up here and even the whole what was that, the Olympics, got a black woman out there doing tricks like crazy.
Simone Biles, yeah.
Yeah.
Like the
So
gym.
it's like anything that we go through or we will fail. Even Shakari, she was a primary example. She literally fell off. And then she came back 10 times. She said, I'm not back, I'm just better. And that was a great response. That was a great response. At the end of the day, it's all about how you use your strengths. But
Exactly. That part, honest. It's how you use them. It kind of reminds me of Ephesians 1 when it talks about spiritual gifts. It's not just that you have a spiritual gift, it's how you use it.
Taylor.
Yeah. Some people call me Taylor. I guess they can't see the whole name. No, they can't see the whole name sometimes, so it's okay. I look at it like kind of like Taylor Suits. You know what I'm saying?
And it says lawless. I like that.
It does say lawless, yes. Yeah, that is what I've been representing for a long time and done a lot.
How are you doing tonight, my brother?
I'm actually doing quite well. How you ladies doing? And fellas?
We're doing great.
Nate, we know you
What's
fell
good with
asleep. Kev called on you and you asleep.
Somebody called on me. I was not asleep.
No, not you. We're talking to our homegirl.
I was about to say, because I do snore now. You know what I'm saying? So you would know. Okay. All right.
What's your
thoughts
on what we were talking about, or do you want to start with the topic? I don't know if I've seen you here, Tay.
No, I actually just joined in from, Laugh is, I call him Laugh, sorry. But he's a good friend of mine and everything. So I come in sometimes every now and then, and sometimes I support people's channels, either giving likes, gifts, or stuff like that. Or I might actually come up and say some things. Or I can actually go into other people's channel and be a troll. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes I do trolling. So I definitely do that. And, some people, they actually want me to do that. So sometimes I get messages. They be like, yo, can you come in and troll for a bit? But I'll answer the questions on these right here. Okay. Why are people so obsessed with being feared? I would say in today's society or today. Okay. I would say that
you're supposed to answer the red. Why is I'm reckless?
The first one. Oh, well. Okay. My bad. Okay. Usually when something is a different color at the top, I always think it's like an introduction. Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, let me go up to the top then. Okay. Why is the only thing I see is why is I'm
it says why is I'm reckless at the mouth a flex today? Meaning a person who sit up here and be like, oh, I'll whoop your A. Or I done whipped out 25 people in prison as a flex, like to other people, like, like those type of things. People, why do people say that? Like, why do people say that? Like that, like, so what's some other examples?
Hold on. Can I say this then? Okay. Why do people think talking reckless at the mouth is actually a flex? Right? Am I getting that correct?
Yeah.
like that, or like you mean like kind of like which
Yes,
would
yes,
kind
yes,
of
yes,
indicate the
yes,
same
yes,
thing.
yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
You was right the first time. Yes.
Okay. I think they're like people that talk too much, you know, during how can I say that? I think they're people that talk too much during the time that is actually time to get down and dirty, you know what I'm saying, the physical thing. I think those people actually want to be loud so other people would pay attention. And then that way the person don't have to fight. It's like a mechanism that they do is like screaming for help. But at the same time, I would also say that there's some people that actually do that is because they're show boasters. And they want everybody to see before they fight. You know, so if they win, because they feel that they'll win, that they'll defeat a person emotionally more than physically. So basically, you'll have other people talking about you, of saying you lost that battle. And I've known guys back in the hood and everything like that that will only fight you if everybody else watched. But you challenge those same people and say, hey, no. Let's fight back here in the field. Nobody's there, just me and you. 2 witnesses, that's it. Me and you. And afterwards, we're going to shake hands. They don't ever want to do that. It's because they gain power from other people. You know what I'm saying? And that's what eggs them on and makes them stronger. But see, the thing is that you being a stronger person, you know that they egg on from that. So what makes them weak is without a crowd, without people that's boosting them, and those are called followers at the same time. They follow what other people tell them to do. They only get their excitement, their hype, and they're at their peak when other people are yelling, fight, 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 fight. Oh man, you did this. Oh man, you did that. That comes a long way into life as well, you know, with those type of people. The only
You know
time
what
they
that
can
reminds
actually
me of is the story of David and Goliath. When you look at David and Goliath, that's what it reminds me of. As you're explaining that, I'm like, why am I thinking of David and Goliath? Because it was like, man, you're fighting somebody that is so much bigger than you, but you're fighting it with a different mindset, I guess.
I think
You
that's
know?
like the opposite though, because like David and Goliath, he was actually the small guy. Today's small guy, they gotta have the loudest mouths, and so it's more of like trying to scare a person away, because that's what they gotta feed off of is they big old mouths, because they tiny.
Right.
So they so tiny, they like, man, I dare you, I will tear you. And they don't want to say they kneecaps, so because that's the only thing they can really touch. But it's just like a trying to scare somebody off for the most part. But David, I'm pretty sure he was like more humble. He wasn't trying to look for that. It was the big guy that was actually trying to punk him out.
Right.
You know, so and without the help of God, shoot, he would have been tore up.
let me tell you about this right quick. A lot of guys who you know, are a lot taller, it would actually go into the same measures right there. Is because of kind of like a thing that we have to look at in a metaphorically way. You know what I'm saying? And then like this is actually a psychological thing that we also got to see with people around us. Like I just talked about the guy who actually he wants to show boast. He don't have the energy to fight you when it's just you and him. But he just somehow has gained this energy and able to beat anybody when he have the crowd around him. You know, some people feed off of energy, and that stuff is true. You know what I'm saying? And it makes them even more powerful. You know, you take them away from that, I lost the word. Hold on. Relinquish them from all power, you know, that they once had. You know, because they constantly feed up on that one thing. So with a smaller guy and a taller guy, the taller guy think that he'll win that fight. But I do know a lot of boxers, and I used to box myself. And I could tell you the smallest guy is probably the worst thing that you want to have in a fight with somebody. They're always talking about the the length of the hit, but that's not where it's at. It's because the body work is the worst thing that you can hit. That body work, once you let one of them smaller guys get in there, it's completely wrapped up at that point. Especially is because, they have shorter arms and their body is compact right down into their size. So when they throw a punch, they're giving more punch than what you actually giving when you're throwing a longer jab or throwing a hook into a longer range. The shorter the range of the hook or the jab, the stronger. You will learn that if you you box or anything like that. The shorter hook is the most powerful hook than the longer hook.
Mike Tyson.
I'll tell you exactly. Mike Tyson is actually not that tall, to be exact. That's a perfect example of why smaller guys in those fights are very dangerous. Mike Tyson actually wear you down in the body first, and he actually attack the backside, right? What he does is he'll hit you on your backside, and people don't think that do anything, but if you're watching a fight, you're like, oh man, he just hit his backside a little bit. What he doing is he attacking like the lungs at the back, right? So from the back and the liver, at the front, the back, you got two sides right there.
So he hit him from the back.
No, Diddy. I mean, he was around. Hey, yo, but he was the guy that pulled Diddy hand away, though. He was. Okay.
He was.
But no,
actually, no. They said they overlooked that though. But go ahead, my brother.
I know. I would say a side strike, right? Side strike. We'll just say that. Side strike. What happens is that they'll keep doing that until it swells. It don't just swell on the outside. It actually swells the internal organs on the inside. And what happens is it expands after a while. So this is the reason why that you really want to go for body hits a lot of time, attacking the lungs, attacking the liver,
Organs.
Things like that. Yeah, just basically internal organs. What you want to do is make it swell. So what happens is it'll compress towards those internal organs. So whether you hit the guy in the face and anything like that, it doesn't matter. The internal organs will push inside, and they'll keep pushing because they're going to swell. And then what happens is that your opponent get tired. Not only do they get tired, they get worn out, and they actually cannot fight anymore. And another thing too is that what happens when they swell up so much is they start to compress towards nerves. And this is how you see people that actually just cannot move anymore. Their legs go out, things like that of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So it's very important to hit the body. You know what I'm saying? I think the body is the most important part to hit on a human, in a fight. It's because you disengage them, especially one who haven't worked on those areas to make them stronger for certain type of hits. You know what I'm saying? So
that kind of reminds me of like you talk about the physical body. It kind of reminds me of the spirit. When the spirit gets hit too. Your heart, your soul, your spirit gets hit as well, just as much as your physical body.
Yeah. Actually, you are 100% right. Boxing, kickboxing, any martial arts where you dealing with another person, it is actually to attack your spirit and your physical. So it's a spiritual attack and a physical attack. You have people like I forgot his name. I think he's from Africa. I forgot his name. Guy, he play around with people or whatever not, but he got a serious kick, a back kick that'll eat you alive. And before he does this kick, what he do is he'll hit you with certain punches like little jabs, it might look and appear to us that he didn't hit him hard. But what happens is it brings his spirit down, his confidence and everything. Everything about boxing and martial arts or anything like that, whether you fighting in the streets or anything, it's to bring another person's spirit down. Is because the more spirit they have, the higher level that they can fight with the the capability of not feeling anything at all. Now, you don't want them to get to that level. Your whole purpose in that fight is to bring their spirit down so you can attack their body and knock their body down. Is because once you knock the spirit down, if you don't knock the spirit down, you can't knock the body down at all. That's the reason why that you see guys doing 10, 20 rounds with each other. Is because the spirit is still high. They're trying to knock that spirit down. And when two strong spirits get into a ring with each other, this is why you have a lone battle like that. Because they're fighting towards the spirit first. Whoever confidence and spirit go down at any point, it's an automatic. It's over. Now you can regain it, but I mean, you gotta, you gotta get away from your opponent, come up with a different strategy to knock his down. It's the same thing. So you're absolutely right about that. 100%.
Yeah, that's why I believe that there's we have a spiritual warfare, we have a physical warfare, we have mental warfare, emotional warfare, financial warfare. We got so much things that we have to battle and have to fight through. But if your spirit ain't in the right place, you're gonna lose a lot of battles.
That is true. Let me go ahead and answer this next one here. That was a good one, though, to be honest. Why are people so obsessed with being feared today? If you ask me, I think that fear is a very important commodity in our nature. If somebody would ask me how, I would say that we basically do it on a daily basis. I mean, we talk about Tookie Williams and how respected he was and things like that, but we know.
Let's go.
And it's not just Tookie Williams. I mean, there's other people. We talk about these people as idols. Idols is like, yo, man, this person did this. Who else? We could talk about not Tookie Williams. What's his name? Or Frank Lucas. I said Lucas. Frank Lucas.
Yeah, Frank Lucas.
Yeah, some of these people were actually feared. I mean, like, we talk about pimps a lot of times in our culture. You know what I'm saying? These people were actually feared. These people had power, some sort of power. And, it calls with fear. So I can't really say fear is a bad thing, but I will also say is that people in nature want to fear something or somebody to actually idolize them people, which we actually shouldn't be doing, but it just happened naturally.
Well, I think fear, and even if you look at like religion, you look at religion as like whether it's Muslim, Christianity, Catholicism, a lot of people were taught to even fear God.
Right. And I want to address with the host too. Yes, I definitely understand that, like where he ended up. I definitely understand that. But we still talk about his legacy from when he was at his peak. We never talk about the ending of where he was at. You don't hear people walking around like, yo, you heard about Tookie Williams? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? He ended up here. We don't just lead with that. We lead with, yo, Tookie Williams set up the Crips and the Bloods, and then he did this, and then he did that, and then this, that, and the third. And then usually it comes down to where he landed at, which would be like, after you had a whole hour conversation with this person, that'd be like the ending topic. Nobody cares about that. Like, nobody, idolize that or even care about it. You know what I'm saying? Like they
But
do
they said
that
that.
purposely. And not to say anybody wrong or nothing. I was just saying, like, that's the first thing that we talk about is what he did do and what we think that we respect, and that is not a respectful man at all. Is because he was actually used by the government to create this to create the divide between BLK people in the first place. And then when he actually wanted to get out and stop doing it, that's when they put him in prison. And then
Right.
he started writing all these books and everything like that. And they told him, if you start telling the truth, we're gonna carry you out with a delete sentence. And so he didn't. So what he started doing is trying to get out of prison, is because he knew he got messed over by the government, right? And he was a plant. So he started creating all these books and doing all this other stuff, and they still gave him the D penalty anyway. You know what I'm saying? So he was a young man who was given something to do something and was at his prime during that time to actually, have something. Basically, when they come to you, hey, we can give you this, but it's always going to be a price to pay at the end. So he couldn't tell the truth this entire time, and he tried to a lot of times, but they were, threatening him with the D penalty, which they still gave him anyway, and he still never told anything.
Which is why I would like what you're pointing out too, and I see exactly where you're coming from too. It's almost like people fear the people who are actually doing the right thing too. People fear, people who are moving in goodness, moving in kindness, moving in compassion, moving in love. People fear that too, and they fear it so much that they don't even know how to go from both sides. So we
To
can
answer.
Oh, go ahead,
Go
my
ahead.
brother.
No. Go ahead. 'Cause then I gotta answer you, and then I gotta answer the host too, because the
No,
host
go
has a
ahead. 'Cause
question.
I know how Kev works, and I know Honest was getting ready to speak, and we do have another person on the panel. He is Victory, that may have came in the conversation that me and you are having, and Honest
Okay.
too, as well.
Okay. To
Go ahead, my
answer
brother.
answer it very quickly. No, children should not follow Tookie Williams, just because Tookie Williams, along with a lot of other brothers from back in the day, were actually paid by the government and was promised something that they did not get, and by betraying their own people, and they try to turn around and make the rights, and after doing their wrongs and suffered tremendously for it, like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, a lot of those folks right there. And some people, they get mad at me when I say it. I said it live, and I said it on my Instagram a while back ago, and people was upset with me, but I told them why. Like, I never liked Martin Luther King. I never will like Martin Luther King, and nobody can sit up here and tell me I should be grateful for Martin Luther King at all. And the only people that tell me those things, and the main people that are more mad at me for saying that I don't like Martin Luther King, are YT people and not BLK people. And I wonder why. But anyway, moving along with these questions here. I might answer that later on if we get around to it. But anyway, no, he was a Freemason. He wasn't a house. He was a Freemason, and along with Malcolm
He
X,
was a house
they both
nigga
were.
too. Like, I don't care what nobody say, because at the end of the day, when I look at Martin Luther King, not saying that
Yeah.
he was speaking up, whatever case may be, but I just think that for them to put your name on every street corner, it's because, like, that's a black man's name.
Well,
Well,
even
if you
You
Christ,
gotta
ever
you gotta
notice that the
understand.
only
He was in
streets that they
racist
put them
white.
on.
He was in racist times. So for racist people to give you a street name, your name on every street in every damn near every state, that says a
No,
lot.
but
But at the same time,
if you
it
pay attention,
also shows that when they put your name, you know why they got his name in every state, right? So they can know where the hood is.
well, that's exactly what I was about to say. Is because anywhere that you see a Martin Luther King, you know you entering the hood. And they actually pollute. They actually do this on purpose, is because what they do is they pump low water into the population, like the most disgusting type of water that you can think of, into the low population. And this is the reason why that your grass don't grow the same way. Your
right?
grass don't grow is because the way that it's supposed to grow. And this is the reason why that you have like mud trails and things like that, is because there's a pollution into that water that they pump in those areas that make the grass look nasty, almost like dirt roads, like basically how it was back in the day.
Like brown
Where
grass instead
yeah,
of green grass. Yeah.
like a trail, like you walk on some grass in the hood, like it could be one piece of nice grass, and then you see like all this other bad grass for some reason. And even during the summertime, you started to see this. You'll see like the grass will start to turn like a yellowish color, but some of it might be green. And this is the problem here, is because grass actually gives off so many seeds, where the wind, it actually travels, and that's like mating season.
Like
So anytime the
oxygen.
wind blows, exactly. So when the wind blows, these seeds go to other plants in the neighborhood, around the world, everything like that. That's what it's supposed to do. But your grass don't grow, and it has this yellow, weird looking color and everything like that on one side. Then the other side, like one piece of grain you might see that may look beautiful, but the rest of it looks like yellow, brown, all kind of stuff. It's immediately dying. It's not actually growing to its blossom. What it's doing is growing to a dead, deleted grass particle. You know what I'm saying? And then what happens is it sends that off to the rest of the community. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. No, I get exactly where you're going at.
Right. It's DNA. It's DNA sent out that way. That's how it is. And so this is the reason why that when you go to like the richer part of these communities, did you know that they have meetings and stuff like that, and they have this stuff, right, where everybody are supposed to use certain chemicals. They can't use XY chemicals. They have to use these certain chemicals. This is the reason why when you go to like these suburb areas, you don't see like a ton of mosquitoes. You don't see a ton of flies, and you don't see like their grass being eaten up by a bunch of different bugs. You don't see like certain bugs. You don't see termites. You don't see these. It's because that entire community all have like this thing that goes on, and they all put money in on this. So whether it's somebody that come out and spray, or they do it on their own line, but it's a thing that they have to do. And if you don't do that, either the city will come out and tax you, or you'll get kicked out of that community. And that's how that works.
I ain't gonna lie, they do a lot of, when it comes to this earth, it's a lot of poisoning on this earth, to where they want us to stay from getting to our true form. A lot of people don't understand that though. I'm not about to get too deep into that. I think that a lot of people today don't even understand that the earth is literally shifting. Like literally, it took a big shift. And even if you look at videos of Antarctica right now, is turning green. All that snow out there, that shit turning to like, I'm not sure, I don't want to say like plants, but that shit turning to like it's something over there that's making it no longer snow. But it's a lot of green. And then at the same time, look at the weather right now. Like in Vegas, it's hot as fuck. Like it's still summer out here.
Yeah,
Like it's supposed to be cold as fuck.
So I got hold on real quick. I got two questions for Victory and main thing. It's back with the Martin Luther King thing, right? Because I be trying to wonder why we do that as black people. We always want to dissect our own people, especially when they made some type of impact. And we always do that with ourselves. We do that in real life. Like we always go for the celebrities. We barely be making it, but we always want to dissect and say what they didn't do or what they ain't do or whatever. But I was wondering, like, what was the point she said about him being a house in, and then what was his point of saying that he's not a Christian and stuff? Because overall, it's like we taking out the point that he still made an impact and helped a lot of us out. He did something that a lot of other people didn't even do. So it's like the little bit of help we get from somebody, we always trying to, well, he beat on his wife and he did that. It's like, I'm trying to see why we always pick at our own peoples like that every time somebody made an impact.
The thing is, the real reason why I say he a house nigga is because I feel like at the end of the day, he's one of those people who said, well, if I can't beat him, I'll join him. That's what I look at. And it's not even discrediting from trying to take away from what he has done. Like when he said that he had a dream and all this shit, to me, I look at when you was no longer these people's, because my thing is you befriended the people who was oppressing your people. So it just like not saying he was a bad man. I just don't agree with some of how he was, like far as catering. It seems like he had a spirit that caters to trying to please the white tea man, or and I understand like you don't want to what do you say? Like, you don't want to get on certain people bad side to where because I feel like either way he was going to get on the lot, whether you beat him and join him, whether you didn't. I just felt like the moment you start to speak up for black people, but to me, then again, you still haven't accomplished the mission, because at the end of the day, we still going through bullshit. We still sitting up here having worse outcomes. It's like we got even further away from being good, honest men and women to being even more reckless. So it's like when it comes to your job, yeah, you could say black and white people came together, but what have we done besides that? Like, we still ain't together. We still getting judged. We still stuck in a racial type of world. Racism didn't end after Martin. So I just look at it like, shit, what did he really fix? We still going through bullshit. We so far off from each other to where we're literally created some shit called passport bros and girls. That's crazy in me.
Hey, I want to be clear.